Chapter 1: The Dying Sun on the Horizon. The dying sun on the horizon had half of its body submerged beneath the sea's edge, yet it still endeavored to cast its final rays of light into the distance, illuminating the gentle, undulating surface of the water in a brilliant crimson hue. Graceful seabirds, taking advantage of the sunset, glided across the golden-red waters, hunting for a delectable evening. Feast, the antiquated twin-masted schooner, glided silently through the tranquil reflections of the setting sun. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed through the air as a cannon fired, sending a spray of water several meters high, mere 30 paces away from the schooner. Startled, the seabirds took flight, scattering in all directions. "Damn it, they're on our tail again." Zhu Zhuofeng clenched his fist and struck the wooden railing, the sharp crack marking the railing's unfortunate demise under the weight of his frustration. Drake swiftly snatched the telescope from Zhu Zhuofeng's grasp, not for the purpose of scouting any foes in the vast expanse of the ocean. A telescope was indeed a precious tool. Should it be destroyed due to someone's fury, the ship Swift would surely become a myopic vessel. Speaking of the Swift, Drake couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. 30 years prior, the Swift had indeed earned its name. Yet now, it resembled that waning sun on the brink of demise. Furthermore, the battered hull, ravaged by days of relentless battle, served as a constant reminder that the Swift's most fitting fate was to be consigned to the shipyard, bringing an end to its once glorious mission. Drake issued the command to steer left by 15 degrees, return to the central heading, and proceed at full speed. Zhu Zhuofeng fixed his gaze on the 3 enemy vessels rapidly approaching in the distance, his eyes almost ablaze with intensity to medium-sized armed sailing ships and a Spanish Allion were closing in swiftly. Boom! Another thunderous explosion resonated as a cannonball struck the position where the flying speed had just been before the turn, causing Drake to break into a cold sweat. Had the maneuver been delayed even slightly, that cannonball would have struck the flying speed directly to that moment. The flying speed carved a long arc across the cerulean sea, while its speed was modest. The precision of the angle displayed the helmsman's extraordinary skill. "Excellent. We have momentarily evaded the enemy's bow cannon fire," Zhu Zhuofeng exclaimed, pumping his fist in the air, a hint of a smile gracing his face as he licked the Dropletso FC water from his lips. He turned and commanded, "Maintain our course and increase the distance. Be cautious of entering the range of their broadside cannons." Drake halted his actions, staring at Zhu Zhuofeng in disbelief, and after a moment shook his head, saying, "Zhuofeng, do not jest. I've already deemed escaping this ordeal as my greatest wish. I just quietly confided my birthday wish to God." A serene smile broke through Zhu Zhuofeng's serious demeanor as he chuckled. "How could I presume to take such a title? My elder brother is the captain of a fleet directly under Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire." At this moment, an absurd sensation welled up within Drake. Based on his own experiences, an enemy under the relentless gaze of the Spanish Armada was invariably in a state of peril, where escape seemed almost impossible, and even if one managed to flee, they would surely suffer grievous losses. Yet, an inner intuition whispered to him that this man before him would deliver an astonishing surprise. From the moment he rescued Drake from the port of Seville until now, he had already provided him with an abundance of unexpected turns. With this thought, Drake clenched his teeth and spoke solemnly, "From this moment forth, the direct command of the Swift shall belong to you." Although Zhu Zhuofeng had been effectively commanding prior to this, it had been through Drake's oversight, a significant distinction from direct command. It had felt akin to directing his own hands through another, fraught with numerous inconveniences. The enemy, not far off, had now adjusted their angle, fully utilizing their advantage as they sailed towards them, their sails billowing in the sunset, casting elongated shadows. The T threatened to engulf the Swift. Zhu Zhuofeng, while deeply yearning for the direct command, understood the principle of not changing commanders in the heat of battle. Thus, he shook his head, declining the alluring offer and opting for the status quo. Drake, recognizing his decision, nodded in understanding and inquired, "Then, my lord, what are your orders? Shall we still alter course to evade the enemy's bow cannon?" Zhu Zhuofeng, without casting a glance at the enemy ship merely a few hundred meters away, gradually closed his eyes that, in his mind, the familiar maritime charts whirled like a tempest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of fierce determination igniting within them. He commanded in a deep voice, "Maintain our course. Reduce sail by half." Upon hearing the words, Drake nearly gasped in astonishment, retreating 2 steps in alarm. "Your Excellency, how can this?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with Zhu Zufeng's murderous glare, compelling him to hastily fall silent. He turned away and signaled to the few crew members still stationed at the mast with hand gestures, indicating the need to lower the sails. The lead sailor appeared utterly perplexed by this command, rapidly gesturing and shouting incoherently. However, the distance rendered his voice inaudible. In desperation, Drake cast a glance toward Zhu Zufeng. With a fierce glare, Zhu Zufeng unsheathed the sword that hung at his waist and swiftly ascended the mast with a speed rival. That of a seasoned sailor. In the blink of an eye, he reached the top of the towering mast and, to the astonishment of all, plunged his blade directly into the heart of the lead sailor. The lifeless body plummeted, crashing heavily onto the deck with a dull thud, resonating like a blow to the hearts of those present. The crew, accustomed to the specter of death in their maritime lives, found themselves gripped by an instinctive fear of this taciturn figure who had acted with such ruthless decisiveness. Venice. Seizing the moment of disarray, Zhu Zufeng bellowed, "Those who refuse to obey orders in battle shall face no mercy." His words sliced through the collective consciousness of the crew like a sharpened blade. The remaining 2 sailors promptly set to work, hastily lowering the mainsail by half, causing the ship to tremble and its speed to diminish. Bang! A cannonball struck the bow of the ship, sending wooden splinters flying in all directions. The whale figurehead, long revered as the guardian of the flying star, was sent soaring into the air, tracing a parabolic arc before plunging into the sea. Damn it! Just a step too late. Zhu Zufeng's eyes nearly bulged with rage as he scrambled down the mast with fervent urgency. The enemy ship was fully rigged, while our vessel had reduced its sails. Consequently, the distance between the two rapidly diminished, rendering the enemy's bow gun incapable of calibrating its angle in time. At this moment, Drake was consumed with anxiety, yet he restrained himself from inquiring whether they were prepared for close-quarters combat. All that remained was to stand ready and execute their commands with utmost swiftness. Just moments ago, it was that very delay which had resulted in the ship being struck by the cannonball. Under Drake's command, the sailors exerted every ounce of strength, managing to cut the usual preparation time in half. Whoosh! The sea breeze filled the mainsail instantaneously, propelling the vessel forward with tremendous force, achieving a speed that matched that of the pursuing enemy ship. At this juncture, the distance between the 2 vessels had shrunk to a mere 30 meters. On board the Flying Star, one could palpably feel the imposing presence of the formidable Spanish galleon. Even from the bow, the features of the commanding officer were distinctly visible. He was clearly a serving officer of the Spanish Navy, clad in a striking red uniform that clung to his tall frame, his right hand grasping an exquisite saber. With a haughty gaze, he looked down upon the battered old brigantine. The sailors aboard the Feichi have erected a specially crafted fan-shaped iron shield at the stern of the ship to guard against close-range gunfire from their adversaries. Zhu Zufeng ascended to the highest point at the rear of the Feichi, yet he still had to tilt his head back to meet the gaze of the Spanish naval officer. Brandishing a blood-stained saber, he pointed it directly at the officer and declared loudly, "You vile pirates dare to impersonate the navy of the great Spanish Empire. You shall soon experience the might of our British Empire's vessels." The officer's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the term pirates, and he instinctively felt compelled to offer an explanation. However, the latter part of Zhu's proclamation ignited his fury. Drawing his saber, he performed a flourish and commanded, "Fire! Target the 2-masted vessel directly ahead." The captain responsible for the bow guns was left in a state of bewilderment. 30 meters? Fire? How could they possibly strike a target so far beyond their range? Ultimately, presumably out of fear of disobeying orders, he fired off a few random shots. Yet, even the closest cannonball landed more than 30 meters away from the Feichi. "You fool!" the officer exclaimed as he rushed to the captain, delivering a sharp slap to his face. "Could you not adjust the angle of the cannon downward?" The captain, despite enduring a strike, dared not utter a word. The individual before him was none other than the son of a prominent figure. Originally accustomed to a life of luxury within the military, this mission, rather trivial in nature, as merely an opportunity to garner accolades by dispatching a few hapless foes. Thus, the captain was compelled to scold his subordinates and adjust the angle of the ship's bow cannon. However, the cannon's angle had already been set to its lowest position due to the enemy vessel's proximity and its diminutive size, the formidable weapon stationed at the ship's bow could not be maneuvered to target effectively. Its movements were merely for show. Seeing no viable options left, the officer commanded, "Full speed ahead. Let those British swine experience the might of our great Spanish Empire's naval prowess. Prepare the anchor chain." At this juncture, the inn had fortified its defenses at the stern, rendering the enemy's firearms ineffective. That a line of sailors stood ready, each grasping an anchor chain, poised to ensnare the enemy vessel as they drew nearer. Jules Wolfing, positioned at the stern, instructed Drake to maintain a distance of no more than 50 meters between the two ships, ensuring they remained outside the reach of the inn. "Mice anchor chain." Internally, he scoffed, having long since discerned the vulnerability of the so-called invincible Spanish galleon fleet. Such conspicuous details of their vessels had, through the machinations of astute individuals, been disseminated throughout Europe nearly 2 years prior. The Spanish crown's blind faith in the invincibility of their fleet had inadvertently transformed this knowledge into a boastful asset. Thus, the total annihilation of the Spanish Armada was merely a matter of time. Gazing at the enemy's ship, momentarily at a loss, Jules Wolfing pondered what he would do if he were ins. Uka predicament. However, within a mere few moments, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. His strategy was undeniably perilous. Should the two armed sailboats trailing closely behind the grand ship not fear mistakenly striking their flagship, he would undoubtedly find himself in a grave situation. Fortunately, the two armed vessels seemed to regard the formidable Spanish galleon at the forefront with caution, merely following closely in its wake, unwilling to unleash their cannons. They hesitate to fire, but I shall not." Jules Wolfing scoffed as he cast a disdainful glance at the massive Spanish galleon. Due to a shortage of hands, he had no choice but to summon the only available cooks. Jules personally directed them to adjust the position of the ship's aft cannon and load it with ammunition. "Fire! Target the armed sailboat 200 meters directly behind us," Jules commanded, his sword pointed defiantly into the void ahead. Had he not intended to capture the Spanish galleon for his own purposes, he would have obliterated it outright, for it lacked the means to retaliate. With a thunderous boom, the recoil of the aft cannon reverberated across the deck. The cannonball soared through the air at an unseen velocity, tracing a parabolic arc towards the ill-fated armed sailboat. As the water erupted 20 meters to the left of the armed vessel, sending ripples cascading outward, panic gripped the crew. Suddenly, Jules Wolfing shouted, "Excellent! Well done! Now, make slight adjustments to the cannon target the armed sailboat 200 meters behind us and prepare for full bombardment." Upon hearing the words, the chefs immediately erupted in cheers, astonished that they had not only survived a grave peril, but were also met with praise, swiftly adjusting their spirits. Under the guidance of Jules Wolfing, they made slight adjustments to the cannon. Bang, bang, bang. The ship trembled violently as the cannonballs were launched into the sky, one after another. At last, amidst a thunderous roar, a cannonball struck its target. A large hole was blasted open near the main mast of the armed sailing vessel, with splinters and shards of iron flying in all directions. Fueled by the flames, small fires began to ignite. A thunderous cheer erupted from all aboard the flying charge. After enduring relentless pursuit for over 10 days, with scarcely a chance to retaliate, the previous gloom that had hung over them seemed to evaporate with the impact of the cannonball. The jubilant shouts greatly invigorated the once-timid chef gunners, bolstering their strength to carry the can. "On balls, quick! Put out the fire! It will be troublesome if it reaches the mainsail." As the deckhands shouted, the crew of the armed sailing vessel doused the flames with the stored seawater. The eager gunners implored the captain, "Captain, we must counterattack. Why are we not retaliating?" The captain, in his 40s, gazed at the Spanish galleon ahead, like a mute person tasting bitter gall. With a sigh, he picked up a smoldering plank and, disregarding the astonished expressions of those around him, ignited the vessel's propulsion system sails. The frenzied chefs tirelessly loaded and fired cannonballs, seemingly deriving amusement from their relentless task. As the temporary gunner discharged a cannonball, he immediately urged the loader to continue working, while the makeshift loader cursed vehemently. "Where are the cannonballs? Why are there none? Hurry, bring over 10 boxes. No, 20 boxes." The main sail of the armed schooner swiftly descended, causing it to decelerate abruptly. Before long, it was left far behind by the two ships that were desperately pursuing it. The two armed vessels hastily retreated from the battlefield. In the distance, the setting sun relinquished its final rays, sinking into the vast expanse of the sea. Nightfall had arrived. Chapter 2. Battle in the Reef. A sharp metallic clang resonated through the air as Zhu Zhuofeng struck his sword against the already heated cannon, halting the frenzied bombardment of the chefs. The art of warfare lies in attacking the enemy's weakest points with one's strongest assets. However, this is merely a rudimentary principle. A true master of combat skillfully employs their own weaknesses to conquer the strengths of their foes. Zhu Zhuofeng propped his sword against the ground, leisurely observing the colossal warship charging towards him, his heart silently proclaiming, "Let these self-proclaimed rulers of the world experience the true might of strategy." "Your Excellency! Your Excellency!" Drake hastily approached from the bow, his footing precarious, urgency in his voice. "This is dire. The velocity seems to have entered the reef. I just consulted the nautical charts. We should be near the Madeira Islands. You must understand, Madeira is renowned for its volcanic terrain." Drake's face flushed crimson, being of peasant origin. He had ascended to his current position through immense toil. At Zhu Zhuofeng's prompting, enlightenment struck him. After a few seconds to gather his thoughts, he spoke with newfound composure. "Your Excellency, the volcanic eruptions of ancient times have left countless visible and hidden reefs in the vicinity, making navigation perilous here, especially at such high speed." Zhu Zhuofeng nodded in satisfaction, returning the sword to him. As he surveyed the surroundings under the veil of night, he remarked, "To be precise, we are in the waters near Deserta's Island. A century ago, 26 sailing ships were lost forever in this treacherous sea as Portugal sought to chart these waters." "What?" Drake trembled violently, his newly established composure shattering in an instant. Stammering, he said, "Could it be that you—" "Indeed, I intentionally lured the enemy into these waters." Zhu Zhuofeng gazed into the distance, seemingly attempting to catch sight of the island. "Drake, quietly sever the main mast's rigging, but be discreet. Do not let the enemy perceive us." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "What caused that small sailboat's mainsail to fall?" The Spanish officer promptly surveyed the situation through his telescope. The vessel, swift, had lost its propulsion, and its speed diminished immediately, relying solely on its foresail and inertia to advance. Although the night obscured visibility, the echoes of panic from Swift reached the officer's ears, despite being merely a few dozen meters away. "Excellent." The officer hurled the telescope to his lieutenant. Drawing his sword and commanding, "Full speed ahead, prepare the boarding party, and ready the men for battle." "Your Excellency," the lieutenant exclaimed anxiously, "we must ascertain our surroundings first." As he scanned the area, the occasional glimpse of a reef sent shivers down his spine. Damn it. Opportunities on the battlefield are fleeting. If the enemy repairs their mainsail, how long shall we wait to catch up with them? The officer glared fiercely at the lieutenant. Upon receiving the command, all personnel sprang into action. The chefs, ignited by the fervor of battle, disregarded their belongings, with two men hoisting a box of ammunition onto the lifeboat. Suddenly, the entire hull of Swift quaked violently, and all understood that they had struck a reef. However, as their speed had already dwindled to a minimum, the hole in the bottom of the vessel was not excessively large. There was ample time for everyone to board the lifeboats. The enemy ship had run aground. Caution, for this area is rife with reefs. An anomaly was detected aboard the nearby Spanish galleon. Abandon the side connections. Starboard, steer carefully to avoid the hidden reefs, or face court-martial. The officer, in his misguided confidence, hastily issued a command, inciting a silent fury among the crew. Naturally, if one could navigate carefully around reefs, they would not be deemed hidden. The Spanish galleon struggled to carve a path through the waters, yet at full speed. Even a slight turn required a buffer zone that led them deeper into the treacherous reefs. In a mere 10 seconds, the expressions of the crew transformed twice, as the vessel collided repeatedly within such a short distance, marking their perilous entrance into the heart of the reef cluster. Though the helmsman had unilaterally lowered the sails, a third collision was inevitable. The impact brought the galleon, now in a state of inertia, to a halt. Drake's eyes began to glisten for the distant galleon. The Velocity was now listing perilously. This vessel, which had accompanied him for nearly a decade, had transformed him from an obscure farmer into the captain of a fleet directly under the British Empire's sovereign. Despite having superior ships at his disposal, the flagship would always remain the Velocity. With a crisp salute, Drake bid farewell as the vessel, now severed in two, sank slowly beneath the waves. Zhu Wufeng patted Drake's shoulder and apologetically remarked, "I am sorry, Drake, for the loss of your flagship. However, I shall compensate you with a new one." With a gesture of his hand, he pointed towards the Spanish galleon, situated 100 meters from the site of the Flying Dutchman's demise. In a rare moment of jest, he remarked, "You may now bestow a name upon your new flagship." A sharp salute followed, this time directed at Zhu Wufeng. Drake replied solemnly, "There is no need for apologies, for it is your intervention that has preserved my life. However, what if I were to name that Spanish galleon the Inn? I trust you would not take issue with that, madam?" Zhu Wufeng regarded him with an enigmatic smile. No, Drake's gaze drifted towards the distant shores of England, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "It is my daughter. She has long desired for my flagship to bear her name, claiming that it would ensure I think of her constantly." "Very well, Drake, it is time for us to disembark," Zhu Wufeng interjected, rousing him from his reverie. "There awaits a horde of fierce adversaries on your flagship. If you wish for it to carry your daughter's name, you must steel yourself for the task ahead." 5 small lifeboats successfully transported 40 crew members to the shores of Deserters Island. "A bunch of fools. How could you navigate so poorly?" The officer bellowed in a fit of rage, his frustration boiling over. The continuous impacts had already compromised the vessel's hull. Had it not been for the galleon's state-of-the-art double-hulled construction, it would have surely sunk by now. Nevertheless, the influx of water had caused the ship to tilt precariously. Under the adept management of the first mate, the crew, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, fled to the cabin, employing a specialized drainage system to gradually expel the water. First mate. First mate." In such dire circumstances, the officer felt a flicker of regret, his conviction wavering. He turned to his aide for counsel, inquiring, "What do you suggest we do now?" The aide, though somewhat taken aback, replied with a degree of trepidation, "Your Excellency, we have 2 options. The first is to wait until the ship's hull is repaired and, using manpower, slowly maneuver the vessel out of this reef cluster, which will take at least 10 days. The second option is to land on that island, ensuring our safety." Upon hearing this, the officer's face brightened with a newfound resolve. He promptly commanded, "Then, dear aide, organize a team to land on the island. I shall await your report here." The aide, receiving the order, saluted respectfully, "Yes, Your Excellency," before swiftly moving to execute the command. Drake mused to himself, the enemy's next move will likely involve sending small boats for a landing. As thoughts of naming the majestic Spanish galleon after his daughter raced through his mind, Zhu Wufeng observed his contemplation with satisfaction. He sought not a mere subordinate who followed orders, but rather one who could stand independent and resolute. He stated, "Drake, I entrust the next steps to you. I am weary and shall take my rest now." With that, he disregarded Drake's eager expression, turning to gather a makeshift tent and venturing deeper into the island. Zhu Wufeng scanned his surroundings and, upon spotting a vantage point, ascended with agility. Along the way, he chanced upon a delightful little rabbit. The air was infused with a delicate fragrance, prompting Zhu Wufeng to curiously search for its source. Nearby, a peculiar grove of trees captured Zhu Wufeng's attention. The trees were not tall or particularly remarkable. Rather, it was the multitude of silvery white blossoms that shimmered faintly under the moonlight that drew him in. Zhu Wufeng produced a small knife, deftly skinning and defurring the rabbit he had caught, using a relatively new long branch to skewer it. Yet, his gaze remained fixed upon the distant figure of Drake below. He observed as Drake had positioned over a dozen men behind the rocks not far from the shore, each armed with a sharp blade. Meanwhile, nearly 30 others had retreated over 100 meters, dispersing, each carrying a rifle. Zhu Wufeng nodded, acknowledging the seasoned captain's tactical acumen. Such strategy was indeed conventional. However, "Drake, allow me to assist you." With that, he ignited a pile of collected twigs, fashioning a small grill, and contentedly placed the rabbit upon it. "Report, first mate. We are nearing the shore and have encountered no enemy presence," a sailor whispered nearby. The night breeze caressed the sea, stirring gentle ripples that lightly rocked the small boat. The first mate remained steadfast, gazing towards the distant bonfires that appeared particularly radiant against the night sky. "They say that roasting meat over laurel leaves imparts a uniquely delectable flavor. Those damn British swine are indulging themselves while we endure the cold here." A sailor seemed to notice the bonfire as well, muttering his complaints. In truth, While the temperature was slightly chilly, it hardly approached the level of freezing. Yet, it seemed impossible to quell the exaggerations of the disgruntled. "First mate, shall we charge forth? The British are engaged in a bonfire gathering. Let us catch them off guard." Others, upon hearing complaints, seemed to be incited. Consequently, nearly everyone advocated for a surprise attack. Some even clamored to seize the enemy's roasted meat, a notion sparked by the initial complainant's mouth-watering remarks. The first mate, initially pondering why the enemy appeared so lax, found his thoughts disrupted by the sailor's banner. He could only advise, "Approach the shore with caution. We shall land." Immediately, a murmur of suppressed excitement arose around them. "Alas, it's already medium rare. It won't be long before we can feast." Truly delicious, as expected. Zhu Zuofeng plunged his knife into the rabbit meat. Yet his gaze was fixed on those would-be ambushes who fancied themselves undetected. Over 50 enemies believed themselves to have landed unnoticed. One sailor, after scanning the surroundings, reported, "First mate, there are no enemies. Shall we ascend the mountain?" The first mate pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Leave 10 behind. The rest, arm yourselves and follow me." The 10 instantly perked up, each grasping their weapons to stand guard by the ship. It is hardly surprising, given that these sailors had been at sea for 8 consecutive days, deprived of any roasted delicacies. At this moment, it was already a feat not to salivate. The remaining 40 sailors, under the first mate's lead, stealthily advanced towards the bonfire site. Drake tightened his grip on the spear, eyeing the approaching foes, muttering, "Come forth, friends. It is time to avenge the more than 100 brothers who perished in the harbor of Seville." Others, too, gnashed their teeth in fury. "For ships." Yet only our own managed to escape. Not only that, we pursued relentlessly for thousands of miles. We shall not rest until our enemies are vanquished. Fire. Drake was the first to pull the trigger, taking down an adversary, swiftly reloading his weapon. In an instant, nearly 30 guns discharged simultaneously, their sharp reports echoing through the night sky. Immediately, 7 or 8 men fell lifeless to the ground. An ominous realization struck. There was an ambush. The Spanish sailors, realizing the peril, fired chaotically before retreating. At this moment, Drake and his comrades had already loaded their second round. Drake leaped forward, shouting, "Brothers, let us avenge our fallen comrades. Slay these treacherous Spanish dogs." Bang! Another bullet from Drake struck an enemy. The remaining men, invigorated by the call for vengeance, joined in the chorus of wrath. The bright moon, now shrouded by clouds, seemed reluctant to witness such bloodshed. Chapter 3. When the edge first emerges, the unique fragrance of laurel trees permeated through the smoke, infusing the roasted rabbit with an exquisite aroma. Truly delightful. Zhu Zuofeng tore off a perfectly cooked rabbit leg, savoring it slowly. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield below. The expression of enjoyment on his face was undisturbed by the fierce bloodshed, even as he witnessed the sacrifice of 3 of his own sailors. My lord. My lord." After instructing the sailors to tidy the battlefield, Drake hurriedly ascended. "Drake arrived just in time. How about sampling my culinary skills?" Zhu Zuofeng rose to his feet and tossed the untouched half of the rabbit meat over. Drake fumbled to catch it, his face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, "My lord, this battle has ended in resounding victory. We have seized 39 firearms and captured 9 enemies, who are currently undergoing interrogation." After speaking, he gazed eagerly at Zhu Zuofeng, seemingly awaiting further orders. "Indeed. Well done," Zhu Zuofeng said with a smile, patting his shoulder before turning to leave. "Drake, we must go. Do you not wish to know the identity of the illustrious commander of the enemy ship?" Drake hurriedly followed behind, suddenly exclaiming, "This roasted meat is exquisite. It surpasses even the royal banquets I have attended." "What?" Drake grasped a sailor who had rushed to report, his excitement evident. "Are you saying the enemy commander is the son of that scoundrel Donald?" "Oh, Donald?" At the mention of the name, Zhu Zuofeng was slightly taken aback. "Is he the Duke Donald, who claims to be the influential minister of Spain?" Drake's complexion turned ashen, and he spoke in a grave tone, "My lord, I implore you to grant me permission to board the enemy vessel immediately, to avenge our innocent brothers who have been slaughtered." Zhu Zuofeng regarded him coldly and retorted, "Very well. I hope I may have the opportunity to avenge you. Moreover, should you perish, I shall ensure that and is well cared for." As he spoke, he delivered a forceful shove that sent Drake tumbling. "Drake, stand up," Zhu Zuofeng commanded sharply, turning to leave. "If you wish to avenge your brothers and still desire to see and alive, then." Upon hearing this, Drake's entire body trembled as he leaped to his feet, stumbling forward in pursuit. A small boat was presently moored beneath the colossal Spanish galleon, where Drake and Zhu Zuofeng lay bloodied and bound within, their hands ensnared by ropes. Several British sailors, donning Spanish naval attire and armed with muskets, vigilantly monitored the Spanish sailor who had called out, ensuring he dared not make any sudden movements. After a brief interrogation, the Spanish sailor was allowed to ascend the galleon. "Where is that scoundrel?" Baron Tang Shiming, arriving in haste, was seething with rage, eager to exact vengeance on the foes who had ensnared him in this trap. "Report, Your Excellency the Baron, this battle has resulted in a resounding victory. We have slain 38 enemies and confiscated 40 firearms." The Spanish sailor, glancing helplessly at his musket, resigned himself to follow the preordained script. The increasingly elated Tang Shiming advanced, delivering fierce kicks to two individuals, bellowing, "Speak. Whose vile idea was it to lure my valiant Spanish soldiers to this cursed place?" Drake stifled a groan, internally cursing. "You foolish pig, you will soon learn the meaning of torment." Suddenly, Zhu Zuofeng let out a piercing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, exclaiming in terror, "No! Don't kill me. I will tell you everything." It was all the captain's scheme. His gaze darted towards Drake. Thus, Drake found himself subjected to a fresh round of brutal blows. After a considerable pause, Zhu Zuofeng finally gazed at Tang Shiming with a pleading expression. "My lord, I possess a secret that I must divulge to you. I hope you might spare my life." Tang Shiming hesitated in his torment of Drake, instinctively leaning closer as he softly replied, "If your secret pleases me, I shall grant you mercy." Fortunately, Tang Shiming understood that a secret is best kept known to as few as possible. Zhu Zuofeng licked his lips, his eyes shimmering with avarice. He leaned in even closer, whispering, "A gold mine." Initially repulsed by a foul odor, Tang Shiming froze upon hearing the words gold mine, his face instantly alight with exhilaration. In a swift motion, Zhu Zuofeng extracted his right hand from the loosely tied ropes. Seizing the moment of Tang Shiming's excitement, he pressed a small knife against the Baroness' neck. The sharp blade lightly pierced the delicate skin of the Baroness' fair throat. This series of actions transpired in the blink of an eye. Suddenly confronted with this unforeseen turn of events, Tang Shiming's expression shifted dramatically, and he felt the chilling sting at his neck as warm blood trickled down. In a state of sheer terror, he stammered, What are you doing?" At that moment, Drake had also managed to rise, grimacing as he rubbed his sore spots. He struck Tang Shiming in the waist with a forceful punch, laughing maniacally. "What are we doing? You really must be wondering what we could do. At most, we could slice you into 17 or 18 pieces and toss you into as many different seas. I assure you, the sharks would relish it." "Oh!" Tang Shiming cried out in agony, his face turning pale as he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. "My lord, if one does not wish to perish." Zhu Zuofeng tightened his grip slightly, the blade pressing further into his neck. He commanded the sailors to remain still. "I possess a dreadful flaw. When fear grips me, my hands tremble uncontrollably." Not far off, the sailors heard their commander's piercing scream and rushed over. Upon sensing a glimmer of hope for survival, Tang Shiming shouted urgently, "Everyone, stand still. Should anyone dare to move, I shall summon my father to annihilate your entire families." Damn it! Good intentions turned into a fool's errand. The Spanish sailors, who had come to the rescue, halted abruptly, their hearts seething with disdain. Yet they dared not voice their thoughts, for inciting the wrath of the Duke of Donald would not bode well. "Drake, lead the men to disarm everyone and take control of the Anne." Zhu Zuofeng intervened, preventing Drake from venting his frustration on Tang Shiming. "Yes, my lord." Though Drake longed to take action, he dared not disregard Zhu Zuofeng's orders. At that moment, a small boat arrived, carrying 20 English sailors. With this additional manpower, Drake managed to disarm the entire crew in less than half an hour. Following Zhu Zuofeng's prior instructions, they did not mistreat the captives, confining them at the stern of the ship. To discourage any desperate acts, they reassured the captives, stating that this incident was solely directed at Tang Shiming, and that all others would be released at the nearest port. "My lord, in this fierce battle, a single warship was seized, along with 23 sailors and 100 infantrymen, as well as 145 muskets." Furthermore, Drake revealed a peculiar smile, adding that they had also captured a baron of the Grand Spanish Empire. The surrounding English sailors erupted in laughter, glancing at Zhu Zuofeng with an involuntary look of respect in their eyes. Zhu Zuofeng slowly scanned the crowd, ultimately resting his gaze upon Drake. This 35-year-old man, weathered by years of sea winds, had been sculpted into a figure of iron. Yet, at that moment, he resembled a child, laughing heartily and embracing his fellow sailors. After a long while, Drake suddenly straightened his posture, parting the still exuberant sailors, and approached Zhu Zuofeng directly. With a sharp salute, he declared, I, Francis Drake, vow eternal loyalty to your excellency, Zhu Zhuofeng. The oath-taking ceremony was simple, yet Zhu Zhuofeng discerned a hidden fervor in his eyes. I, Stephen VII, vow eternal loyalty to your excellency, Zhu Zhuofeng. I, George Everless, vow eternal loyalty to your excellency, Zhu Zhuofeng. I, Andrew Crozier, vow eternal loyalty to your excellency, Zhu Zhuofeng. The roaring tide of cheers swiftly drowned out Zhu Zhuofeng's speech. Now, we must all labor diligently to carefully extract the ant from this treacherous reef. Then we shall stride boldly towards our land of gold. This was the final sentence spoken by Zhu Zhuofeng. Oh, the sailors erupted in exuberant shouts. Drake, Zhu Zhuofeng called him over, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You are now the new captain of the Anne. I am confident that little Annie will be immensely proud of you. Zhu Zhuofeng halted Drake's expressions of gratitude, adopting a serious demeanor as he instructed, Captain Drake, your current mission is to navigate the ship to the harbor of Madeira. I am weary and shall retire for a while. Yes, sir, Drake replied solemnly, saluting, seemingly oblivious to the enormity of the task ahead. In his heart, even if ordered to assault the Spanish Empire at that moment, he would accept the mission without hesitation. Zhu Zhuofeng gazed through the cabin window at his subordinates tirelessly working around the ship in lifeboats, finally exhaling in relief. Suddenly, he looked up into the distance and whispered, Grandfather Gao, I shall fulfill your last wish and scatter your ashes in the great river known as the Yangtze. The Yangtze? The Yangtze? What manner of river are you? That you would remain in Grandfather Gao's thoughts for a lifetime? I long to behold the Yangtze at once. On the 8th day, the Inn finally shed its tortoise-like pace. After navigating past the last hidden reef, it regained its former grace. The sails billowed with the wind, propelling the vessel toward the nearby harbor of Madeira like a moving fortress. The cheers faded into the background, and a weary yet exhilarated Drake exclaimed, Sir, we have finally set forth. Given the current wind speed, we shall reach the harbor of Madeira in approximately half a day's time. Drake removed the water pouch tied to his waist and extended it to Zhu Zhuofeng. After Zhu Zhuofeng had taken his sip, he lightly savored the taste before saying, Very well, I entrust this matter to you. Captain Drake, trouble is brewing. A sailor rushed in, breathless and exclaiming, The Spanish prisoners are in an uproar. Zhu Zhuofeng could not help but be taken aback. This fellow had unwittingly echoed his own words back at him to reprimand his subordinate. George, after being chastised by Drake, regained a measure of composure and stammered, Lord Zhu Zhuofeng, Lord Drake, that Tang Shiming is inciting the sailors to revolt. As Zhu Zhuofeng and Drake approached the ship's hold where the prisoners were confined, they could hear the commotion, and indeed, there was a leader among them persistently provoking the others. The subordinate crew members, armed and stationed outside, struggled to maintain order without explicit orders to fire. Without uttering a word, Zhu Zhuofeng strode forward, seized a long gun, and fired a shot into the air, momentarily restoring some semblance of control. He declared, Spanish sailors, I have good news for you. Our vessel is about to enter the port of Madeira, and you shall soon attain your freedom. In just a few sentences, he dismantled the prisoners' reasons for their unrest. After the crowd fell silent, Zhu Zhuofeng shrugged and added, However, should any of you wish to remain aboard the and as a captive, you would be most welcome. A cheer erupted from the prisoners, having been granted freedom. No one was inclined to rebel any longer. My lord, Drake whispered from the side, Are we truly going to release these Spanish sailors? My brethren, Drake, you shall organize them into groups of 5. Now, commence and lead them to the deck. Excluding Tang Shiming, include another messenger. A glint of coldness flickered in Zhu Zhuofeng's eyes. Kill. Drake trembled at the command, yet was reminded of the over 100 fallen brothers. He turned and called out cheerfully, Everyone, please form an orderly line. Due to port restrictions, only 5 may depart at a time. Do not rush. Everyone shall be free to go. No sooner had he spoken than the captured sailors began to stir restlessly, eager to be among the first to leave, including Tang Shiming. It was only after Drake's forceful suppression that they complied and lined up as instructed. Zhu Zhuofeng turned towards the deck, slowly closing his eyes. Grandfather Gao, I cannot become the hero you envisioned. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. This ancient Chinese saying you never imparted to me. Yet I discovered it myself in the Han Shu of my lord. For the sake of my ideals, I shall shatter any obstacle that stands in my way. His fists clenched, producing a crackling sound. Chapter 4. Extortion and Fraud. Zhu Zhuofeng gazed at the sun rising on the horizon, the sea breeze billowing his outer garment. while the crisp cries of seabirds heralded the end of a tranquil night. "No, I do not wish to die." From the stern of the ship, a desperate wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoed. "Please, I beg you. Your Excellency, the task has been completed." Drake, with bloodshot eyes, approached Zhu Zhuofeng. Even in the face of an enemy, such carnage must weigh heavily on his conscience. "Drake, do you believe me to be cruel?" Zhu Zhuofeng averted his gaze from the passing seabirds and turned to fixate intently on his first subordinate. Drake's expression flickered slightly, and he replied somewhat awkwardly, "Indeed. Yet, should it be your command, even if it entails the slaughter of a city, I would execute it without hesitation." "You appear fatigued. Take some rest," Zhu Zhuofeng remarked, noticing a profound weariness in his eyes. "I shall manage the ensuing matters." After acknowledging with a nod, Drake respectfully departed. Despite the relentless days without respite, his stride exhibited the steadiness and vigor of a seasoned sailor. Zhu Zhuofeng couldn't help but inwardly commend himself for having acquired such a capable subordinate. "George, signal that we are the Spanish Royal Navy and request entry to port for repairs." Standing at the bow, he lowered the telescope from his eyes. George and several other sailors promptly ascended the lookout, brandishing flags to convey their identity to the nearby port of Madeira. As Zhu Zhuofeng, accompanied by 20 soldiers clad in Spanish naval uniforms, disembarked at the docks, the governor of Madeira, having received word of their arrival, hastened to greet them. Upon encountering the rare sight of yellow skin, he momentarily displayed astonishment, only to quickly regain his composure and greet them with a broad smile. "Welcome, Your Excellency. Please state your title so that we may extend the finest hospitality." In response to the old fox's probing tone, Zhu Zhuofeng shot him a sidelong glance, then cast his eyes skyward, replying haughtily, "I am the retainer of His Highness, Baron Tangshiming, son of Duke Donald." The governor of Madeira cursed inwardly. "Damn it. You Spaniards are truly remarkable. Even a mere attendant dares to dismiss me." However, despite the reprimands, Donald is well aware that he would not dare offend me, even if he had tenfold the courage. Thus, I feigned a smile and said, "Ah, it turns out to be you. May I inquire where Your Excellency the Baron is at this moment?" I have long admired the Baroness' esteemed reputation. I humbly request my elder brother to facilitate an introduction. As I spoke, I discreetly slipped a pouch into his hand. Upon a subtle squeeze, I discovered it contained gold coins, at least 10. I tucked it away into my pocket and finally fixed my gaze upon the governor, offering a friendly smile. "Your Excellency, you are too kind. I shall certainly speak well of you. However, the Baron has been worn out from the intense pursuit of fugitives and has requested that I prepare a resting place for him." At that moment, although Portugal and Spain were strategic allies, the Spanish Navy's unmatched prowess rendered their relationship one of dominance and subservience. Thus, when a Portuguese governor encountered the son of the Spanish Minister of State, it was only natural for him to approach. The governor of Madeira immediately understood. Realizing that this attendant was a trusted confidant of the Baron, he promptly embraced Zhu Zhuofeng's shoulder warmly, exclaiming, "Ah, I have long heard of the Baroness' illustrious achievements. It is indeed my great fortune to meet you. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once, rest assured. It will be handled meticulously. I have heard that Nordic girls are quite beautiful. I am grateful for Your Excellency's assistance." Zhu Zhuofeng replied with an understanding smile. "The Baron will surely convey Your Excellency's contributions to the royal family of the Portuguese Empire." They both shared a hearty laugh, exchanging knowing glances. George and his companions donned the attire of Spanish sailors, escorting the pallid Tangshiming down from the ship. The 10 firearms behind them cast a menacing gaze, rendering anyone unable to maintain a semblance of composure. Although the governor of Madeira felt a surge of impatience within, he dared not offend the Baroness' confidant nor disturb the Baroness' repose. Thus, he acquiesced and hastily urged his subordinates to arrange the finest accommodations. The Madeira Islands, once uninhabited, boast a temperate climate year-round, exceptional natural conditions, and are renowned for their breathtaking scenery. Here, one can witness majestic volcanic craters, tumultuous waterfalls, and the gentle elegance of laurel blossoms, which are a notable feature. Since being first occupied by the Portuguese over a century ago, these islands have been celebrated as the Garden of the Atlantic. This structure, imbued with a rich Portuguese flavor, was reportedly overseen by the illustrious Prince Henry, a famed navigator in Portuguese history. Numerous distinguished figures have graced its halls. Upon opening the ornate glass windows, one is met with the sight of a waterfall cascading into a pool, generating a refreshing mist that envelopes one in a cool embrace. "Your Excellency, it appears the environment here is quite agreeable," Zhu Zhuofeng remarked, striding towards the corner where the cowering Tangshiming stood, narrowing his eyes with a smirk. To have your dismembered body cast into that waterfall would indeed be an elegant affair. At these words, Tang Shiming trembled uncontrollably, unable to meet his gaze, and stammered in a plea, Please spare me. I will give you whatever you desire." He had been a bystander during the massacre of over 100 Spanish sailors. "Oh? Then do tell." Zhu Zuofeng affectionately draped an arm around his shoulder and, with a friendly smile, inquired, "I wonder how much His Grace, Duke Donald, would be willing to pay for your ransom?" Ah. Upon hearing this, Tang Shiming's spirits soared. Such a tone suggested he might yet have a chance at survival. He eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Any amount will suffice, any amount at all." "What? 100,000 gold coins?" Tang Shiming gasped, rising in protest. "That is far too much. It is simply impossible." "Haha, my dear Shiming, you underestimate your own worth," Zhu Zuofeng retorted, brandishing a small knife and gesturing menacingly. "If that seems excessive, 90,000 will do, but you will have to sacrifice your right hand to the pool. Should that still feel too high, 1,000 gold coins will suffice. You could spend your days in bed, attended to by others, a rather enviable fate, indeed." Tang Shiming felt a chill sweep over him, his body trembling uncontrollably as he collapsed onto the ground, murmuring, 100,000, 100,000 gold coins. Zhu Zuofeng meticulously read through the letter Tang Shiming had pinned to his family, nodding in satisfaction as he patted his shoulder. "Are you certain you do not require a token, perhaps an ear or something similar?" "Governor," called the tall, slender steward as he hurried over, "the banquet is prepared. Shall we summon the Baron at once?" The governor took a couple of steps forward, replying, "Yes, please do so promptly." However, as the steward turned to leave, he called after him, "I shall go personally. Prepare 1,000 gold coins for me." With that, he set off directly toward the Baroness' quarters. What a fortuitous encounter. "Indeed, Your Excellency." Upon encountering the governor approaching, Zhu Zuofeng affectionately linked arms with him, inquiring whether he would be inclined to undertake a significant task of great merit. The governor's face brightened immediately at the suggestion, responding eagerly, "At your behest, my dear brother." With a smile, Zhu Zuofeng produced a letter, and they whispered conspiratorially to one another. The governor's demeanor became increasingly buoyant, expressing gratitude for the brother's support. "Such an accomplishment, I implore you, do not assign it to your subordinates." Zhu Zuofeng regarded the governor's foolish expression with disdain, musing to himself that should the governor handle it personally, he might not even comprehend the peril that awaited him. "My Lord Baron, the governor requests your presence at the evening banquet," Zhu Zuofeng called from outside the door. Upon hearing a response, he entered, closing the door behind him, and whispered, "Brother Tang Shiming, do not attempt any tricks. The governor is, in essence, my own man." Tang Shiming trembled, a glint of seething resentment flickering in his eyes. 1,000 gold coins in bribes had already been intercepted by Zhu Zuofeng, finding their way directly into his own pocket. After 2 days of repairs, the inn had been restored to its former glory, and all supplies for the sea voyage had been replenished. Standing at the bow of the inn, Zhu Zuofeng waved farewell to the increasingly distant governor, expressing his gratitude. At that moment, the fully restored vessel sailed steadily from the harbor of Madeira. "We currently possess 3,000 gold coins, 200 barrels of fresh water, and 200 barrels of provisions. With our present crew, we can sustain our journey for 2 months under normal circumstances. Your Excellency, please indicate our destination," Drake reported, holding a ledger at the side. "Drake, have you ever ventured to the east?" Zhu Zuofeng lifted his gaze towards the east, deep in contemplation. "The east?" Drake shook his head in confusion and inquired, "Are you referring to Arabia?" "No, further east, to the land known as Huaxia. It is said that the royal family's most treasured luxury, silk, originates from Huaxia." A veil of mystery seemed to enshroud Zhu Zuofeng's eyes, rendering them inscrutable. "I have heard it is a beautiful place, abundant with gold," he mused. Drake's eyes sparkled at the mention of silk. "I once beheld silk at Her Majesty's court. It is a fabric so soft and smooth, it feels almost like wearing air. If I were to acquire a piece, little Annie would be overjoyed. However, such treasures are not easily procured, even with wealth. My lord, might it be possible to reach there by sea?" At this moment, Drake's curiosity was piqued, and he suggested, "If one could still weave lies under such circumstances, I would commend his audacity." Zhu Zuofeng laughed heartily. "Let us embark and witness the splendor of the golden land under Spanish dominion. We shall also transport some gold to England. For after having made an enemy of the mighty Spain, we must secure a stronghold." The crew sprang into action with remarkable speed, and within a minute, the grand vessel, Annie, altered its course, cleaving through the azure waves towards the west. At this juncture, due to Columbus's discovery of the fabled Indies. The Spanish royal family had reaped substantial benefits, having transported gold over 40 times within a mere few years. Meanwhile, Tang Ximing occasionally commanded the Spanish galleon, drifting along the coastal waters while engaging in relatively harmless missions to enhance his military achievements. Drake possessed a meticulously crafted navigation chart of the Indian route, made from dried sheepskin, which was quite exquisite. Following Columbus's 2 extensive explorations, the route had been optimized. Of course, the immediate task at hand was to slightly deviate from the established path to avoid any potential conflict with the Spanish fleet. After a day of smooth sailing, the night descended once more. Note, this novel is not a historical account, and its content diverges significantly from actual events. Readers are advised not to delve too deeply into the details. Thank you. Chapter 5. Crossing the Atlantic. Knock, knock. 2 crisp knocks echoed through the air. Zhu Zhuofeng awoke with a start, quickly leaping out of bed to open the door. Upon seeing the visitor, he sighed in relief, exclaiming, "Ah, it's you." Drake approached the table and placed freshly baked bread and water upon it, saying, "Let us first have something to eat. It has just come out of the oven." Zhu Zhuofeng nodded, hastily washing up. He devoured the bread and water with little care, inquiring, "What is the situation now?" "Excellent." Drake's recent eating and living habits have returned to normal, and he appeared significantly healthier. We are proceeding smoothly along our planned route. Regarding the modification of the bow cannon position you mentioned yesterday, I have already discussed it with my technically adept companions. We can commence work today, and I hope you will join me to take a look. Having finished the last bite of bread, Zhu Zhuofeng rose and declared, "Let us go and see together." The newly arrived sailors busied themselves with fervor. 2 workers at the bow were meticulously measuring the cannon with their rulers, occasionally whispering to one another. Upon noticing Zhu Zhuofeng and Drake approaching, they promptly bowed in respectful greeting. "There should be no difficulties, I presume?" Zhu Zhuofeng inquired, taking the large blueprint from their hands. He examined it closely and remarked, "This is precisely it. The cannon's angle can achieve a full 360 degrees. We must not repeat the mistakes of our adversaries. Let's work diligently." Drake also offered his encouragement. After a brief discussion, the 2 workers commenced their labor, transforming the ship's bow. Unfamiliar with the task at hand, Drake picked up navigational instruments such as a sextant and positioned himself near the ship's prow to take measurements. He busied himself with sketches. A habitual indulgence of his, he always preferred to draw his own nautical charts, even when ready-made ones were available. Zhu Zhuofeng refrained from interrupting him, having already sailed across the vast expanse of the Atlantic for 5 days. Had this been prior to Columbus's transatlantic voyage, no one would have dared to undertake such a journey, for geographers were firmly convinced that the ocean's edge led to an abyss of unfathomable depths, the very end of the world. After exchanging smiles and greetings with the sailors, Zhu Zhuofeng reclined alone at the stern, allowing the gentle sunlight to caress him while the soft sea breeze enveloped him. He gradually closed his eyes, and a figure materialized in his mind, a girl clad in a green dress, her cascading hair flowing like a waterfall, shimmering with a faint golden glow under the sun's rays. With sapphire-like eyes shimmering, she approached him with a gentle smile. "Zhuofeng, you've come?" she sweetly inquired. Zhuofeng felt a flush creep upon his face as he timidly replied, "Yes, Mississippi." Yet, his heart raced with exhilaration. She had finally arrived. He had invested a great deal of thought into this meeting, mustering the courage to invite her here. To his astonishment, she had indeed come, adorned in such exquisite attire. "Zhuofeng, do you like me?" the girl in green asked with a light smile, brushing her golden hair aside, its waves cascading beautifully. Zhuofeng, momentarily entranced, felt a rush of sweetness surge within him and found himself unwittingly confessing, "Yes, Miss Jenny, I like you." Jenny's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly closed her eyes, leaning forward with her lips slightly parted. At that moment, Zhuofeng's heartbeat was so loud he felt it might echo in his ears. Unable to contain the joy swelling within him, trembling, he leaned in to kiss her. Suddenly, a powerful force struck his back, propelling him forward and unintentionally pinning Jenny beneath him. A sweet taste filled his throat, followed by a spurt of blood staining Jenny's green dress crimson. After a startled cry, Jenny pushed Zhuofeng away with all her might and retreated to the side. "How dare you? Miss Jenny is someone you, a mere servant, could ever like?" A boy of about 17 stood behind them, brandishing a stick and glaring fiercely. A few other boys of similar age loomed behind him, casting sidelong glances at the fallen Zhuofeng. "Paul, you!" Zhuofeng glared at him, a mix of anger and shock flooding his features. But before he could utter more, another spurt of blood escaped his lips. With fervor, Paul wielded the stick, tauntingly declaring, "You, a mere slave, dare to utter my name." Zhu Zhuofeng, enduring relentless blows, shielded his vital areas with his hands, urgently imploring, "Miss, you must flee. My own fate matters not. I cannot allow you to suffer even a scratch." In a moment of desperation, Zhu Zhuofeng let out a cry, summoning all his strength to shove Jenny away forcefully. "Run! Hurry! Call for the young master." Taken aback by Zhu's unexpected resilience despite the brutal assault, Jenny stumbled and fell awkwardly, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. Embarrassed, she scrambled to her feet and stomped in indignation, exclaiming, "What have you done? You've sullied my new dress and knocked me down. Paul, strike him. Hit him hard," she demanded. At that moment, Zhu's footing faltered, and he staggered back, his face drained of color as disbelief washed over him. "Fool! Do you truly believe Jenny would ever be interested in a slave like you? How utterly absurd!" Paul mocked, his laughter laced with derision. "Oh, dear Miss Jenny, pray, marry me, your illustrious slave." Others chimed in, their voices dripping with sarcasm. Suddenly, the sound of the sticks slicing through the air resounded behind him, and Paul cackled. "This is merely a game to alleviate our boredom. Do you understand, yellow-skinned slave?" Zhu Zhuofeng, struck as if by a thunderbolt, stood frozen, even as the stick connected with his back, rendering him numb, as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. A haunting realization coursed through his mind. "She never loved me at all. It turns out you were merely toying with me. Grandfather Gao." Zhu Zhuofeng sat up in a daze, exclaiming, "I simply cannot believe it. Though I am but a servant, we have grown up together since childhood. How could this be? Useless wretch." Grandfather Gao's face turned pale with anger, his hands and feet trembling. "How many times must I tell you? As citizens of our glorious nation, we must always stand tall and proud." Ignoring his injuries, Zhu Zhuofeng struggled to rise. "I still refuse to believe it. I must inquire with her once more." With that, he stumbled toward the door. Suddenly, a blond boy with flowing hair rushed in with astonishing speed, and the two collided before they could evade. "Ouch!" Zhu Zhuofeng gasped, falling to the ground. "Zhuofeng, are you all right?" the blond boy exclaimed, quickly helping Zhu Zhuofeng to his feet. Upon seeing he was unhurt, he scolded, "Look at you. Your injuries are not yet healed. Why are you wandering about? Lie down at once. I brought you a roast goose to replenish your strength." He placed a roast goose wrapped in oiled paper on the table, smiling as he greeted Grandfather Gao. "Less of that. How many times must I say it? Just call me John." John pressed his hand to his forehead, sighing in relief. "Fortunately, you have no fever. With a month or two of rest, you will fully recover." "My goodness, how did you get involved with those ruffians?" He deftly covered Zhu Zhuofeng with a blanket. Zhu Zhuofeng let out a slight sound, his lips moving, yet ultimately, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Shaking his head, he remarked, "I do not know. Perhaps they simply find me unlikable. Those despicable racists." John slammed his fist vehemently against the bed's edge, exclaiming, "One day, they shall regret having crossed us. If I had not arrived in time, you would have been beaten to a pulp. Hey, how could I dare? What would I tell you upon your awakening?" He replied, "I secured the top position in the recent maritime navigation simulation exam," John said with a smug grin. "But that is because you were not present. Otherwise, the first place would undoubtedly have been yours again. Father truly possesses foresight, placing you alongside me in the Royal Naval Academy. John, you are aware that I merely entered as your attendant, and my grades do not factor into my record. You remain the first," Zhu Zhuofeng stated. "Your abilities surpass mine. Perhaps upon my graduation, I may even ascend to the rank of captain. At that time, you shall serve as my first officer. In truth, you would be the captain behind the scenes." As John spoke with pride, he could not help but slap Zhu Zhuofeng's shoulder with enthusiasm, causing Zhu to wince in pain. "Hey, are you attempting to murder me?" Zhu exclaimed. "I am referring to the first officer. Why are you so fragile? I shall impose 100 push-ups as punishment. You are doing this on purpose, fully aware that I am on the brink of collapse. I am merely teaching you that one must never lower their guard against an adversary, regardless of the circumstances." My lord," Drake called out to Zhu Zhuofeng, who had been standing nearby for quite some time. He observed the myriad of emotions on Zhu's face, oscillating between anger and a smile. The weather was exceedingly unpredictable, as if something untoward had transpired. Thus, I urgently called out, "Ah!" Zhu Zhuofeng abruptly sat up. "John." Upon discerning that it was Drake, a faint flicker of disappointment crossed his face. "Oh, it's you, Drake." "Indeed, my lord. I have seen you lying here for quite some time and feared that something might have happened to you," Drake replied with genuine concern. Zhu Wufeng rose, brushed himself off, and shook his head. Nothing is amiss, merely reminiscing about some events from many years past. By the way, Drake, nothing unusual has occurred, has it? As he spoke, his gaze wandered, only to realize that the once brilliant sun had quietly slipped behind the clouds. Indeed, the weather has shifted slightly. However, from my experience, I believe we shall not encounter a severe storm, Drake noted, evidently already attuned to the change in weather, a skill ingrained in those who make their living at sea. Perpetually alert to the whims of nature. The wind is rising. A sailor on the lookout shouted, and a gust of strong wind swept in. The sail hands sprang into action, adjusting the angle of the sails, while Drake and several crew members swiftly inspected the rigging to ensure its safety. The helmsman in the cabin was tense, gripping the wheel with all his might to maintain control. The wind could propel a ship forward, but it could just as easily lead to its demise. The powerful gust met the resistance of the sails, propelling the vessel forward with great speed, causing the ship to shudder violently. Zhu Wufeng stood at the bow, instructing the craftsmen to halt their work for the day, his eyes gazing out at the vast ocean, influenced by the force of the wind. The waves crashed with even greater ferocity, relentlessly colliding against the hull, sending sprays of water several meters into the air. Ah, how exhilarating! The strong wind, infused with the dampness of the sea, enveloped him, sweeping away his troubles and alleviating the lingering gloom within Zhu Wufeng. Chapter 6. The Calm Before the Storm. If we maintain this speed, we shall reach the marked point on the map in less than 5 days. Drake exclaimed excitedly, continuously fiddling with the sextant in his hands, cross-referencing it with the nautical chart. What a delightful thought. Zhu Wufeng pushed back the hair obstructing his vision and secured it with a thin cord, fashioning it into a ponytail. Such fortunate circumstances, if they last a day, would be a blessing. However, the helmsman should remain vigilant. One can never predict a sudden change in the weather. To his surprise, it turned out that the gentleman was rather handsome. Drake responded with a smile, unable to resist complimenting the ponytail. Zhu Wufeng, taller than most, though not conventionally handsome, had well-defined features. Clad in a fitted trench coat, he exuded a certain charisma. Zhu Wufeng felt a strong urge to scold him, but suddenly, the lookout tower blared an alarm. Startled, Zhu Wufeng and Drake dashed to the ship's side, retrieving their binoculars to scan the surroundings. Due to the dim conditions, it took a while to make out a distant silhouette. A sailboat. Zhu Wufeng inhaled sharply, passing the binoculars to Drake while indicating the direction. Drake swiftly surveyed the situation, setting down the telescope and turning to address his superior. Sir, 6 vessels are approximately 3,000 meters to port. The darkness obscures their nationality and type. I wonder if they have detected our presence. Drake extinguished the illumination. Judging by their course, it appears they have not yet noticed us. We shall manage until nightfall, came the response. Zhu Wufeng gripped the ship's railing, his voice low and resolute. Avoid them. Do not engage. Yes, sir. Drake promptly complied, and the last flicker of light in the helm vanished. The wind seemed to intensify, and ominous clouds loomed overhead. The vessel swayed more violently. Damn it. I hope the weather doesn't change. Zhu Wufeng muttered as he glanced up at the darkening sky. Given the current circumstances, a storm seemed inevitable. However, it appeared it would not be overly severe. A rumble of thunder echoed, and a sailor stationed in the lookout tower shouted down, "Enemy ships have spotted us." A jolt of anxiety coursed through Zhu Wufeng, and he hurried to the helm. Utilizing the command system, he issued a series of orders. In swift succession, the sailors at their posts sprang into action. Adjustments to the sails angles and tension gradually reduced the ship's speed to a steady pace, allowing the helmsman to maintain a more stable control of the vessel. Gusts of wind mixed with raindrops lashed against the ship, creating a cacophony of sound on the deck. The Inn struggled to carve an arc through the tumultuous waves, veering away from its original course and heading into the distance. A powerful gust swept through, causing the colossal vessel, the Inn, to sway from side to side. News from the lookout tower indicated that the enemy ships had completed their course adjustments and were now heading towards the Inn, albeit at a rather leisurely pace. Zhu Wufeng offered a few words of encouragement to the sailors before, undeterred by the drenching rain, he ascended directly to the lookout tower. Raindrops trickled down the lenses of the telescope, impairing visibility. The enemy ships appeared only as distant black dots. Although the weather was not characterized by violent storms, full-speed navigation was still out of the question. At this moment, Zhu Wufeng let out a slight sigh of relief. This mild tempest, while presenting some challenges, had allowed him to evade a dire situation. Had the weather been fair, Encountering 6 enemy vessels would have left him with little hope of escape. The Spanish galleon, despite its reputation as an invincible sailing fortress, was slower than smaller vessels due to its sheer weight, and if ensnared, the consequences would be dire. Following a thunderous rumble, the rain intensified. The Inn was compelled to reduce its speed once more. Should the sails be overstrained, the mast and rigging could easily succumb to the pressure. "Wonderful!" exclaimed the sailor on lookout, jumping with excitement as he pointed into the distance. "It seems the enemy vessels have halted. Truly, God is merciful." Another sailor quickly tucked Zhu Zuofeng's telescope into his clothing to dry it off before returning it to him, shielding the lens from the rain with his own sailor's coat. At this moment, Zhu Zuofeng's telescope finally served its intended purpose. Through the dense raindrops, the distant enemy fleet, shrouded in a hazy appearance, seemed indeed to have come to a standstill. It was likely that they should employ a technique to connect their ships. Lowering the telescope, he could not help but exhale softly. It appeared that the enemy vessels were inferior to the Anne. Although the Anne was moving sluggishly, it could still manage to navigate, thanks to its massive hull. Alas, is there no battle to be fought? The cook, delivering food, wore a look of disappointment. "I was hoping to indulge in the thrill of bombarding enemy ships once more." Drake nearly fainted upon hearing this. After much effort to evade the enemy amidst this inclement weather, this war-hungry individual was lamenting the lack of conflict. "Simmons, do not fret. We have already offended the Spanish royal family. Are we to fear a future devoid of battles?" Unexpectedly, Zhu Zuofeng comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. "Perhaps you should learn a thing or two about artillery from George and the others, so that when manpower is scarce, you can lend a hand." Upon receiving his leader's support, Simmons exclaimed with excitement. He reached into his pocket and produced a bottle of red wine, handing it to Zhu Zuofeng with pride. "This is a Bordeaux red wine I have cherished for many years, my lord. Take it to ward off the chill." Almost everyone's eyes were fixed on that bottle of wine, their faces awash with longing, and even Drake was no exception. "Drake, while the wind and rain have yet to intensify, let us make haste for 2 hours at sea." Zhu Zuofeng glanced at their disappointed expressions and stated earnestly, "In 2 hours, aside from those necessary for their posts, everyone else should gather in the dining hall. We must extend our gratitude to His Excellency, Baron Tang Shiming, for bringing aboard 10 entire cases of exquisite red wine." "Oh!" A chorus of cheers erupted among the crowd. It is well known that the 3 most cherished elements in the lives of seafarers are fine wine, beautiful women, and the vast ocean. Duke Donald, having joined the Spanish Navy at the tender age of 25, has now dedicated 3 decades to this noble pursuit. 30 years is no trifling span of time. Within it, countless transformations can occur, such as the ascent of an obscure sailor to a position of unparalleled authority, or the metamorphosis of youth into middle age. Duke Donald is a connoisseur of life's pleasures, well-versed in the entertainments of the aristocracy. Yet, his greatest passion remains power. Those who have tasted the intoxicating allure of power find themselves ensnared, akin to addiction to opium, unable to escape its grasp, with their cravings only intensifying. Suddenly, a beautifully crafted glass tumbler shattered upon the floor, sending crimson-hued vintage wine mingling with shards of glass cascading across the room, staining the pristine white wool carpet. The ever-watchful butler, Toes, felt a pang of concern in his chest and hurriedly approached. Bowing, he inquired, "Your Grace, has something gone amiss?" "Humph." Donald cast a fleeting glance at this loyal steward who had served him for 20 years and tossed the letter he held into his hands. He was acutely aware that his reason had been overtaken by fury, and he was in dire need of the sage counsel of this astute butler. Tos swiftly perused the letter, his expression darkening as he exclaimed, "Those damn British swine. Throw that cursed messenger into the sea to feed the fish." Duke Donald bellowed. Fully aware that at 55 years of age, he had but one son, he relied entirely on him to inherit his legacy. Yet now he had been abducted by the vile British swine. "My lord, calm your fury." Tos gestured outside, summoning a maid who promptly brought forth a glass of red wine. Donald seized the glass and downed its contents in one swift motion, striving to regain his composure. He placed the empty glass back on the tray and said in a low voice, "Tos, share your thoughts." Tos waved away the maid and, after gathering his thoughts, remarked, "The messenger is the son of Governor Vyson of Madeira. If Vyson were to grasp the entirety of this situation, he would likely refrain from sending his son to such peril." "Humph," Donald scoffed, pacing to the wall where a world map hung, his gaze fixed on the depicted geography. "The Portuguese are nothing but foolish swine, allowing themselves to occupy Madeira, this strategic stronghold, without contest. In my view, It would be wiser to cultivate Vison's favor rather than offend him. This messenger must have been deceived by the British swine, believing he was performing a great service. Which explains why he sent his son to ingratiate himself with us. This indicates a genuine inclination towards our cause. TOS followed closely behind Donald, his eyes fixed on the Duke's retreating figure. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a silver gleam crossed the map, marking the Madeira region with a cross. At that moment, Donald sheathed his sword and turned to TOS, asking, "What plans do you have regarding Sheeming?" Thus, it appears highly probable that a full-scale war with Britain is imminent. Donald slowly seated himself upon the mahogany and jade chair, his countenance reflective. "My lord, with the might of our Spanish Empire, vanquishing the British would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Furthermore, given the avaricious nature of those British swine, they have undoubtedly procured the maritime charts of India from the young master and are aware of our gold sources. They would not let such an opportunity slip by. Consequently, locating them should prove to be quite a simple task." "Indeed, my lord," TOS replied, breaking into a cold sweat. He hastily retreated a couple of steps, bowing as he said, "I shall attend to this matter immediately." "Wait, let that young fellow Sheeming handle this affair," Donald asserted, straightening his posture, his eyes revealing a hint of complexity. "What, my lord?" TOS stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, and exclaimed, "You mean that lad? He is notoriously known for offending everyone." "TOS, do you harbor any doubts regarding my words?" Donald's gaze turned icy. "Let him oversee this matter. Do you understand?" TOS, drenched in cold sweat, nodded vigorously and took his leave. Once outside the Duke's residence, he finally exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Cheers. The sound of clinking glasses resonated harmoniously in the ears of the sailors, an exquisite melody indeed. "Goodness!" George exclaimed, downing a glass of pure red wine and smacking his lips in satisfaction. "I've never tasted such a marvelous and exquisite red wine. That young Tang Sheeming certainly knows how to indulge. Where on earth did he acquire such fine wine?" With a resounding slap, Drake struck his head, jesting. "If your father were the foremost Duke of Realpolitik in England, I assure you, you could use this fine red wine as mouthwash every day." The surrounding sailors erupted in laughter. George rubbed his sore head, swiftly snatching the half-bottle of red wine from Drake's grasp, pouring himself a generous glass. Taking a slight sip and closing his eyes in enjoyment, he declared, "My father is but a true English country farmer, who has never even set foot in London. Rather than relying on him, it would be wiser to count on Lord Juswuffing. Let us not forget that he saved our lives, at the very least. This moment is a gift from him. Would you not agree?" "Indeed, you speak the truth, George." The sailors nodded in agreement. Were it not for Juswuffing, they might not even have survived to this day, and this exquisite wine would likely be beyond their means to acquire. What does it mean to cherish this moment? As long as we follow Lord Juswuffing, a future filled with untold riches awaits us. Drake pried George's fingers from the bottle and took a swig straight from it. "Come, let us toast to our Lord. Cheers." Almost everyone raised their glasses, eager to honor Juswuffing. Rising to his feet, Juswuffing clinked glasses with each sailor before downing his drink, stating earnestly, "As long as we work together, I promise that such fine red wine will only serve as our mouthwash in the future." With that, he cast a knowing glance at Drake and George. "Wonderful." Cheers and whistles echoed loudly in celebration. The wind continues to blow, and the rain persists. Yet it cannot obscure the exuberant atmosphere of revelry among the seamen on the sea. Chapter 7. After infiltrating the city, we discovered the largest local tavern and haphazardly requested a dozen rooms. We washed away the grime that clung to us, feeling refreshed. The bustling bar was predominantly filled with sailors or soldiers from Spain, with a few locals in attendance, likely individuals of some stature. At that time, Spain had both sealed maritime maps and dispatched its navy to blockade incoming routes, making it rare for merchant vessels from other nations to reach this place. Juswuffing and his companions were fortunate to have navigated through a minor storm. Juswuffing and Drake settled at the bar, with Tang Sheeming nestled between them, indulging in hearty gulps of beer. Upon tasting a sip, Tang Sheeming's complexion shifted dramatically. He slammed the glass onto the bar and exclaimed, "What sort of swill is this? Is this fit for human consumption?" His face bore an expression of utter disappointment. After being imprisoned for over half a month, he finally had a drink, only to find it was of the most inferior quality, utterly unworthy of his refined taste. Drake's expression darkened at his words, contemplating a reprimand for this impertinent fellow, but he was halted by Juswuffing's glance. The barmaid, evidently new to her post, cowered in silence, having never encountered such an incident. Who are you calling less than human? A burly sailor swaggered over, his beer belly protruding, trailed by several other sailors. For sailors, stirring up trouble often serves as a favored pastime during their long voyages, providing a much-needed respite from the monotony of life at sea. In this regard, Drake was no exception. What about you, fat pig? Drake rose to his feet, rubbing his hands together, producing a series of cracking sounds. The British sailors, witnessing their captain's readiness for a brawl, hastily smashed their glasses and stood up defiantly. Drake restrained his eager subordinates and, with a scornful glance at the fat pig, disdainfully remarked, "Are you afraid? Bah, who fears you?" Provoked, the fat pig shouted back defiantly, though a flicker of hesitation lingered in his eyes. Drake let out a cold snort, shedding his military uniform and tossing it to a subordinate, revealing his robust physique. With a contemptuous gesture towards the fat pig, he declared, "Today, I challenge you on a personal basis. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not leverage the power of my army against you." The fat pig, invigorated by this declaration, smashed his beer glass onto the ground and bellowed, "Very well. I, Fernando, am no coward. I accept your challenge." The onlookers, delighted by the impending spectacle, gathered around, leaving a space of approximately 10 square feet in the center as per customary practice. Even before the fight commenced, the air was filled with a cacophony of cheers and shouts. Shiming's heart raced with excitement as the attention of the crowd was finally diverted. If he seized this opportunity to flee, he would be safe as soon as he exited the bar. However, should he be discovered, it would spell certain doom. He was still young, with countless luxuries awaiting his enjoyment. As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but curse himself for seeking out such chaos, believing he might earn some merit. "Shiming, if you wish to escape, now is indeed the perfect moment." Zhu Zhuofeng silently brandished a dagger against Tang Shiming's abdomen. After a cold sweat broke out, Tang Shiming resolved to patiently await his father's arrival for the ransom. 100,000 gold coins could be earned anew. But a life is singular and irreplaceable. Cheers erupted from the surrounding sailors, and at that moment, Fernando, relying on his physical advantage, swiftly swung his fists. Meanwhile, Drake appeared to be merely defending himself. "Shiming, why don't we place a wager and see who emerges victorious?" Zhu Zhuofeng remarked, having caught the faint cheer from Tang Shiming. "I bet that the rotund fellow will win 100 gold coins." Gambling was not an unfamiliar endeavor for this young noble, and in fact, he found it quite pleasurable. Upon hearing the mention of a bet, he readily agreed, momentarily forgetting that his life was in another's grasp. "Very well, I accept your wager. However, it seems that Brother Shiming is currently devoid of possessions." Zhu Zhuofeng chuckled, bemused by the existence of such foolish scions in this world. His eyes darted toward Tang Shiming, proposing, "Should you lose, perhaps you could forfeit an ear as compensation?" Only then did Tang Shiming remember the dagger pressing against his belly, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "No more betting, no more betting. To go back on one's word is not the act of a gentleman. I am but a scoundrel, a scoundrel." Zhu Zhuofeng regarded Tang Shiming, whose face had turned ashen, and could not help but spit in disdain, reflecting, "Is this truly a scion of Spanish nobility? What a disappointment." The memories of his own childhood, when he was often bullied by noble youths, surfaced, and he nearly plunged the dagger into him. Yet, recalling that Tang Shiming was worth 100,000 gold coins, he ultimately refrained. At this moment, Drake nimbly dodged another powerful strike from Fernando, eliciting a chorus of boos from the surrounding crowd. Fernando, who had maintained the upper hand throughout the match, began to feel anxious as his breathing grew labored. How could this fellow be as agile as a monkey? His own stamina was dwindling, barely half of what it had been. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Observing Fernando's fatigue, Drake raised his right hand and firmly blocked his left hook, a teasing expression gracing his face as he casually remarked, "Ah, the climax of the game is upon us." With that, he lowered his body and delivered a heavy punch to Fernando's abdomen. Despite the considerable layer of fat covering Fernando's midsection, he was unable to withstand the force of Drake's blow and staggered back 2 steps. "Well done. Come on, Captain. Knock that fat pig out," cheered the sailors, witnessing their leader's triumphant turn of events. The spectators were whipped into a frenzy, their cheers nearly lifting the roof off the bar. "Finish him! Finish him!" Fueled by the bloodthirsty atmosphere, the sailors shouted wildly, each one swinging their fists in the air, wishing they could take Drake's place in the ring. Drake accepted the garment handed to him by his crew, raising his hands to the sky, reveling in the joy of victory and the adoration of the crowd. With a resounding clink, a small pouch of gold coins was tossed onto the bar. Zhu Zhuofeng addressed the previously fearful, now exhilarated barmaid, saying, These 10 gold coins are the compensation from our Lord Baron to your establishment. Oh, how could we possibly accept such generosity? She stammered, overwhelmed. A plump, fair hand suddenly reached in from the side, swiftly seizing the pouch of gold coins and thrusting it into its owner's bosom, the face alight with excitement. It is an honor for our humble establishment to host the esteemed Baron. How could we ever dare to presume otherwise? Zhu Zuofeng cast a cold glance at him, deducing that he was the proprietor of this tavern, and scolded. Are you not aware of the presence of a Baron? Hurry and present the finest wine. Do you wish our noble Baron to partake of swill that even swine would reject? Yes, yes. It will be brought forth immediately. The tavern owner replied, nodding fervently, his plump, pale flesh quivering slightly. He turned to the barmaid and barked, Cynthia, do not delay. Bring forth my treasured century-old wine to honor the Baron. Cynthia seemed to harbor a palpable fear of her employer, dashing into the back. It was not long before she emerged with a bottle of wine. Tang Ximing took a sip, pursing his lips and closing his eyes to savor the flavor. Exquisite. An authentic Bordeaux from France. Tang Ximing exhaled softly, his expression relaxing in pleasure. He could not help but feel a surge of gratitude towards Zhu Zuofeng. After all, typical kidnappers would not permit their captives even a sip of wine, let alone a fine vintage. Though the wine may not have been the century-old elixir claimed by the owner, it was certainly a 30-year-old treasure, a rare delight. Tang Ximing felt tears of gratitude welling up within him. Captured for over half a month, he had not partaken of a single decent meal. A profound humiliation for one of noble birth. As a royal aristocrat, every aspect of life should be pursued with the utmost excellence. At present, I find myself on the cusp of a remarkable turnaround, nearly overwhelmed with emotion as I gaze gratefully at Zhu Zuofeng, nodding fervently in agreement. Suddenly, heavy footsteps reverberate throughout the bar as a battalion of armed Spanish infantry bursts in, swiftly seizing control of all strategic routes and key positions. Everyone stands in stunned silence, gradually shifting their feet, soon forming their own spheres of influence. Drake, along with his subordinates, gathers around Zhu Zuofeng, maintaining a vigilant watch over the unfolding scene. Who is Baron Tang Ximing? A voice calls out anxiously from outside, as a man clad in the uniform of a governor strides in, scanning the room with keen eyes. Observing this, Drake straightens his Spanish Navy uniform and steps forward to salute, saying, My lord, I am Captain Drake of Baron Tang Ximing's Naval Infantry Regiment. He gestures respectfully towards Tang Ximing. At ease. Thank you for your efforts. The governor of Panama approaches, giving Drake's hand a firm yet brief shake in a gesture of solidarity. He then strides directly to Tang Ximing, stating, I am Juan, governor of the Royal Spanish Empire in Panama, at your service, punctuating his greeting with a crisp military salute. At ease. Tang Ximing, following Zhu Zuofeng's prior instructions, adopts a tone of arrogance as he retorts, Governor Juan, the security forces within the city are rather inadequate. On behalf of the Crown, I have come to conduct an inspection of our territory, and the situation appears rather dire. Juan's expression changed dramatically as sweat trickled down his temples. He hastily explained, My lord, the Baron, you are perceptive. The security in Panama has always been exemplary. There is nothing untoward here. A seasoned man of the world. Juan understood the gravity of the situation and discreetly signaled his aide, gesturing subtly. The aide, catching his drift, bent forward and retrieved a pouch from his bosom. However, Zhu Zuofeng quickly stepped forward, blocking the aide's path, his gaze vigilant. My lord, this is a token of respect from our governor to the Baron. Please convey it. Recognizing that as a nobleman, it was inappropriate to engage directly in such matters, the aide handed the pouch over to Zhu Zuofeng. He then called out, My lord Baron, might I request you to present your identification, so we may extend our finest hospitality. Bold. How dare you show such disrespect to the Baron? Drake shouted, and immediately 20 of his subordinates aimed their firearms at the aide. Stand down, Drake. Tang Ximing shifted his gaze from the ceiling to the trembling aide, commending, truly. You are a product of our esteemed Spanish military and political training system. You insist on following protocol, regardless of the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Drake signaled for his men to respectfully step aside, handing over the identification that Tang Ximing had procured. The aide accepted the identification with trepidation, and both he and Juan began to peruse the documents. In a moment, genuine reverence illuminated their faces. Your Excellency, the Governor. Zhu Zuofeng cast a cold glance to suppress the eager Tang Ximing, stating icily, Our esteemed Baron has been dispatched for an impromptu inspection. If we were to take residence in your abode, what would there be left to inspect? For the time being, We shall remain in this establishment. Please refrain from disturbing us. You may leave now." His subordinate respectfully returned the identification documents to Zhu Zuofeng, discreetly slipping him a small pouch in the process. Zhu Zuofeng accepted it nonchalantly, exchanging a knowing smile with his aide. "Fernand, I must apologize for the earlier rudeness," Drake said as he approached the man he had just bested, a sheepish grin adorning his face. "If you do not mind, allow me to treat you to a drink." Fernand, who had been awkwardly standing aside, instantly brightened, responding with respect, "I truly failed to recognize your stature, my lord. I am honored by your invitation and would be remiss to decline." "Exactly so," Drake exclaimed, linking arms with him as they made their way to a nearby table. He called out loudly, "Beautiful lady, bring me 10 barrels of beer." Cheers erupted immediately as the patrons reveled in their good fortune, having just witnessed an exhilarating performance. They were now treated to drinks. Meanwhile, Tang Shiming had fulfilled his honorable duty, being escorted into a room by 2 subordinates for confinement. Nevertheless, Zhu Zuofeng had shown him some leniency, providing him with whatever he desired, except for women, of course. After all, it wasn't his money being spent. This brought great joy to the bar owner, whose face jiggled with delight. After consuming 10 pints of beer, Drake and Fernando had begun to regard each other as brothers. Boasting with camaraderie about the numerous beauties they had encountered, their unflinching demeanor when spending lavishly, and their gallant exploits in battle. The two seemed to share a bond that transcended time, engaging in a conversation that flowed freely. Thus, in a small tavern nestled in a remote borderland, they spent a joyous evening amidst a lively atmosphere. Drake resolved to lay an ambush in this very spot. Zhu Zuofeng pointed to a location on the map when he suddenly caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor, frowning as he remarked, "Put that out." Upon hearing this, Drake abruptly straightened up, discarding the new vice he had just learned from his newfound companion, the tobacco, onto the ground, grinding it under his boot. Embarrassed, he said, "My apologies. I couldn't resist the temptation." He waved his large hand in the air, seemingly attempting to disperse the lingering scent. "It's nothing." Zhu Zuofeng shrugged nonchalantly. "I merely find that aroma distasteful. Do you have any other thoughts regarding this location?" Drake nodded, affirming, "The place you selected is indeed commendable. Its elevated and concealed position offers both offensive and retreating advantages." "Very well. Prepare yourself. We shall depart at any moment." Zhu Zuofeng clapped him on the shoulder, adding, "I need to accompany that fool to the governor's residence for a brief visit. Otherwise, I lack an excuse to leave the city." This was a narrow, unremarkable gorge. Yet it served as an essential passage to Panama City. From a tactical perspective, it was also an excellent site for an ambush, as the surrounding lush, primordial forest made concealment effortless. In the depths of utter boredom, the chef fulfilled his essential role. Consequently, an assortment of peculiar creatures became the evening repast for the sailors gathered around the campfire. Zhu Zuofeng and Drake, swatting away the mosquitoes that plagued them, savored the delightful taste of roasted crocodile meat, extolling the exquisite qualities of their meal. Suddenly, 2 sharp cries of seagulls echoed from a distance, prompting everyone to instantly discard their food, extinguish the fire with water, and seize their firearms, taking their respective positions. Zhu Zuofeng crouched atop the canyon, cleverly concealed by a tangle of underbrush. Through his telescope, he observed a mule caravan slowly making its way into the gorge, calculating their numbers and positions. A mere visual assessment suggested that the enemy comprised approximately 150 individuals. However, deducting non-combatants, it was estimated that only about 80 were actual combat personnel. The adversaries were no trifling matter. They halted at the canyon's entrance and dispatched several scouts to scour the surroundings, likely due to the substantial nature of the cargo being transported, which exceeded ordinary expectations. Fortunately, Zhu Zuofeng had anticipated this, having concealed all his preparations over the past 10 days of idleness. Without a thorough search, it would have been nearly impossible to detect his setups. The positions of his ambushed personnel were meticulously chosen. Before the enemy entered the canyon, they had concealed themselves within the distant thickets, only revealing themselves once the adversaries had entered the ambush zone. After 2 hours of fruitless reconnaissance by the enemy scouts, the mule caravan finally began to advance slowly into the depths of the canyon. Suddenly, a leading rider triggered a trap, causing his horse to neigh and tumble down, setting off the mechanisms behind him. As the rope was pulled, the wooden beam whistled towards the enemy, its numerous sharp wooden spikes piercing their bodies like fangs. "This is bad. There's an ambush," a Spanish soldier exclaimed, uttering this cliché D phrase before seeking cover to counterattack. "Attack!" Zhu Zuofeng shouted, being the first to fire his musket. However, due to the considerable distance, he was unable to inflict any harm upon the adversary. Nevertheless, the other sailors responded to the signal, pulling the rope, and an earth-shattering sound reverberated throughout the canyon, drowning out the soldiers' terrified cries. "Wonderful! It's our own people. We are saved," one Spanish soldier shouted upon realizing the situation, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the others. Just as they were about to cheer, a gunshot rang out. "Commander," a young attendant approached, speaking softly, "Here is the coffee you requested." The attendant respectfully acknowledged and quietly withdrew, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. After 2 years of service, he had never once received a word of thanks from any superior. This young commander was indeed an anomaly, showing particular care and affection for his subordinates while scolding his fellow officers without a hint of kindness, having offended quite a few over their 10 days of acquaintance. At this moment, the fleet had already spread his nickname, Porcupine. The attendant shook his head discreetly. That moniker hardly suited the commander. John leaned back completely in his chair, allowing himself to relax, and as the coffee invigorated him, his mind became increasingly clear. He couldn't help but secretly admire the audacity of those pirates. Not only did they dare to abduct the deranged son of Donald, but even more audaciously, they set their sights on the wealth Spain amassed from the New World. Reports from the patrol fleet indicated that they were indeed advancing towards that direction. Had it not been for that accursed storm, they would have been submerged beneath the waves, serving as fish bait, as the fleet captain lamented. John, with his thumb extended, circled it while massaging his temples, pondering whether to seize this opportunity to plunge him into the depths as well. The thought stirred an unsettling desire within him. Yet, he soon recollected that the individual in question was, in fact, his own relative. Once again, John found himself in a quandary, finishing his coffee in one swift motion. Suddenly, with a grimace, he exclaimed, "Heavens! There isn't a single grain of sugar in this. Come on, we are on the same side, aren't we?" The Spaniards were nearly driven to madness, as those they perceived as allies opened fire upon them. Bang, bang, bang. Over 30 rifles discharged simultaneously for the first time, leaving more than a dozen unsuspecting Spaniards sprawled on the ground. The sailors discarded their spent rifles onto the earth, retrieving their backup weapons, and resumed their aim. With the number of firearms vastly outstripping that of personnel, each individual bore at least 3 muskets, rendering the need to reload a mere formality. "I surrender! I surrender!" It was unclear who uttered the words first, but soon they spread like wildfire through the despairing ranks of the Spaniards. Thus, the remaining 30-odd Spaniards were systematically searched and bound together with ropes. Reluctantly, they reorganized the surviving mules and prepared the transported gold for their journey. After tidying up the battlefield, they proceeded steadily towards the mooring place of the Anne. Due to an insufficient number of mules, the Spaniards were compelled to discard all their personal belongings, leaving the remaining mules laden with gold. Drake followed closely behind Jules Wolfing, his spirit alight with excitement. "My lord, we are about to strike it rich. This amount of gold is conservatively estimated to be worth at least 200,000 gold coins. Indeed, if we manage to take just half of this haul, it would silence all the British officials. At that point, persuading them to engage in war with Spain would likely be a mere formality," Jules Wolfing remarked, his gaze sweeping over the mule train, his voice grave. "Yes, my lord." Drake shot a cold glance at the trembling Spaniards, his eyes betraying a hint of murderous intent. "Vessels 2 and 3 will remain here. If enemy ships appear, drive them to this position. Vessels 4 and 5 shall be stationed there. Upon encountering enemy vessels, they must sound the alarm and ensure they are herded into our net. The rest will follow me." John, with a carefree demeanor, assigned tasks to the captains of each ship, his finger playfully tracing the nautical chart. Bah! What does this inexperienced lad know of strategy? Does he think the enemy will heed his commands? The vastness of the sea rendered the captain of Vessel 2, Perud, inwardly seething. If it weren't for the Duke personally appointing him as the commander, I would have eliminated him long ago. All he does is nitpick at our faults. Should anyone dare to deviate from the prescribed plan, I am endowed with the authority to enforce military discipline on the spot, as per the Duke's explicit instructions. John squinted his eyes, casting a sweeping glance over the various captains, and offered a congenial smile. However, to the captains, that smile bore a different interpretation. They stubbornly perceived it as a harbinger of malice. To avert this young man from exacting personal vendettas, it would be prudent not to give him any leverage. The captains resolved to follow his directives without hesitation, reasoning that if the enemy vessels did not materialize, the responsibility would not rest upon their shoulders. In a state of trepidation, the captains, drenched in cold sweat, neglected even the fundamental military salute and hurriedly exited, not daring to linger for even a moment. The atmosphere erupted with exuberance as the sailors nearly succumbed to madness. 1,000 gold coins, such a sum they could scarcely hope to amass in a lifetime. The prospect of acquiring such wealth in a mere month was beyond their wildest dreams. It seemed that aligning with Lord Zhu's Zhuofeng truly promised a bright future. Set sail. Drake's resounding voice drowned out the cacophony surrounding them. The sailors, invigorated, hastened their movements, even disregarding the itch of mosquito bites. After a slight tremor, the imp began to stir gently, parting the waves as it commenced its homeward journey. Your Excellency, Your Excellency. Following the conclusion of his address, Drake made his way directly to the command room, where he found Zhu Zhuofeng deep in contemplation over the nautical chart. He instinctively silenced himself, refraining from interrupting. Yes, Your Excellency. Drake nodded in affirmation, choosing not to pose any inquiries, for he understood that whatever Zhu Zhuofeng articulated was inherently correct. Zhu Zhuofeng could not help but shoot him an exasperated yet amused glance, expressing his dissatisfaction with his lack of ambition. Nevertheless, he proceeded to explain. When we last arrived, we encountered a fleet. I am certain it was the Spanish Guard Squadron, tasked with preventing foreign vessels from encroaching upon their trade in the New World. The so-called Guard Squadron typically protects national ships, acting as escorts. However, when faced with foreign merchant vessels, they unfurl the skull and crossbones and masquerade as pirates. Indeed, it is precisely as I say. Drake scratched his head, suddenly enlightened. Ever since pledging his loyalty to Zhu Zhuofeng, his mind had grown increasingly lethargic. He simply did as he was told. After acknowledging, Drake promptly set about making arrangements. The helm of the and turned slightly, heading straight for the Indian archipelago. Captain, do you think those pirates will come here? The first mate continually scanned the surroundings with a telescope, hesitatingly inquiring. I am not a deity. How could I possibly know such matters? Perd shot him an irritated glance, still harboring frustration from the morning's encounter with that prickly individual. If not for that, why would he be seeking solace on the lookout tower at this moment? Yet, perhaps this was for the best. He could conveniently shift the blame for any failures onto him, and thereby maintain a semblance of propriety. Perd mused to himself, feeling slightly more at ease. God bless. May those pirates not traverse these waters. When the time comes, haha. Good heavens. The first mate exclaimed in alarm. What are you shouting about? Perd, lost in his own reverie, was abruptly interrupted, and an unbidden surge of irritation arose within him. It's a ship, a ship. The first officer sprang to his feet, pointing into the distance and stammering. Why yes, it is their ship. Perd's heart raced as he snatched the telescope from the first officer's grasp, peering through it. Indeed, it was the Spanish galleon described in the report. Notify the second ship, engage. Engage, Perd shouted in a flurry, only to realize that he was not in the command room, but rather on the lookout platform. The first officer, having received the command, scrambled down from the platform, yelling, Engage! Engage! Before long, the second ship, having received the order, began to move cautiously, emerging from its hiding spot and heading directly towards the Spanish galleon. The third ship also received the signal and maneuvered to encircle from another direction. Impossible. Drake seemed incredulous as he rubbed his eyes. Two armed vessels had suddenly appeared on the sea, which had previously been nothing but a few nameless islets, swiftly closing in on the Anne. It was an ambush. The thought flashed through Drake's mind, and he involuntarily shouted, My lord! My lord! Slap! Zhu Zhuofeng, arriving in haste, delivered a sharp slap to the back of this inept fellow, exclaiming in anger, What are you shouting about? Have you never seen an enemy ship? As he spoke, Zhu Zhuofeng commanded, Adjust course, turn the helm 20 degrees to the right, and center the direction. He mused inwardly that this was for the best, preventing this fool from becoming overly reliant on him, thinking he could never fall into a trap. Awakened from his panic by the slap, Drake hurriedly set about his tasks. Zhu Zhuofeng scrutinized the enemy ships through his telescope, pondering the identity of their commander. Having grown up in Spain, he was well acquainted with many renowned generals. Yet he could not help but speculate. The maneuvers of the two vessels were utterly foolish, moving before he had fully entered their ambush. Such premature exposure of their intentions was akin to the antics of a mindless creature. Indeed, the enemy commander was likely not aboard either ship, but rather lurking in a predetermined position, awaiting his arrival. Zhu Zhuofeng's mind raced as he scoffed, declaring, No matter who you are, do not underestimate me, Zhu Zhuofeng. It is naive to think that these two foolish ships can force me into a trap. After concluding his thoughts, he positioned himself at the bow of the ship. Several signalmen gathered around, anticipating his orders. The Inn had completed its turn, gracefully arcing away from the encirclement of the two armed sailing vessels. "Captain, they are attempting to flee. We must pursue them and ensure their destruction," the first mate shouted vehemently. "Turn the ship, pursue them." Perud, though scolding, issued the command. Internally, he reveled in the realization that the enemy's escape route aligned perfectly with his intentions, effectively leading them into a snare of their own making. The two armed ships altered their course, continuing to flank him from both sides, aiming to drive their quarry deeper into the trap. "Adjust the helm 30 degrees to port. Return to course. Prepare the broadside cannons." Jules Woofing coldly observed the hasty maneuvers of the enemy vessels, silently mocking their belief that he had willingly entered their encirclement. "Allow me the pleasure of toying with you, a band of fools." The Inn suddenly altered its course, executing a wide turn and reversing direction. This unexpected maneuver left the captains of the two armed sailing vessels astonished and unable to react in time. As the sailboats entered the broadside cannon range of the enemy ship, boom, 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 the 18 cannons on the port side of the Inn fired in unison. And amidst the blaze of flames, a volley of cannonballs cascaded towards the second ship. Bang! Although only 2 cannonballs struck their target, one of them collided with the main mast, the resulting shockwave severing it with brutal force. Though the cold wind prevented the mast from collapsing immediately, it could no longer withstand much wind pressure. The second ship, after the violent tremor, immediately reduced its speed. The remaining triangular sails were utterly insufficient to propel the massive vessel forward. Perud, filled with fury, shouted for a counterattack. Just as the gunners prepared to load their cannonballs, the Inn had already swept past the range of their broadside cannons like a gust of wind. The cannon fire that followed seemed more like a farewell to the Inn, splashing into the water behind it and creating beautiful sprays of waves. "We cannot let them escape. Otherwise, that hedgehog will go mad, and we shall all meet misfortune." The captain of the third ship watched anxiously as the Inn slipped from their encirclement, heading in the opposite direction they had anticipated. In a fit of desperation, he threatened the safety of his crew to compel them to fight with all their might. The third armed sailing vessel traced a swift arc, altering its course and directly encircling the Inn. The Inn, in turn, shifted its direction, exposing the bulk of the third ship to the range of its starboard cannons. 18 cannons unleashed a relentless barrage of projectiles. The third ship, unable to evade, was immediately struck by several shells, igniting multiple fires aboard. Most alarming was the gaping hole that appeared in the bow, allowing the sea to surge in with alarming speed. "I shall fight you to the end." The captain of the third ship snarled through gritted teeth. With great effort, the vessel tilted slightly, and 8 cannons fired in unison. "My lord, be cautious." Drake, witnessing the enemy ship's fierce retaliation, promptly threw Jules Woofing to the ground. Boom! A shell exploded at the bow of the Inn. "Drake! Drake!" Jules Woofing scrambled to his feet, his heart racing with a mix of shock and fury as he beheld Drake, bloodied and battered. He lunged toward him, flipping him over with desperate urgency. "My lord, are you unharmed?" "I am fine. Merely a scratch," Drake replied, struggling to rise while offering a reassuring smile to Jules Woofing. "It's nothing serious. We must escape the combat zone swiftly." Jules Woofing, seeing Drake's head still bleeding profusely, was consumed by rage. "You scoundrels! How dare you harm my brother? I shall make you taste death." He called out to the medic, "Hurry here." At that moment, the Inn abandoned its retreat, resolutely readjusting its stance while the enemy ship was still reloading its cannons. It maneuvered out of the range of the third ship's broadside, ensuring that only its bow guns faced the adversary. Soon, fueled by Jules Woofing's wrath, the crew efficiently readied the cannons for another strike. Boom! The right broadside unleashed a second volley. Despite the third ship's frantic efforts, it was unable to align its side against the Inn due to the constraints of time. The crew of the Inn endured a furious broadside with unwavering resolve. The already tilted third ship could no longer withstand the onslaught. Water breached its hull in multiple places, and it sank rapidly. After delivering one final shot from the bow, all crew members leaped into the tumultuous sea, desperately swimming towards the immobilized second ship in a bid for survival. "Do you think I will so easily forgive those who have harmed my brother?" Jules Woofing coldly regarded the struggling Spanish sailors amidst the waves, his voice laced with cruelty. "I shall obliterate your last glimmer of hope." His eyes, now veined with blood, bore no trace of compassion. The Inn surged forward once more, deftly maneuvering towards the second ship, whose main mast had splintered, rendering it incapable of evading. "Oh heavens! They are coming again!" The first mate of the second ship trembled as he gazed at the approaching and, stuttering, "What shall we do? What shall we do? Are we to perish? Shut your mouth." Perud's spirits plummeted upon witnessing the demise of the third ship. Bereft of its protection, his vessel felt as vulnerable as an unadorned maiden, susceptible to the predation of any foe. In such dire circumstances, there was no need to launch lifeboats. An overwhelming dread enveloped the crew of the second ship. In the aftermath of the extinguished flames, acrid black smoke swirled silently. The Ant, undeterred by the fear of its adversaries, positioned itself beyond the second ship's line of fire. Silence reigned, punctuated only by the rhythmic crashing of waves against the hull and the whispering winds. Time stretched abundantly, affording the gunners of the Ant ample opportunity to lock onto their target 100 times over. With a resounding splash, the crew of the second ship, unable to bear the crushing weight of impending death, cried out in desperation and leaped into the sea, though their actions proved futile. "Fire!" commanded Juswolfing, his expression impassive as he gazed at the beleaguered vessel. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing even the seabirds several nautical miles away to vanish without a trace. 18 broadside cannons, along with a modified bow gun, unleashed a barrage of 19 projectiles upon the despairing second ship, thanks to stable targeting on a stationary target. Only 2 shells strayed slightly off course, while the remaining 17 struck the ship with devastating precision, reducing it to mere fragments almost instantaneously. The Spanish sailors, still clinging to life upon the turbulent waters, erupted in anguished cries of despair. Some, forsaking all hope of survival, cast aside their wooden planks and surrendered themselves to the depths of this unfamiliar new world. The hull of the second ship emitted a cacophonous crack as flames, fueled by the sea breeze, were invigorated with fresh air. Billowing clouds of thick smoke spiraled skyward like a writhing dragon, the acrid scent of charred debris permeating the once pure sea breeze. "Perud and his men are doomed," remarked John, observing the dense black smoke from over 30 nautical miles away. Sighing, as I suspected, "Those pirates are formidable indeed." Julian hastily took the telescope, feeling a chill in his heart as he gazed into the distance, crossing himself and silently praying for the souls of his fallen comrades. On the deck, several craftsmen worked swiftly to repair the damaged sections of the Anne. On this enemy territory, even the slightest misstep could lead to the crew becoming sustenance for aquatic creatures. The wind has diminished, the helmsman shouted as he hastily ascended the mast to adjust the angle of the sails, striving to maintain the vessel's speed despite the inadequate wind. The Indian archipelago, with its myriad islands, sprawls endlessly. The Spaniards spent several years and still could not fully chart this maritime expanse. To recklessly wander within it would be akin to courting death. Before them lay yet another cluster of islands, modest in size yet adorned with lush foliage. A sight pleasing to the eye, attributable to the region's warm tropical climate. Sir, Julian burst into the command room, locating John, who was savoring his coffee, and exclaimed, "They are coming. The enemy ship is approaching. Ah, the sugar in this coffee is just right. Julian, would you care for a cup?" John replied nonchalantly, regarding his flustered aide with a slight smile. "Sir." Julian, perceiving John's lack of reaction, assumed he had not heard clearly, thus raised his voice. The pirate ship is here." "Oh, is that so? Coffee is indeed a splendid beverage." John squinted, taking another sip, adjusting himself in his chair to relish the comfort it afforded. Suddenly, a sharp bang echoed through the room, nearly causing John to tumble from his seat, his previously cultivated demeanor dissipating entirely. With a stern expression, he demanded, "Who fired that shot?" "Captain, that was quite an impressive shot." A sailor retrieved a seabird that had fallen from the bow of the ship, lavishing compliments upon the captain. Captain Simmons of the 6th ship struck a nonchalant pose, blowing the smoke from the barrel of his gun, and declared with pride, "This is nothing. Just last time, I shot down 2 seagulls with a single shot." In an instant, the surrounding sailors erupted in a cacophony of praise, engulfing Simmons in their admiration. "Captain, the Hedgehog has transmitted a signal, urging all vessels to engage with full force, threatening those who defy the orders." The first mate rushed over, calling out in haste, "This is bad. It's a trap." A sense of foreboding gripped Juswolfing. As the gunshot echoed, countless seabirds erupted from the island, scattering in all directions. "Steer. Increase speed to widen the distance." Juswolfing commanded swiftly, "All personnel, prepare for action. Load all cannons and stand by." At that moment, there were 6 enemy ships, 5 of which were ordinary armed sailing vessels, while one was a formidable Spanish galleon, clearly the flagship, on par with the Anne. Should they attempt to flee, the agile armed sailing vessels would surely overtake them with ease, ensnaring them with even the slightest entanglement. Once the pursuing ships caught up, the fate of the Anne would be sealed. However, thanks to the exceptional helmsman and sail crew, the Anne adeptly altered its course, taking advantage of the enemy's slow acceleration to extend their lead by over 200 meters. Soon, a three-pronged assault formation emerged. If any one side were to engage with the Anne, the others would swiftly converge to provide support. Upon hearing the news, Drake disregarded his injuries and rushed out of the cabin, inquiring urgently, "My lord, what is the current situation?" He urged himself to think critically and devise a strategy. Zhu Zhuofeng and several messengers were gathered at the stern, analyzing the circumstances, and they intentionally encouraged Drake to engage his intellect. After a careful observation of the situation, Drake exclaimed in disbelief, "How could this happen? It was my oversight." Zhu Zhuofeng candidly acknowledged his own error and remarked, "From the very beginning, we fell into their trap. Those two foolish vessels were clearly deceived by their commander, believing that by cornering us into that area, they would fulfill their mission. Indeed, our initial conjecture aligned with that." Drake pondered thoughtfully. In truth, they were mere pawns. Their commander had calculated from the outset that those two vessels could never truly corner us. Their existence was merely a ruse to mislead us, enticing us willingly into the snare he had meticulously crafted. Despite his anger, Zhu Zhuofeng could not help but admire the enemy commander's foresight. "Pawns?" Drake gasped in shock, stammering. "Are you implying that those two ships were deliberately sent to their doom by their commander? Would they not die without ever realizing the betrayal they faced?" Zhu Zhuofeng cast a cool glance at the agitated and indignant Drake and replied, "This is quite ordinary. Had they been aware, would they have fought with such desperation? It was merely a bluff. Do you think I would fall for such a ploy? If the day ever comes when it becomes necessary, Drake, perhaps I too shall take such action." "Indeed, Your Excellency," Drake responded with a solemn salute, expressing earnestly, "Drake is willing to lay down his life for Your Excellency at any moment." I shall confront them," Drake stammered, his face flushed from the questioning, managing to utter those words. "Very well, let us engage them." Zhu Zhuofeng began to chuckle. "What?" Drake stood there, dumbfounded. "Something feels amiss, Your Excellency." Julian, peering through his telescope, focused on the fleeing Anne. "It seems they are prepared to fight to the last." John, leisurely folding his arms, wore a relaxed expression. "Since they are cornered, we shall not hold back." On the flagship's command platform, a signalman swiftly waved his flags. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the 7th ship, under the signal command, fired the first shot, the cannonball landing more than 20 meters in front of the Anne, sending up a fountain of water. The gunners aboard the Anne, having adjusted the angle of their modified bow cannon, retaliated in kind. The round cannonball whistled as it hurtled toward the enemy vessel, tracing a perfect parabolic arc through the air. Boom! Flames erupted as the cannonball struck the deck of the 7th ship, creating a massive hole and scattering wooden splinters in all directions. Although the 7th ship was hit, it did not sustain a fatal blow. After regaining control of the situation, they promptly followed instructions, coordinating with the 8th ship to flank the Anne from both sides. The 5th and 6th ships traced a broader arc, dividing into two routes to encircle from a vast distance, constantly adjusting their angles to ensure that once within range, they could unleash a simultaneous barrage from their broadside cannons. "Raise the flag. Play the Spanish national anthem." Zhu Zhuofeng revealed a cruel smile. "You wish to fire a simultaneous volley at me? Then come forth, do not hold back. Help! No." A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed from behind. At this moment, Tang Shiming was bound to the mast at the bow of the ship. Upon hearing the command, two sailors chuckled as they pulled the ropes, slowly raising Tang Shiming amidst the enchanting strains of his national anthem. Meanwhile, the Anne had already penetrated the enemy's encirclement. "Captain, trouble is brewing," the first mate exclaimed in a panic. "What is it?" The captain of the 7th ship interrupted just as he was about to exact revenge with his broadside cannons, slightly frowned in displeasure. "A pirate ship has hoisted someone to the top of the mast." The first mate replied with a strange expression. "What of it?" The captain scolded, dismissing it as mere hysteria before death. You ought to see for yourself." The first mate, on the verge of laughter yet unable to express it, glanced through his telescope. Tang Shiming had been raised to over 20 meters atop the mast, with a large banner hanging beneath his feet, inscribed with, I am Baron Tang Shiming. Should anyone dare to fire, I shall annihilate your entire family." The captain of the 8th ship was also in a state of semi-consciousness, murmuring, "Despicable, shameless pirates. Despicable, despicable. Damn it, if you have the guts. Come and challenge me one-on-one, you British pirates who tarnish the spirit of knighthood." Captain of the 7th ship leaned over the railing, almost tempted to swim over and challenge the captain of the inn for a duel. Fortunately, he was pulled back by the first mate. The 5th and 6th ships had successfully completed the encirclement, joining the other ships to form a quadrilateral that surrounded the inn. However, they could see the banner beneath Tang Shiming's feet and dared not act rashly as they awaited orders. Indeed, that was the course of action taken. The enemy ship's commander was truly a rogue. To witness the remarkable and valiant side of Baron Tang Shiming made the journey worthwhile. After reading the banner, John smiled sarcastically, signaling that the sole task for all ships was to encircle the enemy vessel. With a wave of his right hand, he sneered, "If it weren't for these fools ruining everything, I wouldn't need to resort to such measures. After all, that fellow is a relative." Upon seeing the signal, all the captains felt a sense of relief. If that porcupine forced them into an attack, their lives would undoubtedly be at stake. However, merely surrounding the ship should pose no issue. "Huh, my lord, they truly dare not move," Drake exclaimed, gazing at the helpless vessels, laughing maniacally. "Shall we let them taste the power of our cannons? After all, they wouldn't dare retaliate." "No." Zhu Zhuofeng immediately dismissed his suggestion. Noticing Drake's confusion, he elaborated. "Their hesitation stems from a desire to preserve their lives and careers. If we were to attack, they might face immediate demise. Thus they would be driven to desperate measures. Even the And, no matter how formidable, could not withstand a simultaneous barrage from so many armed sailing ships. Well then, it seems we can only endure this with them." Drake murmured in utter disappointment. Once all vessels were in position, the flagship turned and swiftly approached the And. "Fire the bow cannon. Target the enemy's mast." John stood at the bow, tossing his cloak aside, his sword pointed directly at Tang Shiming. The cannon operator, upon receiving the command, trembled as he fired the cannon. Boom! The cannonball struck the An's mast with unerring accuracy, accompanied by Tang Shiming's desperate screams as the mast began to topple. "Oh my!" The cannon operator shuddered, nearly fainting. How could this happen? He had distinctly adjusted the cannon's angle. This wretched cannon, how could its accuracy be so dismal, hitting precisely where it shouldn't? "Get down." Zhu Zhuofeng forcefully shoved Drake aside and hastily retreated. With a thunderous crash, the mast snapped in the fierce wind, crashing down onto the bow. A third of it smashing against the railing. The heavy impact produced a sharp sound as the railing and mast broke together. Fortunately, Tang Shiming, being positioned at the pinnacle of the mast, narrowly escaped the dire fate of being crushed. As that third of the mast fell into the sea, Drake quickly commanded the sailors to rescue him, ensuring he did not end up as fish bait. John laughed heartily, patting the trembling cannon operator, praising, "What a fine shot. If only our Spanish Empire's gunners possessed half of your accuracy, we would be invincible across the globe. However, that fellow, Tang Shiming, likely does not share my sentiment." At these words, the cannon operator immediately fainted. "It must be that madman. Surely it is that madman." Tang Shiming leaned over the ship's bow, spitting seawater while shouting in a fit of desperation. "Shiming, who are you referring to?" Zhu Zhuofeng couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity about this individual whom Tang Shiming deemed a madman. "I beg you, don't let me go up there. That lunatic cannot be comprehended with the reasoning of a sane person." Tang Shiming lamented pitifully. He almost forgot that, in his eyes, the person before him could also be considered a madman. Indeed, Tang Shiming's anger flared as he declared vehemently, "I must kill." However, his words trailed off, and his expression darkened as he continued, "I have no way to kill him." The first ship gradually approached the And, carving a graceful arc. The bows of the two vessels faced each other, while the helmsmen on both sides maintained a distance of about 10 meters. "Ah!" Zhu Zhuofeng gasped involuntarily upon seeing the newcomer, his cultivated composure nearly unraveling after years of training. His thoughts churned like a tempest. Now was not the time for recognition. Associating with a pirate would ruin John's career. Ascending to the highest echelons of the Spanish Navy had been his utmost aspiration since childhood. Zhu Zhuofeng took several deep breaths. Suppressing his longing to embrace the individual, he shouted, "Is there someone who can make decisions among you?" With that, he cast a glance at John. John, equally agitated, stepped forward eagerly, his joy evident on his face. ready to call out. Yet, upon hearing Zhu Zhuofeng's tone, confusion filled his heart. However, upon meeting his gaze, understanding dawned upon him. With great effort, he suppressed his joyful expression and coldly shouted, "I am Admiral John Moya, commander of the 9th Fleet of the Grand Spanish Empire. Despicable pirates, release Baron Tang Shiming at once." Humph. Zhu Zhuofeng leisurely adjusted his cuffs and disdainfully replied, "I am Zhu Zhuofeng, commander of the Sea Wolf Legion. While Spanish dog, bring forth the 100,000 gold coins." "Very well," John responded readily. "We shall exchange the person for the payment." "Be sure not to harm Baron Tang Shiming," John urged hastily. "Speak your terms. I will comply with whatever you ask." At that moment, tears nearly flowed from Tang Shiming's eyes, astonished that this madman would actually concern himself with his safety. Alas, after all, he was indeed a relative. Though he often wore a disapproving face towards him, in critical moments, one could still rely on him. The recent cannon fire must have been unavoidable. "Brother John, no, this is your territory." John firmly rejected the proposal, contemplating carefully before declaring loudly, "France is a neutral country. We shall conduct our transaction in the port of Bordeaux, ensuring that neither party suffers loss." Zhu Zhuofeng feigned deep thought for a moment and then declared, "Agreed. However, you may only bring one ship with you. Otherwise, I shall tear up the agreement, and we shall all perish together." A fleeting expression of helplessness crossed John's face as he gritted his teeth. "Agreed. But you must guarantee that not a single hair on Baron Tang Shiming's head is harmed." Upon hearing this, Tang Shiming was overwhelmed with tears once more. In a room of a bar in Bordeaux, the two brothers finally reunited after many years apart. "Well, look at you. After all these years, you have become a pirate captain," John exclaimed, launching a powerful punch that nearly sent Zhu Zhuofeng tumbling. "You're not so bad yourself," Zhu Zhuofeng replied, rubbing his sore chest as he shifted his weight, executing a sweeping kick that knocked John to the ground. He then pounced, sneering, "Commander of the 9th Fleet of the Grand Spanish Empire, I suppose this doesn't count. You used your legs again." John struggled to free himself, but, finding it futile, gazed earnestly at Zhu Zhuofeng and softly confessed, "Zhuofeng, do you know? For all these years, I've wanted to tell you something. I love you. By heavens." Zhu Zhuofeng sprang up, goosebumps racing across his body. "You still haven't changed, you scoundrel." "Ah, but as they say, all's fair in love and war," John retorted, seizing the moment to rise as well, loosening his stance before throwing another punch, declaring, "Let's start over. No feet allowed." For a time, the two engaged in a lively exchange, thoroughly enjoying their playful brawl. "Wait, why are you using your teeth? Who told you to grab my hair?" "No, my ear. Oh dear, my resilient nose." Eventually, both were too exhausted to continue and lay side by side on the ground. John took several deep breaths, calming his panting, and chuckled. "It's been ages since I've enjoyed a fight like this. I remember we used to brawl like this all the time." "Indeed, every time you speak of upholding the chivalric spirit, it invariably turns out that you are the one who resorts to deceit first." Zhu Zhuofeng expressed his shared sentiment. "Is it not the case that you are the one who initiates with your feet? Who the hell decreed that fighting must exclude the use of feet? Therefore, is it excessive for me to employ my teeth? It is certainly not excessive. Yet, why is it that the last time I witnessed dogs fighting, they also utilized their teeth? Huh. The legendary shrew is known to favor the tactics of pulling hair and tugging at noses. Damn it, who are you calling a shrew? Alas, she is married." "What? Which shrew has gotten married?" "I meant to say my sister has wed." John suddenly sat up, his gaze fixed intensely on Zhu Zhuofeng, as if trying to glean some insight from his expression. "Oh, I wonder which fortunate gentleman has captured such a prize?" Zhu Zhuofeng also sat upright, speaking nonchalantly, his countenance betraying no hint of emotion. He opened 2 bottles of local red wine, tossing one to John. "You know this person as well." John accepted the wine and swiftly consumed half of it. With a sigh, his expression shifted to one of peculiar strangeness. "It is that Tang Shiming." "Impossible. With Tang Shiming's prideful nature, he would never mention her." John patted Zhu Zhuofeng's shoulder in consolation. "In truth, this is merely one of the reasons." "Hey, have you been concealing from me that you have married a stunning sister-in-law?" Zhu Zhuofeng, unwilling to delve further into this topic, deftly shifted the conversation. "A sister-in-law, indeed. I have found one for you." Upon hearing the inquiry regarding the matter, John's face illuminated with a blissful smile. As for beauty, why not see for oneself at the appropriate time? He chuckled, suspecting it to be akin to a flower adorned upon a pile of dung. Zhu Zhuofeng felt genuine joy for his brother finding his beloved. However, My journey to Spain would essentially be akin to walking into a trap. I have no desire to meet an untimely demise. Next time, I shall bring her to Northern Europe to meet you." John, roused from his reverie of sweetness, remarked, "Why not share how you became a pirate? I wouldn't classify myself as a pirate." Zhu Zhuofeng playfully punched him, then proceeded to explain the sequence of events. "Indeed, by incorporating them into my fold, I can leverage connections with the British royal family. Gradually, I shall expand my own influence." Zhu Zhuofeng did not conceal his plans from John. If he could not trust him, there would be no one in this world worthy of his trust. "You must exercise caution during your visit to England. That madman Donald has already exerted pressure on the British royal family. It is likely that your endeavors won't proceed smoothly," John cautioned. He was loath to see his only brother venture forth to face peril. "Rest assured, I have already made preparations," Zhu Zhuofeng reflected, speaking solemnly. "Our discussion should now come to a close. Have you prepared the gold coins? Do not deceive me. For heaven's sake, are you looking for a fight?" Zhu Zhuofeng, embarrassed and enraged, punched him again, changing the subject. "What is so remarkable about Spain? After all, I've already offended them. Offending once is no different from offending 10 times. Ah, feeling shy?" John smiled with a hint of affection in his eyes and remarked, "Indeed, I cannot forget my sister." Down the hatch. Following Zhu Zhuofeng's suggestion, the two swiftly consumed the remaining half-bottle of red wine. "What the?" Zhu Zhuofeng quietly belched, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Speak plainly, don't beat around the bush. Aside from my sister, have you ever fallen for me?" "Hoist the anchor." The two vessels simultaneously raised their anchors, racing off in opposite directions. However, the first ship turned its bow, pretentiously giving chase for a while. The forward cannon fired a few shots, but ultimately, due to the great distance, it could not catch up with the enemy ship and had to abandon the pursuit. "Please, Shiming, don't be modest. Given our relationship, this responsibility is mine to bear. However, a compensation in gold coins would certainly be appreciated." John gently rubbed his slightly swollen thigh, wincing in pain and muttering, "That fellow is rather ruthless." His pained expression stirred a wave of emotion in Tang Shiming. From now on, anyone who dared to speak ill of John would have to contend with him. "My goodness, sir," Drake exclaimed in astonishment, "did you just have a fight with a dog? How come there are bite marks all over your neck and ears? Damn it, that fellow is far crazier than any dog." Zhu Zhuofeng muttered under his breath. The sea breeze blew in gusts, filling the sails and propelling the and towards England. The narrow English Channel saw gentle waves lapping softly against the hull of the Anne. The waves stirred into beautiful sprays, leaving behind white foam as traces of the voyage of the Anne. After disembarking from Bright Harbor, "It would take about a day's walk to reach your hometown, wouldn't it?" Zhu Zhuofeng inquired, recalling what you had previously told him about the enchanting Crowley. "Indeed. The crew members embarked on this journey from my hometown alongside me." Drake gazed towards the direction of his homeland, a fierce expression softening momentarily as he murmured, "After today, little Annie will be 14. Sigh. I remember the last time I left her. She was just over 13. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. Let us hasten. We must make it in time for little Annie's birthday." Zhu Zhuofeng clapped Drake on the shoulder, teasingly raising his eyebrows. "I say, old Ray, are you subtly coercing me for a birthday gift for little Annie?" The reunion with John had lightened Zhu Zhuofeng's spirits, prompting him to indulge in jest. "Commander!" Drake's face flushed with embarrassment. "Commander! Captain!" George exclaimed, climbing down from the lookout with palpable excitement. "I can see the harbor. It is Bright Harbor." Since Zhu Zhuofeng declared himself the commander of the Sea Wolf Legion after the standoff with John at sea, all the crew stubbornly referred to him as the commander. And there was no persuading them otherwise. "Oh." Upon hearing this, the sailors immediately erupted in cheers, the thrill of returning home filling them with exuberance. Drake too was brimming with excitement, his body trembling uncontrollably. "My lord, is your hometown the fabled land of golden treasures in the east?" Drake exclaimed with enthusiasm. "No wonder you inquired about the Orient last time. I must accompany you to the east." "Indeed, Captain." Drake immediately offered a respectful salute, standing taller than ever before. "Isn't this port rather quiet, George?" This was Zhu Zhuofeng's first visit to England. Although Brighton Port may not be among the most prestigious in the country, it appeared far more desolate than he had anticipated. As they disembarked from the Anne, they were met with curious gazes, as if the locals had seldom encountered such a colossal vessel. The nearby docks were occupied by only a handful of small fishing boats, juxtaposed against the Anne like a chick beside an elephant. Prior to docking at the port, the Anne had briefly anchored in a secluded wilderness, where Drake personally led a team to conceal a significant portion of their gold in a hidden location. A small fraction was entrusted to Drake for transport back home for future considerations. Captain, although Britain is an island nation, its maritime industry is not particularly advanced. Moreover, the blockade of trade routes by Portugal and Spain has rendered it nearly impossible for other countries to engage in commerce. Consequently, Britain's ocean-going vessels are indeed limited, and trade is not flourishing. George, being of merchant origin, had long been troubled by the blockade of trade routes. Otherwise, he would not have been forced into the abhorrent business of slave trading. Such is the disparity of power. Jules Woofing surveyed his surroundings. He had visited numerous ports along the Mediterranean coast, which were undeniably more prosperous, though firmly under the control of Portugal and Spain. Upon reflecting on this, Jules Woofing could not help but declare solemnly, "I shall establish a formidable power of my own and crush the Portuguese-Spanish alliance upon the ocean. At that time, will we not have trade routes with England?" Captain, the surrounding sailors, upon hearing his words, saluted Jules Woofing with respect. Even those who had sworn loyalty to him did not wish to see their homeland descend into a third-rate nation, who would not desire the strength of their own country. Jules Woofing spent over 100 gold coins to procure an entire cartload of gifts for little Annie, ranging from toys and cosmetics to clothing and daily necessities, leaving George envious and regretting that he had not married sooner and had a multitude of children. The proceeds from selling the birthday gifts could sustain his family comfortably for a lifetime. Noticing George's greedy expression, Jules Woofing playfully struck him on the head and said, "With me, do you still concern yourself with such trifles?" Seated in a temporarily hired cart, Jules Woofing gazed around, relishing the exquisite beauty of the English countryside while inhaling the fresh air filled with dense floral fragrances. Meanwhile, George, exhausted from days of toil, had already reclined in the back, snoring thunderously. The carter, motivated by the gold coin Jules Woofing had given him as a reward, cracked his whip vigorously, determined to earn nearly a month's wage. He nearly forgot the initial surprise he had felt upon seeing Jules Woofing's yellow skin and dark eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "Now!" He stubbornly believed that he must be a prince from some foreign land visiting England incognito. The cart sped swiftly along the country lane, heading towards Crawley. Due to the remarkably smooth road repairs, the journey was exceedingly steady, sparing them much of the discomfort associated with jarring bumps. Thanks to the diligence of the coachman, they arrived at Drake's hometown, a picturesque village 2 hours earlier than anticipated. This quaint village, comprising merely 100 or so households, was adorned with flourishing flora and trees, while a crystal-clear stream meandered gently before it. Like a beautiful oil painting, it was a sight to behold, immensely pleasing to the eye. The golden horse, urged by the coachman's whip, trotted along with light steps, producing a delightful sound. Jules Woofing nudged the slumbering George, who merely turned over, continuing to snore thunderously. Resigned, he decided to inquire for directions instead. Following the course of the stream, the carriage entered the village, where a few young boys and girls were conversing by the riverbank. After signaling the carriage to halt, Jules Woofing leaped down and approached them directly. "Father!" exclaimed a young girl, lifting her white dress as she hurried towards him. The other youths hastened to follow suit. Upon seeing them rush over, Jules Woofing was momentarily taken aback, hearing the girl call out "Father." His heart stirred with curiosity. Could she be? As the girl reached him, her expression shifted from eagerness to disappointment upon realizing he was not the one she awaited. "Ah, this yellow-skinned fellow is your father?" exclaimed one of the arriving boys, his hair slicked back, adopting a peculiar tone. "Hello there, Annie's dad." Jules Woofing, unfazed by the antics of these youngsters, merely smiled and leaned against the carriage, adopting an air of indifference. In truth, the moment the boy mentioned Annie, he had already reached a conclusion. "How strikingly similar you are to your father." A girl with lips adorned in a garish crimson lipstick, incongruent with her youth, cackled. "No wonder our little Annie has blossomed into such beauty." "You." Little Annie's face flushed crimson, and she stamped her foot, exclaiming, "I must have mistaken you for someone else." "Indeed, that scoundrel of a father of yours has long perished at sea. How foolish of you to rise so early to await him." The heavily made-up girl cast a scornful glance at Annie, then nestled into the embrace of a youth, cooing, "Darling, why don't we go see the gifts my father has sent me?" The heavily made-up girl was unprepared for Annie's sudden retort. In a fit of rage, she shoved the young man's hand away, struggling to rise, her lacquered fingers reaching out toward Annie. Annie, having never encountered such a confrontation, gasped and recoiled. "Stop." A boy with a few freckles on his nose stepped in front, and after his exclamation, several crimson scratches marred his face. The freckled boy, equally incensed, pushed the heavily made-up girl to the ground. You, the son of a slave, dare to strike me? Kill him. The heavily made-up girl, nearly beside herself with fury, could hardly believe that the son of a farmer would lay a hand on her. Humph. The boy who had witnessed his beloved suffer immediately retaliated, knocking the freckled boy to the ground and delivering several harsh kicks. The youth hesitated momentarily, appearing deeply troubled. Are you involved with that little harlot? You scoundrel. Seeing his reluctance to act, the heavily made-up girl leaped forward, clawing and shrieking, If you won't do it, I shall. With that, she aimed a slap at Annie. Have we not had enough commotion? Upon witnessing that Annie was about to be wronged, Jules swiftly approached to prevent the unfolding calamity. My father is a royal guard. If you do not release me, I shall summon him to deal with you, declared the heavily made-up young lady, struggling in vain against her captor. With a haughty demeanor, she revealed her influential connections. Humph. Jules effortlessly cast her aside and moved to Annie's side, gently assisting her to her feet, and softly inquired, Is your father Francis Drake? Ah. Annie gasped, her expression transforming into one of joy. Do you know my father? Jules, rarely displaying a smile, nodded affirmatively, saying, Your father is my friend. However, panic soon enveloped Jules. Even in the face of a million formidable foes, he would rather not confront such an awkward situation. He hastily reassured her, No, your father is attending to some matters and will surely return tonight. Annie, unconvinced, grew even more resolute, plopping down on the ground and weeping loudly. George, if you do not show yourself, I will throw you to the sea to be fed to the fish. Jules, left with no choice, began to shout in desperation, momentarily forgetting that they were no longer at sea. Commander, please, no. Startled awake by Jules' frantic cries, George tumbled out of the carriage in a flurry, stumbling toward the commotion. Little Annie, he exclaimed, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he spotted Annie weeping on the grass. His voice filled with alarm. Uncle George. Upon encountering her father's friend George, little Annie rushed into his embrace, her voice trembling with emotion. Is my father really dead? Is it true? She wiped her tears with the sleeve of her dress, still uncertain. It is true. When has Uncle George ever deceived you? He reassured her. George gestured for the coachman to bring the carriage closer, stating, This entire load is for you. Ah, with the affirmation that her father was safe. The youthful Annie's spirits soared upon seeing a whole carriage filled with birthday gifts. She joyfully leaped towards the pile, rolling amidst the treasures. Stephen, come and see. Look at all the gifts my father has bought for me. So many, Annie exclaimed with excitement. The freckled boy named Stephen approached, his eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed upon the abundance of presents, murmuring, Goodness, it's hard to believe. Observing that the rain had ceased, Jules also approached, patting Stephen on the shoulder, saying, Young man, you are quite brave. Stephen grinned, his bashfulness evident, likely due to his lack of worldly experience. The well-coiffed youth intended to join the excitement, but was seized by a heavily made-up girl, who scornfully exclaimed, I knew all along that you were involved with that harlot. Upon catching a glimpse of Jules' cold gaze, the girl quivered in fear, swiftly turning to flee, threatening, You wait. My father won't let this go. And you, Stephen, your father will be dismissed because of this. After a moment's hesitation, the well-coiffed boy sighed and pursued her. The coachman gently flicked the whip, and the yellow horse instantly trotted lively towards the Drake residence. Before long, little Annie leaped down and dashed into a farmhouse, calling out, Mother, Mother, Father's friends and Uncle George have arrived. George also jumped down from the carriage, greeting them with a smile. Sister-in-law, you are as enchanting as ever. My brother is attending to some matters and will arrive shortly. I came along with the commander to deliver the news. The commander? Mrs. Drake immediately realized there were others accompanying them. Upon seeing the yellow-skinned Jules, she paused slightly and then said, You must be the esteemed commander. I apologize for the oversight. Please, come inside to speak. Sister-in-law, the commander is truly an exceptional person, George exclaimed as he assisted in unloading the gifts from the carriage, explaining, If it weren't for his help, you would never see my brother and me again. Oh, Mrs. Drake gasped, her eyes filled with alarm. George, if you cannot keep that big mouth of yours in check. Jules shot George a disapproving glare, causing him to shiver and fall silent. Hastening to unload the gifts, Mrs. Drake couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity. This man, with just a slight display of anger, could render the usually troublesome George speechless. He must be a remarkable individual, she thought, and thus she said, Commander, thank you for saving Drake and George. I hope you will look after them in the future. Sister-in-law, do not speak of pleasantries. Drake and I are like family. We look out for one another. Zhu's woofing replied with a warm smile. Lady Drake ceased her polite exchanges, her intuition revealing that her husband's fate was now inextricably linked to that mysterious individual. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, excitement at the prospect of her husband's imminent rise and trepidation at the myriad dangers that lay ahead. Yet, at this juncture, all she could do was silently pray for their safety. The group lingered in the parlor, engaging in idle chatter, and brought forth a large platter of fruits from her orchard, greeting them cheerfully before eagerly inspecting her gifts. Observing this, George immediately assisted in unloading the remaining gold from the carriage, concealing it in the basement behind the courtyard. Without pausing to wipe his brow, Drake approached Zhu's woofing, a faint smile gracing his lips. Captain, everything has been arranged. The loyalty of those accompanying us is beyond question. However, in accordance with your wishes, I employed a few clever tricks. Now, aside from myself, no one knows the location of the buried treasure. Drake. Lady Drake had been lingering at a distance, but upon witnessing the completion of their task, she hastened to him, affectionately throwing herself into his embrace. Cindy, my darling, Drake exclaimed, lifting his wife and twirling her around. His voice tender as he said, you have borne much in my absence. Father. Little Annie immediately abandoned her gifts, rushing out to leap into Drake's arms. Zhu's woofing chuckled softly before turning to leave, allowing them to relish the moment of family reunion. What a splendidly full moon it is tonight. Zhu's woofing reclined by the small river in front of the village, slightly tilting his head to evade the fragrant grass's intrusion upon his nostrils. Yet he pondered, where were his family? Since he had gained awareness, he had resided in John S. household, fully cognizant of his status as a slave. However, unlike other slaves, he was fortunate that John S. father, old Emoya, had purchased him not as a laborer, but rather to provide companionship for his son. The elderly gentleman, known as Grandpa Gao, possessed a wealth of knowledge that commanded old Emoya's utmost respect, and he relished the tales of the East that flowed from his lips. It was during that year that Zhu's fate underwent a profound transformation. Firstly, Grandpa Gao revealed to him, through the tattoo on his arm, that his name was Zhu's woofing, a name quintessentially Chinese. This knowledge also enlightened him about his ethnicity, the Han, a mysterious and magnificent people. Contemplating this, Zhu's woofing could not help but roll up his sleeve, revealing the 3 Chinese characters inscribed upon his arm. From that moment onward, he diligently studied the Chinese language under Grandpa Gao's tutelage. John, having grown up alongside him, soon joined in the enthusiasm, clamoring to learn as well. Out of respect for John's father, Grandpa Gao reluctantly agreed to instruct both of them. 2 years later, Grandpa Gao began to impart lessons on a subject known as military strategy, a mysterious field that ignited Zhu and John's fascination with warfare. Due to their close bond, John insisted on bringing Zhu along to school, and old Emoya, with no choice but to indulge his beloved son, utilized his connections to allow Zhu, an outsider, to attend as a companion. However, Zhu could not help but question, was John's home truly his home? Zhu's woofing gently inquired within himself. But soon a cold glint flickered in his gaze. No, that is not the case. My home lies in the east, the magnificent land of Huaxia, the fabled celestial empire. Suddenly, a faint sound of sobbing emerged from his left. Startled, Zhu's woofing sat up, his eyes scanning the vicinity. There, by the riverbank, sat a boy, his face buried in his pant leg, weeping incessantly. Zhu's woofing furrowed his brow slightly, choosing to ignore him, harboring a tinge of disdain. How could a manly figure hide in a corner and weep? Noticing the time was late, he turned to head towards Drake's residence. Just then, the boy abruptly stood up, shouting at the river, I, Stephen, will one day make you all understand that I am not a coward. I am a great hero. Instantly, a resonance echoed within Zhu's woofing's mind, striking a chord deep within his heart. He mused, what a familiar vow. I remember I once shouted like that too. As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at the boy, and to his surprise, it was indeed him, the freckled lad from earlier. Stephen? At this moment, Stephen had ceased his sobs, his fists clenched tightly, waving them in the air momentarily. His gaze shifted to the distance, resolute and spirited. So it is Stephen. Zhu's woofing approached him from behind and coldly remarked, I overheard your shout just now. It was utterly juvenile, was it not? Zhu's woofing crossed his arms, gazing at the full moon. As a man, one should not weep like a woman, and to utter such disgraceful words. Do you not feel ashamed? No. I have sworn that I shall never cry again. Moreover, I pledge to fulfill my vow. Stephen clenched his fists in anger, shouting fervently. Oh, what is your plan for realizing this vow? Surely, it must be comprehensive? Zhu Zhuofeng cast a disdainful glance at him. Stephen gasped, his face turning crimson. His fists unconsciously relaxed, nearly causing him to stumble. Observing that Stephen had gained insight from his words, Zhu Zhuofeng could not help but nod inwardly. He was far superior to himself at that age, a promising prospect. He then remarked coldly, if you do not even know how to take action, what grounds do you have to swear to become a hero? Do you even understand what it takes to be a hero? The relentless barrage of questions drained the color from Stephen's face, and the courage he had mustered dissipated entirely. He collapsed helplessly to the ground. Zhu Zhuofeng paid him no mind, instead listening to the gentle sound of flowing water, savoring the tranquility of the night. After a considerable time, Stephen sprang to his feet and knelt before Zhu Zhuofeng, his voice filled with emotion. You must be a great hero. Please, teach me. A hero? Such a distant title. Zhu Zhuofeng sighed inwardly and replied coolly, I am not a hero. If you wish to become one, I cannot instruct you. Stephen lowered his head in disappointment, falling into a silent reverie. After a derisive laugh, Zhu Zhuofeng turned to leave. Wait, Stephen suddenly called out. Please teach me to be someone like you. His voice carried a hint of coldness. Whether a hero or a villain, all I desire is to become someone who will be eternally remembered. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Zhuofeng finally spoke. Very well. With that, he strode forward with determination. Stephen, momentarily taken aback, quickly rose to his feet, following suit with equally resolute steps. A dark cloud drifted across the night sky, obscuring the bright moonlight, casting an expanse of inky darkness upon the earth. The commotion was deafening. Two prison guards, alerted by the noise from a distance, felt a surge of concern that Drake might be harmed. They hurried to intervene, only to be astounded to find the ruffians had been subdued. Their anger surged. You wretched criminal, even in prison you cannot behave. One guard swung his baton through the bars. Who are you calling a criminal? Drake, unable to contain his fury, seized the guard by the throat and yanked him backward, resulting in a resounding crash. Let go, you bastard. The other guard, sensing the situation escalating, hastily struck Drake's arm with his baton. With a forceful shove, Drake propelled the guard against the opposite cell door, then stepped back disdainfully, retorting, What crimes are you speaking of? Where were you spineless cowards when we were battling the Spanish Navy? The inmates are revolting. The fallen guard struggled to rise, shouting angrily, Brothers, come quickly. The prisoners are rebelling and attacking us. As he spoke, he blew the whistle. In no time, a dozen guards rushed in, the sound of their heavy boots creating a cacophony. Are you the one responsible for the assaults on our nation's other fleets by the Spaniards, Drake? The chief prison guard coldly remarked, Do you realize that my brother was also slain by the Spanish Navy? Oh, then why do you not seek vengeance against the Spanish Navy? What are you doing lingering here? From a shadowy corner emerged Zhu Zhuofeng, who, in a frigid tone, retorted, You are the accomplice of that Drake, aren't you, you yellow-skinned wretch? Infuriated, the chief prison guard glared at him, brandishing his baton with a flourish. You are mistaken. Zhu Zhuofeng disdainfully averted his gaze and declared, Drake is, in fact, my accomplice. Head, eliminate this arrogant yellow-skinned brat. The guards behind him, incited by rage, began to shout, banging their batons against the iron bars with a resounding clatter. It seems I must limber up. Zhu Zhuofeng shook his head lightly, producing a sound of cracking vertebrae. As one of Britain's largest prisons, the first prison typically housed serious offenders, and few were willing to approach its vicinity. Not only were the fierce-looking guards intimidating, but the surrounding atmosphere was also steeped in a chilling terror that deterred most people. A carriage sped from the urban area, kicking up a cloud of choking dust. The driver, however, remained unsatisfied, mercilessly whipping the beleaguered steed. With a jolt, the frenzied carriage halted abruptly at the entrance of the first prison, where several guards rushed forward to respectfully assist the figure alighting from the carriage. The warden, with his rotund belly, hurriedly made his way over upon hearing the news. Upon seeing the newcomer, he paused momentarily before swiftly approaching, exclaiming with delight, It is truly an honor to welcome you, Lord Cecil. The visitor, a gentleman in his 40s, attired in classic gentlemanly fashion, responded with a smile, Well, Fernand, it appears you are quite well fed here. I dare say you've gained another 20 pounds, haven't you? Fernand, who had always detested remarks about his weight, would typically have been enraged by such comments. Yet, in the presence of this individual, he could only manage a forced chuckle. Hee hee, you know me well. I gain weight merely by drinking water. There is hardly any bounty to be had in this wretched place. Lord Cecil, maintaining his genteel demeanor, smiled knowingly, indicating that it was all in jest. Leaning closer with his cane, he whispered into Fernand's ear, "Fernand, do not blame me for not warning you. You are in deep trouble." "What?" Fernand exclaimed, jolted with alarm. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated as a prison guard doubled over in agony, collapsing to the ground, his baton forgotten in his hands. "You still think you can escape?" The chief guard seethed, swinging his baton menacingly toward Drake's head. "You disgrace of a nation." Bang! Distracted, Drake was caught off guard, receiving a solid blow to his head, causing him to stagger precariously. "Drake!" Jules Woofing cried out, rushing to stand protectively before him, his eyes blazing with a fierce intent, enunciating each word with gravitas. "You shall pay for this." "Lord Cecil, please, do not jest. I, Fernand, have always adhered to the law. How could I possibly have stirred up any trouble?" Fernand quickly regained his composure, bursting into laughter, his jowls shaking vigorously. "Fernand, whether you abide by the law or not is not a matter for discussion," Cecil remarked with a sneer. "I have come to inform you. Given our relatively amicable relationship thus far, if you have no interest, then consider it my overstepping. Farewell." With that, he turned to leave. "Brother Cecil, wait." Fernand hurriedly blocked his path, forcing a smile. "I appreciate your concern, brother. Having traveled such a distance, how could I let you go without proper hospitality? Please, follow me." "Ah, Fernand." Cecil sighed. "Were it not for our past camaraderie, you would not even realize how you might meet your demise." Fernand's panic intensified as he hastily led Cecil to his office. The head of the guards, upon receiving a cold glance from Jules Woofing, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, instinctively taking a step back. Realizing his loss of face, he barked defiantly, "Let me experience the price you speak of." With a flourish, he swung his baton towards Jules Woofing's abdomen. A crisp crack echoed as the baton clattered to the ground. After breaking the guard's arm, Jules delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling backward. The remaining 7 or 8 guards trembled as they helped their leader up, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed upon the figure who seemed to have emerged from the very depths of hell. They found themselves devoid of any courage to advance another step. "You stand idle. Do you think I would spare you?" Jules Woofing's voice was devoid of emotion, his gaze sweeping over them like that of a malevolent deity. "What?" Fernand's hands trembled, causing the paper he held to slip from his grasp and drift slowly to the ground. "You understand, do you not?" Cecile elegantly produced a precious silk handkerchief, meticulously wiping his impeccably maintained nails. "Brother, please save me." Fernand quivered, nearly collapsing to the floor, his lazy flesh rolling with every movement. Cecile continued his actions, seemingly oblivious to Fernand's plight, focused and resolute. "Cecile, brother." "No, my lord." Fernand, in a fit of tears and snot, finally fell to his knees, clutching Cecile's thigh, exclaiming, "I do not wish to die. I have a mother at home who needs my care." "Enough." Fernand, rise. Cecile spoke softly. "For the sake of your reputation as a dutiful son, I, Cecile, shall risk my life to ensure yours is preserved." "Ah, thank you, brother, thank you." Fernand's despair transformed into elation as he gazed at Cecile as if he were a deity, declaring, "From now on, whatever you require, I shall face it without a hint of hesitation, even if it means my destruction." Cecile extended his hands, smiling as he helped Fernand to his feet. Leaning close to his ear, he whispered, "You need only do this and that." Fernand's eyes sparkled with newfound hope as he replied, "Brother, I shall go and release them at once." "No, it is not the right moment yet. However, you must arrange for me to see them." Cecile immediately shook his head. "It is a trivial matter. Brother, do consider whose territory this is." Fernand, now emboldened by the assurance of his life, began to swell with pride once more. However, there was no sign of disdain on Cecil's face. "Terrible! I nearly forgot," Fernand suddenly exclaimed. Startled by the words, Cecil rose abruptly, his gaze fixed on Fernand. The anguished cries of the guards at the farthest corner of the cell could not escape. What was intended as a place to graciously host Drake and his companions had unexpectedly transformed into a veritable hell of suffering. Fernand swiftly flung open the cell door and rushed inside, ignoring the salutes of the guards. With a pallid complexion, Cecil followed closely behind, his steps hurried, abandoning the gentlemanly demeanor he usually upheld, and spoke in a grave tone. "If anything were to befall Drake, Fernand, you must realize what your fate would entail." Fernand, upon hearing this, could not suppress a groan, quickening his pace, fervently praying, "God, may Drake endure." After sending the last guard crashing to the ground, Zhu Zhuofeng supported the faltering Drake, tearing his cloak into shreds to bandage him. "Captain, I am unharmed," Drake insisted, shaking his head vigorously to indicate his alertness. "Do not move, unless you wish for me to end your life," Zhu Zhuofeng cautioned, meticulously attending to his task. "Dear God, what on earth has transpired?" Foman finally arrived. Breathless, gazing at the moaning guards scattered across the floor, his face ashen as he exclaimed, "Oh!" Following closely, Cecil let out a cry and quickly pulled out a handkerchief to cover his mouth. Zhu Zhuofeng soon finished bandaging Drake's head, gently helping him lie down. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, gazing coldly at the two panicked individuals, and remarked, "Are you their leader?" As the icy gaze of Zhu Zhuofeng swept over Foman, an unaccountable shiver coursed through his heart. He nodded involuntarily and replied, "Yes." "To your demise." Zhu Zhuofeng moved with the swiftness of a leopard, his eyes fixated on Foman as if he were prey. "Stop!" Cecil exclaimed urgently, thrusting his cane towards him. Zhu Zhuofeng disregarded the attack from behind, bracing himself against it. His right knee collided with Foman's corpulent abdomen, which offered no resistance against the forceful impact. Cecil smiled as he retracted his cane, inclining slightly, and declared, "On behalf of Her Majesty the Queen, I extend a warm welcome to you, esteemed guest of the British Empire." Zhu Zhuofeng nodded slightly and replied in a deep voice, "I trust you are already aware of my purpose in coming to England. Feel free to speak candidly." "My friend." Cecil spread his arms wide. "I now welcome you on my own behalf." "Friend? We are not." Zhu Zhuofeng retorted coldly, "Our relationship is one of mutual exploitation. I can offer you wealth, while you are to serve as my support. What must we do?" the Count inquired. Zhu Zhuofeng remained unmoved, casting a frigid glance at him. "You know well that many members of the High Council are exceedingly obstinate. They have consistently opposed Her Majesty's bold reforms." Cecil shrugged slightly, revealing a quintessential gentleman's smile. "These individuals will significantly impact our future collaboration. Furthermore, your recent arrest was orchestrated privately by the senior members of Parliament, circumventing Her Majesty the Queen." Cecil had hoped that Zhu Zhuofeng would broach the subject himself, but observed his complete lack of response. After clearing his throat twice, he continued, "Those sycophants who merely wag their tails for the great powers are nothing but beggars, seeking to preserve their own possessions. If these individuals are not eliminated, it would be a mere fantasy for the British Empire to aspire to reform and strength." Zhu Zhuofeng listened intently, remaining unmoved. Upon hearing this, he spoke in a deep voice, "Since we are collaborators, we must also express our sincerity. This operation is entirely at the disposal of your lordship." Finally extending his hand, Cecil unveiled the most genuine smile he had ever shown, grasping Zhu Zhuofeng's hand tightly, exclaiming with fervor, "I know Her Majesty will be pleased with your decision. What transformations await London, the largest cultural and economic hub of Britain, tomorrow?" Note: some characters, events, and timelines in the novel diverge from historical accuracy. Please refrain from delving too deeply into these discrepancies. In recognition of Sir Francis Drake's valiant efforts to defend the honor of the British Empire against formidable foes, Her Majesty has bestowed upon him the title of Knight. As the priest read the proclamation, Drake was officially knighted, finally gaining a touch of nobility. Amidst the enchanting strains of music, the banquet commenced. Drake, having exchanged his customary sailor attire for a formal knightly ensemble, graciously accepted the accolades that poured in from all directions. Notably, several noble young ladies were particularly intrigued, each making a concerted effort to engage him in conversation. Although a knight may not hold significant stature, Drake's reputation soared to great heights. He was a hero of the people and the cherished Prince Charming in the hearts of countless maidens. Zhu Zhuofeng had initially intended to forego attending the investiture banquet, yet he found himself unable to resist Cecil's almost incessant entreaties. Ultimately, he was silenced by the assertion that it was a direct command from the Queen herself. Thus, Zhu Zhuofeng reluctantly donned a black tailcoat, striving to remain inconspicuous as he quietly surveyed the so-called elite nobles. Aligning himself with England was a strategy he had devised from the outset, although England was not yet formidable under the vigorous reforms of Queen Elizabeth. It seemed to be on the cusp of a meteoric rise. However, as he sought refuge under this powerful ally, did not England also require his sharp spear? His capabilities had surely reached the Queen's ears through George and others. "Sir, may I have the pleasure of dancing with you?" a sweet and innocent-looking girl inquired, holding a glass of wine and smiling gently at Zhu Zhuofeng. Abruptly interrupted from his thoughts, he furrowed his brow and replied, "I apologize, but I do not dance." The girl, obviously taken aback by the rejection, experienced a fleeting change in her expression. Her invitation to dance stemmed from a blend of curiosity about his distinctive demeanor and her boldness in approaching him. However, the excellent education received since childhood swiftly quelled the displeasure on her face, and with a faint smile, she suggested, "Perhaps I could teach you." "I beg your pardon, but I have no interest in dancing," Zhu Zuofeng replied, slightly nodding before stepping aside to continue observing the nobility. If one wishes to avoid being controlled by the British and reduced to a mere puppet in the future, it is essential to know oneself and one's adversary. The girl gazed in astonishment at the black-haired, dark-eyed man, taken aback by the unexpected outcome of her first proactive invitation. This elicited a slight stomp of her foot in frustration, yet her pride ignited an unyielding desire to compete. She began to scrutinize him closely. Not particularly remarkable, she concluded initially, but then noticed a young nobleman approaching him, prompting an involuntary comparison. The young nobleman, whom the girl recognized as Peter, the son of the Earl of Cecil, was quite renowned, handsome, and possessed a gentlemanly charm akin to his father, embodying the quintessential Prince Charming in the eyes of affluent young ladies. In contrast, Zhu Zuofeng stood at a similar height but was less aesthetically pleasing, and his attire lacked sophistication. Upon this realization, she shook her head, silently berating herself for her unwarranted curiosity. Apart from his ambiguous ethnicity, he exhibited no extraordinary traits. "I have heard my father speak of you," Peter declared, forcefully clinking his glass of red wine against Zhu Zuofeng's before taking a sip, adding, "You are quite impressive." "I am certain my father would not be mistaken." Zhu Zuofeng, having harbored a strong disdain for most nobles since childhood, had no desire to engage with him. He did not even raise his eyelids, remaining immersed in his own thoughts. Peter awkwardly touched his head and chuckled. "I apologize for not introducing myself. My name is Peter, and my father is Count Cecil." "Oh, so you are the son of a count." Zhu Zuofeng slightly raised his head, responding with a casual tone, "Indeed. You are quite a gentleman. It would be prudent to cultivate a connection with someone of such high regard before the Empress." "Thank you for your kind words," Peter replied with a friendly smile, and then inquired, "Might I be fortunate enough to hear how you triumphed over the Spanish Armada?" "It was merely a stroke of luck. There was nothing extraordinary about it." Zhu Zuofeng nodded slightly, saying, "I apologize, but I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, he turned and departed. Just as Peter intended to follow, he was intercepted by several elegantly dressed young ladies who pulled him aside. "Peter, it has been ages since we last met. Shall we dance together?" Indeed, it was as expected. Filna inwardly sighed. Although Peter was the Prince Charming in the hearts of many young ladies, she felt no inclination towards him. While he exhibited impeccable gentlemanly manners, he was far removed from the sense of freedom she sought. "Filna, you have missed so many gatherings lately. What has happened?" Peter's face lit up upon spotting his beloved. Filna couldn't help but silently scold herself for mingling in the festivities, which had only led to being entangled by him. She blamed Drake for inciting her curiosity about the so-called hero. However, out of respect for their father's long-standing friendship, she felt compelled to respond politely and deftly change the subject, saying, "Peter, the person you were just speaking with seemed rather peculiar, don't you think? Are you referring to Zhu Zuofeng?" Peter furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Do not mind him. That individual is rather unsociable and lacks any semblance of gentlemanly demeanor." Filna resonated with his sentiments, but was reluctant to engage Peter in a discussion of romantic matters. She attempted to divert his attention, saying, "That man appears unfamiliar. I don't believe I have ever encountered him before. What could his status be to warrant an invitation to this gathering?" "Ah, he is a subordinate of the illustrious hero, Drake." Filna seemed oblivious to Peter's invitation, muttering to herself, "I wonder where he hails from. His appearance is quite peculiar. I have only ever seen individuals of African descent and cannot fathom the existence of such a type." Peter could not help but smile wryly. It was always the same with her, sidestepping the main topic. Perhaps it was best to indulge her comments, allowing for more time together, lest she concoct an excuse to leave. He clarified, "His origins are shrouded in mystery, but he is not merely a subordinate of Drake. It is said that even Drake must heed his counsel. Thankfully, I gleaned this intriguing tidbit from my father, for otherwise I would have been at a loss to respond to Filna." "Is it truly so?" Filna expressed her astonishment, casting her gaze towards Zhu Zuofeng's retreating figure and scrutinizing him anew. His stride was steady, exuding an air of confidence. This was Filna's initial observation. Suddenly, Peter whispered in alarm, his eyes drawn to a girl near Zhu's woofing. What is Nancy doing here? Following his gaze, Philna too spotted her. A knot tightened within my heart, and I silently shook my head, lamenting that this soiree was destined for ruin. As I spoke, my gaze began to search for my partner. Sir, may I invite you to dance? Nancy, with her serpentine waist, sashayed before Zhu's woofing, flashing a beguiling smile. You are the most handsome young man I have ever seen. I apologize, but I do not dance, nor do I possess any interest in it, Zhu's woofing replied with a slight bow, turning to leave, his expression betraying not a flicker of emotion. Suddenly, a sharp sound of shattering glass pierced the air, drawing the astonished gazes of the crowd. Nancy, what happened? A tall, robust young man rushed to her side, his face etched with concern. William. Nancy, seemingly overwhelmed with terror, collapsed into William's embrace, sobbing, He assaulted me. She pointed a trembling finger at Zhu's woofing. All eyes turned toward him, and those who had experienced similar incidents shook their heads in dismay. Meanwhile, those unfamiliar with the situation surged forward, their indignation boiling over. Scoundrel! Seize him and throw him in jail. This place is for those of stature. Wait. William, struggling to contain his rage, slowly rose to his feet. You scoundrel, how dare you assault my fiancée? I, William, formally challenge you to a duel. Zhu's woofing, arms crossed, regarded the unfolding drama with a cold gaze, his face betraying not the slightest change. It was only when William declared his intent to duel that he turned, speaking languidly, a trivial farce. Stop. You think you can simply walk away? William charged forward, akin to a furious lion. Bang. The towering William tumbled to the ground like a lifeless fish, clutching his jaw, his furious gaze directed at the man before him. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on our esteemed commander must first reckon with my fists. Drake stood before Zhu's woofing like a celestial being, his fists clenched, adopting a combat stance. Indeed, it was as such. Philna sighed softly. Nancy and William never grew weary of such theatrics. However, judging by Drake's demeanor, the man named Zhu's woofing held a godlike status in his eyes. Cease this at once. Count Cecil hastily extricated himself from a circle of dignitaries and barked at William. What nonsense is this? Do you not realize he is our esteemed guest of the British Empire? Cecil, step aside. William struggled to rise, seething. This is a personal grievance between me and that yellow-skinned swine. It is not for you to meddle. Who are you to determine whether I may intervene? A delicate voice interjected, drawing the attention of all present. Your Majesty. The attendees of the banquet paused their activities, bowing respectfully. Sister, this fellow. William's expression shifted, and he hastily sought to explain. Without uttering another word, William assisted Nancy, who still lay on the ground, glaring fiercely at Zhu's woofing before disregarding the gazes of the crowd and turning to leave. Esteemed guest, my brother's rudeness has startled you. The Empress gracefully approached Zhu's woofing, offering a slight nod. It is entirely my fault for not properly raising him in his youth, allowing him to develop such a mannerism. Zhu's woofing humbly smiled and said, Your Majesty, the words you have spoken truly fill me with trepidation. To behold your exquisite grace is indeed a divine blessing. With a fleeting glance, he surveyed the legendary woman known for her decisiveness. She appeared to be around 23 or 24 years of age, with porcelain skin and dark golden locks elegantly styled atop her head, crowned with a delicate tiara that exuded opulence. Yet, the gentle dimples that adorned her smile rendered her remarkably approachable. After exchanging pleasantries, Queen Elizabeth ascended to the podium. Following a customary opening address, she unexpectedly announced the appointment of Zhu's woofing as a royal guest scholar, bestowing upon him a privateering license that permitted him to attack ships not belonging to the nation or its allies. A wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. The notion of a privateering license was utterly unheard of. Furthermore, the decision to appoint an individual of indeterminate ethnicity as a royal guest scholar had not been broached in Parliament. At that moment, Zhu's woofing's mind was clear. Being appointed as a guest scholar implied that if he performed commendably, the glory would belong to the crown, and should he fail, he could be dismissed at any time. The issuance of a privateering license to him, rather than to Drake, likely left room for maneuver for England. Moreover, bypassing Parliament altogether indicated that the Queen had successfully consolidated power through this political struggle. Ah, this woman is indeed astute. I must tread carefully. Congratulations to you, Mr. Zhu's woofing, guest scholar, Cecil remarked as he approached with his son. From now on, we shall be considered colleagues of sorts. Let us strive diligently for the glory of the British Empire. Where? There. It is none other than Count Cecil, whose future is indeed boundless. I hope you will extend your guidance generously to your humble brother, Zhu Zuofeng remarked with a gentle smile. Peter, this is Mr. Zhu Zuofeng, whom I mentioned to you. His prowess in naval warfare is likely unmatched, even by the officers of your naval academy, Cecil said with a smile directed at Peter. Peter, smiling, extended his friendly hand for a firm handshake and, with a face full of reverence, declared, I have already had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Zhu. I shall certainly rely on his guidance for my future endeavors. After a brief exchange of modest pleasantries, Cecil delved into the matter at hand. Sipping his red wine, he leaned closer to Zhu Zuofeng and, with a slight furrow of his brow, inquired, Brother Zuofeng, are you familiar with the name Vasco da Gama? Zhu Zuofeng nodded slightly, but remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. Since Columbus proclaimed the discovery of India as recorded in his accounts, it has brought immense benefits to Spain, leading to the rapid growth of the Spanish Navy. However, it is well known that a considerable number of navigators firmly deny that the continent discovered by Columbus is indeed India, among them the eminent Portuguese navigator Vasco da Gama. Sponsored by the Portuguese royal family, da Gama set forth over a year ago, retracing the route of his predecessor, Dias, in pursuit of the true India. Cecil drained his glass of red wine, his complexion slightly flushed, as he took a couple of deep breaths to steady himself. Zhu Zuofeng felt a slight jolt in his heart. Although the information presented was common knowledge, he sensed an unusual undercurrent in Cecil's tone, hinting that something extraordinary was afoot. On the surface, he spoke with an unruffled demeanor. This is indeed a perilous endeavor. No one can traverse the seas to reach the true India. Zhu Zuofeng's statement also conveyed his skepticism towards the prevailing theories concerning Columbus's discovery of India. As he pondered this, a faint smile graced Zhu's lips. It seems the Portuguese have struck a veritable fortune, seizing control of the route to India. I dare say they will surpass Spain within a mere decade. Alas, the Portuguese will likely keep their sea lanes as tightly guarded secrets, leaving other nations to contend with mere scraps. Cecil raised an eyebrow at this, retorting coolly, why should they feast while we are left to sip the dregs? Zhu Zuofeng inquired, are you perhaps considering purchasing the Indian sea route map from Fels? Chuckling softly, Cecil replied with an elegant smile, not to purchase, but to seize. As you know, our British royalty is rather impoverished, he added. Zhu Zuofeng responded with a knowing smile, Her Majesty is indeed renowned for her integrity. Cecil, feeling a sense of urgency, thought to himself, this fellow is quite cunning, fully aware that this task is his alone, yet he feigns ignorance. Alas, it is best to clarify matters swiftly. Otherwise, who knows to whom the nautical charts might ultimately belong? He straightened his posture and addressed Zhu Zuofeng with humility. I hope you will consider the millions of our compatriots in the British Empire and not decline this vital mission. Zhu Zuofeng's face displayed a look of astonishment as he questioned, could it be that His Excellency the Count intends to assign such a formidable and honorable task to me? He appeared utterly incredulous. Cecil nearly fainted, regretting not having engaged him in a more diplomatic manner. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to suppress the rising anger within him. With a graceful smile, he remarked, Both Her Majesty the Queen and I firmly believe that this task is uniquely suited for you. Upon its successful completion, Her Majesty has graciously promised to bestow upon you the title of Baron. Zhu Zuofeng pondered for a considerable time, remaining silent as he sipped his red wine. Cecil, after waiting in vain, pinched the back of his hand to remind himself to remain calm and not to lose his temper. With a strained smile, he inquired, might the future Baron have some unspoken concerns? Please, feel free to share them. I am here to assist you. Zhu Zuofeng sighed softly. I too wish to seek the welfare of our fellow citizens of the British Empire, but alas, my ambitions are hindered by my limited capabilities. A mere small vessel attempting to venture into the realm of the Iberian League for the purpose of piracy would surely meet its demise at sea. I see, Cecil replied, contemplating the situation with a troubled expression. You may not be aware, but our Royal Navy possesses only 33 ocean-going vessels, both large and small. However, considering the daunting nature of this undertaking, we could reluctantly allocate 2 ships for your use. Your Excellency, please do not jest, Zhu Zuofeng exclaimed. 2 ships would merely serve to grant our enemies military accolades. You are well aware that both Drake and I are the foremost wanted criminals of the Iberian League. Zhu Zuofeng slapped his forehead, a look of disbelief on his face, and remarked, we need to deploy at least 10 ships to suffice. 10? Cecil nearly bit his tongue in astonishment, shaking his head vigorously like a drum in a storm. No, at most 3 ships. Not a single one more. The admiral of the Third Fleet is no better than a fool. It would be wiser to disband it altogether. This would free up 8 vessels for more capable individuals. Filna approached with a cheerful demeanor, nodding as she inquired, "Uncle Cecil, what are your thoughts?" "Filna," both Cecil and his son exclaimed in unison, realizing she had overheard them. This could spell trouble, as her temperament suggested matters might become quite complicated. Observing the unfolding drama, Zhu Zhuofeng crossed his arms, relishing the spectacle. "How can you say that? While Jason may not have achieved great feats, he has committed no significant faults either." Cecil lamented, feeling a headache coming on. His old friend's daughter was notorious for her difficult nature. Such words cannot stand. "You know, our British Empire is on the cusp of a reformative wave, and having a stubborn conservative within the Navy would only hinder our progress," Filna retorted, pressing her point with relentless determination. "Even so, this matter seems to bear little relevance to you. Why must you intrude?" Cecil endeavored to steer the conversation back on course. "Because I wish to partake in your fleet as well, Uncle. The addition of another ship would provide me with greater protection," Filna exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "Surely, you wouldn't want your young and beautiful niece to become shark bait, would you?" Fina spoke with remarkable fervor, a glimmer of excitement shimmering in her eyes. Peter, standing nearby, nearly groaned, for he was intimately acquainted with Fina's nature. This girl had never been one to conform, disregarding the decorum expected of a lady. She had always yearned for a life of freedom, insisting on attending a naval academy. When she set her mind to something, she was resolute in her pursuits. From her tone, it was evident she was determined to join the fleet. "My dear niece, you must understand that if I were to consent, I would find it difficult to explain myself to your father." Cecil, well aware of his niece's temperament, felt a headache coming on. With the nation in peril, how could a military officer of my background fail to contribute? Would I allow my niece to witness our country being oppressed without taking action? Fina clenched her fist, embodying righteous indignation and fervor. "Moreover, I have already secured the approval of the Empress." Upon hearing this, Cecil and Peter nearly stumbled. They thought to themselves, if the Empress has given her consent, what more is there to discuss? Yet, they soon noticed a sly smile curling at the corners of Fina's mouth, realizing she was teasing them. "Father." Peter grasped his father's hands tightly, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "In these troubled times, as a young man of stature, filled with passion and charm, how could I stand idly by? Please allow me to accompany the esteemed gentleman." His gaze, however, furtively darted toward Fina. "You." At this moment, Cecil's gentlemanly composure nearly shattered, his fingers trembling, leaving him at a loss for words. Peter, witnessing this, felt a surge of alarm. In a moment of urgency, he exclaimed, "Father, have you not always urged me to achieve greatness? If I do not take action, how can I earn military accolades? Without such honors, how can my rank be elevated? And without a rank, how can I expect to succeed?" Peter, displaying a cleverness of his own, discreetly led Filna before Zhu Zhuofeng, saluting respectfully, "We shall heed your every command." His demeanor was one of utmost reverence. Although Zhu Zhuofeng was reluctant to accept their involvement, he recognized that keeping these two under his influence would complicate any future attempts by the British to undermine him. Thus, he coldly stated, "Remember, aboard my vessel, there is but one rule: obedience, obedience, and more obedience." The banquet gradually drew to a close amid a cheerful atmosphere. Zhu Zhuofeng's brow furrowed deeply, for the evening's focal point, Drake, had succumbed to the relentless onslaught of drink, now in a state of utter inebriation. Were it not for the loud snores echoing through the room, one might mistakenly believe a lifeless hog lay sprawled upon the floor. What do you mean? Did you not hear that this is an order? Oh heavens! Oh God!" Filna furtively glanced at Stephen's hands, marred with wounds, and let out a resigned sigh, deciding against removing her gloves. Nevertheless, she remained stubbornly committed to learning the art of sailing from the masters. In a bid to please his beloved, Peter steeled himself to grasp the ropes, feigning competence. Then led the remaining 5 triangular sails through the waves, embarking on a journey across the boundless sea. After 5 days, they gradually approached the renowned neutral port, Bordeaux. In the cozy little tavern, scattered and intricate embellishments reflect the romantic sentiment of the French. Couples huddle in corners, oblivious to the world around them as they whisper sweet nothings. Filna swiftly pours a bottle of red wine down her throat, while her left hand persistently shovels peculiar dishes into her mouth. Her boldness leaves even the seasoned sailor Drake astounded, feeling a twinge of inadequacy. The other dozen or so crew members who disembarked with them cheer in delight. "Oh my!" Peter exclaims from the side, frowning. Filna, to be mindful of your ladylike demeanor. Filna, her cheeks flushed, burps unapologetically and replies, having finally escaped the watchful eyes of those old fossils, how can I not indulge a little? Moreover, now that we are sailors, we should drink heartily and feast with abandon. With that, she snatches another bottle of red wine. Seeing this, Drake and the sailors cast aside their decorum, revealing their true selves as they eagerly join the fray. Amidst the laughter and merriment, barriers quickly dissolve, and the old and new sailors become as intimate as if they had known each other for lifetimes. Peter, observing the sideways glances around him, sighs and silently prays for the honor of England that has been tarnished. However, upon noticing that only one bottle of red wine remains, he lunges forward with exaggerated zeal, abandoning all semblance of a gentleman. After a considerable time, the revelry finally concludes, with everyone reclining in their chairs, satiated and carefree. Ferna, already flushed from the drink, beckoned the proprietor over, burping as she exclaimed, "Boss, your wine is exquisite. And that dish was delightful. Do tell me more about it." Though the owner was bemused by their raucous merriment, he welcomed the unexpected revenue with a beaming smile. "That dish is our tavern's signature specialty, a closely guarded royal recipe, rarely found elsewhere. It features premium wild snails, meticulously prepared. The texture is tender and the flavor exquisite." Ferna's expression suddenly shifted, and she clamped her mouth shut, hastening to a corner to vomit. This left the tavern owner in a state of bewilderment, as laughter erupted throughout the bar. Jules Woofing tossed 10 gold coins to the tavern owner as a tip, smiling as he inquired, "Please, don't take offense. By the way, could you direct me to the finest trading market in Bordeaux?" The tavern owner, recognizing a fortunate patron, grinned widely and called for a young assistant, instructing him to lead the way to the market. The trading market was not far from the tavern, situated on the opposite side of the harbor. After a leisurely half-hour walk, they arrived. Bordeaux's trading market lacked the bustling vibrancy of renowned ports like Lisbon or Seville. However, its enduring neutrality attracted fleets from weaker nations seeking refuge, coupled with its famed wines, making it a hub of commerce rivaling that of any Mediterranean port. The mission at hand was to secure the map of the Indian trade routes. To enter the Mediterranean controlled by the Iberian Union under his current wanted status would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, masquerading as merchants emerged as the most prudent course of action. Originating from a lineage of merchants, Drake chose wine as the cargo for this venture. While it is a popular choice, the geographical disparity allowed him to profit modestly, avoiding losses under the guise of deception. Drawing upon years of experience, Drake swiftly reduced the price of over 500 barrels of aged wine by a third, saving nearly 5,000 gold coins. However, to his surprise, Filna approached, pushing Drake aside to engage the merchant in conversation. Their discourse meandered across diverse topics, yet the matter of pricing remained conspicuously absent. An hour slipped by, then two, with all present, including Drake, growing increasingly impatient, voicing their discontent and retreating to rest. Only Jules Woofing observed Filna's performance with keen interest, seemingly entertained. At long last, after 5 hours, Filna initiated her pricing strategy. Within a mere hour, the merchant, now thoroughly bewildered, consented to a deal at a rate below the norm. "Excellent." Jules Woofing applauded lightly, offering praise. "Filna, you shall henceforth be our financial officer." The merchant, awakening from his stupor, shook his head in regret. Yet, for a traveling merchant, integrity is paramount, and seeing the merchant's formidable demeanor, he steeled himself to finalize the transaction. Fortunately, the price had not dipped below cost. Otherwise, he would have truly found himself in a lamentable predicament. A few crew members were left behind to assist the laborers in transporting the 500 barrels of wine onto the ship. With ample time before loading was complete and the day still young, Jules Woofing decided to explore the shipyard, hoping to discover opportunities for some clandestine alterations to the vessel. After inquiring for directions, we soon arrived at the shipyard. In every port, one can find at least one or several shipyards, primarily dedicated to the maintenance of passing vessels. The shipyard in Bordeaux is also situated near the harbor. Due to limited resources, the shipyard is relatively small and likely incapable of constructing new ships on a grand scale. Upon reaching the entrance, a cacophony erupted. A frail man tumbled out of the shipyard, closely pursued by several others wielding wooden clubs. Spotting Jules Woofing and his companions, the weak man rushed towards them as if he had found a savior, pleading urgently, "Sir, please save me. I can offer you the greatest assistance." Zhu Zhuofeng cast a dismissive glance at him and replied coolly, "Why should I save you? Furthermore, I do not require your assistance." With that, he shrugged off his cloak and crossed his arms, stepping inside. Seizing this moment, the assailants closed in, raining blows upon the frail man. "Help me. Trust me." "Ah." The frail man shielded his vital areas, his eyes pleadingly fixed on his only hope, who was slowly retreating. "You heretic. All you do is preach your twisted doctrines all day. How could an iron lump ever float on water?" The assailants jeered, punctuating their blows with mocking taunts. Suddenly, a pouch of coins was thrown from a distance, landing before the assailants. The string was slightly loose, causing several gold coins to spill forth, glinting brilliantly in the sunlight. Instantly, all activity ceased, and breaths quickened in anticipation. The frail man struggled to rise, desperately pushing aside the thugs surrounding him, stumbling towards Zhu Zhuofeng. Ferna inquired a sailor for some bandaging materials, wishing to tend to his wounds, yet he was forcefully rebuffed. "Master, I shall not disappoint you." The frail man hurriedly followed Zhu Zhuofeng, his voice trembling as he implored, "Please, master, grant me a name." Zhu Zhuofeng did not halt his pace, coldly replying, "No need. You shall retain your original name." "Indeed. Master, my name is Richard." Richard proclaimed respectfully from behind. The thugs finally reacted, scrambling for the gold coins scattered on the ground. "Sir, may I ask what services you require?" A well-dressed man emerged from the shipyard, his expression shifting slightly upon seeing Richard. Richard hastily clarified, "The master has purchased me." A hint of panic flickered in his eyes as he instinctively shrank back towards Zhu Zhuofeng. "Indeed, he is now my property." Zhu Zhuofeng nodded slightly, gazing down at the man with haughty disdain, declaring, "From this moment on, no one is permitted to lay a finger on him without my consent." Before the man could voice any objection, Drake advanced with a powerful stride, his imposing figure almost overshadowing him. "Why do you not summon your superior? Our captain has a significant transaction for him." The man instinctively took a step back, his tone respectful as he said, "Sir, please be at ease. I am the person in charge here. I possess the authority to oversee all business matters." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuofeng clasped his hands behind his back, casting a sidelong glance at Felina. She immediately understood, smiling as she approached the gentleman to engage in conversation. Meanwhile, Peter stood gallantly behind Felina, assuming the role of her protector. Observing this, the others lost interest in lingering and followed Zhu Zhuofeng on a tour of the shipyard, with Richard steadfastly trailing behind him. When fatigue set in and no one could continue exploring, Felina finally concluded her negotiation, securing the shipyard's services for the remarkable sum of 1,200 gold coins to disguise 6 vessels. The process unfolded seamlessly, completed in just 10 days through the collective efforts of the shipyard staff. The and the other 5 warships were transformed entirely, masquerading as ordinary French merchant ships, yet capable of shedding their guise at any moment to reveal their true armed nature when necessary. As the rising sun pierced through the delicate white mist, its radiant light spread across the world, casting the billowing sails in a gentle golden hue. With the cries of seabirds echoing as they soared overhead, a new day was heralded. Zhu Zhuofeng stood at the stern of the Anne, leaning against the ornate railing, listening intently to the sound of waves lapping against the hull, interspersed with the faint creaking of the helm. The moist sea breeze enveloped him, bringing a refreshing air. "Commander," Drake softly exhaled, respectfully stating, "If we proceed any further, we shall enter the territorial waters of Portugal." Zhu Zhuofeng turned around, gripping the railing with both hands, and gazed into the distance, calmly responding, "There is no need to evade. We shall sail directly along the regular route. After all, we are currently flying the French flag. Our intended port remains Ceuta." "Indeed, Commander." Drake slightly bowed, yet hesitated, saying, "Ceuta is Portuguese territory. Firth will certainly not linger there." Zhu Zhuofeng cast a glance at Drake, affirming, "Correct. If I were Firth, I would have only 2 paths before me at this moment. One would be to utilize the nautical charts and directly flee to India, but in doing so, he would forfeit the opportunity to sell the charts for a substantial profit. The second option would be to escape deep into the Mediterranean. Once he reaches the waters controlled by the Ottoman Empire, even the formidable Iberian alliance would hesitate to act rashly. Indeed, success lies in our hands." Zhu Zhuofeng clenched the railing tightly, his knuckles cracking ominously, his expression darkening as he declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must seize the navigational charts." "Yes, Commander," Drake vowed with unwavering determination. He saluted respectfully, standing tall with his imposing stature, fierce combativeness gleaming in his eyes. The waves crashed relentlessly against the rocky shore, each surge releasing a cascade of droplets that danced chaotically in the air, forming exquisite sprays of foam. The cool droplets splattered upon her face, and the sea breeze caressed her, tenderly like the gentle touch of a lover. Zinselina let her long hair flow freely in the wind. With her eyes slightly opened, she gazed towards the distant sea, her delicate hands cradling her cheeks, revealing a hint of sorrow amidst her helplessness. Zinselina. A gentle call echoed from behind. John has written. Linda took out a pink handkerchief, softly dabbed her face, wiping away the beads of sweat. Her fair complexion glowed with a healthy flush after the journey. Noticing Cincelina's anxious expression, she couldn't help but chuckle, playfully remarking, "Look at you, so impatient. It's only been 20 days since we last met." She waved the letter in front of her. "Hand it over." Cincelina lightly stomped her foot, reaching out to snatch it away, her hands fumbling as she tore open the envelope. Linda, brushing her fiery red hair back, opened her mouth slightly. "Truly, love has made you forget your loyalty. Before you were married, we were inseparable. Now, all you think about is that wretched John." "Very well, let it be John," Cincelina conceded, yet could not suppress the smile that spread across her face. "Ah!" Suddenly, Cincelina gasped, her eyes brimming with tears that swirled within, threatening to spill over. "What's wrong?" A flicker of concern crossed Linda's face as she leaned in, asking with genuine care, instinctively reaching out to support her. "John, he..." A tear rolled down Cincelina's cheek, making a journey around her chin before falling to the ground. She stamped her foot again in frustration and turned away, but unexpectedly slipped on the rocky shore, stumbling backward. Linda gasped and hurriedly caught her, letting out a sigh. "Why don't I accompany you to Osmond to find him?" John rose abruptly and consumed the lukewarm coffee in one swift motion. He spoke in a grave tone. "Do you comprehend the significance of that matter? Should someone else seize the opportunity first, the repercussions would be unimaginable. My great Spanish empire may well find itself subdued by others. Is this truly a time for romantic entanglements?" With a fierce grip, John shattered the coffee cup, silently vowing to obtain the map of the Indian trade route. Not merely for Spain, but primarily for Zouafone, who desperately needed it. For his sake, he was prepared to spare no expense. 5 sailing vessels lined up behind the and, each shifting sideways like a proud goose unfurling its wings to face the wind. At the head of the formation was the inn, where 2 figures moved in a graceful dance, their swords glimmering in the light. With a clash, their blades met, and Drake felt a jolt in his hand, forcing him to brace himself to avoid stumbling back. Zouafone offered a cold smile, raising his sword. Suddenly, the air crackled as his slender blade descended with the ferocity of thunder. Drake gasped. Unable to halt his momentum, he staggered backwards, a tingling sensation coursing through his arm. "Well done," Zouafone acknowledged, bending slightly forward. He unleashed a rapid succession of 12 strikes. Drake gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring the onslaught, yet unconsciously retreated 12 paces, his trembling arms feeling alien to him, unable to cease their quaking. "Good job, Drake. Prepare to receive another blow from me." Zouafone grasped his sword with both hands, his gaze aflame with fierce determination as his imposing figure radiated an overwhelming battle spirit. A tremor coursed through Drake's heart, prompting him to instinctively brace his right foot against the deck. He too gripped his sword firmly, contemplating how to counter this impending strike with the hilt of his blade. With a fierce cry, Zouafone leapt high, his eyes fixed on a singular point. That strike, imbued with an indomitable force, descended upon him, evoking an instinctive sense of inevitability in its approach. "Ah!" Drake bellowed, summoning the remaining strength within him. He swung his sword upward, resolutely determined to withstand the blow. Clang! The swords met once more with a sound as delicate as a whisper. Zouafone merely grazed the tip of his sword against Drake's before relinquishing the force, landing gracefully on the ground. Drake, miscalculating his leverage, was unable to resist the inertia, stumbling forward and crashing heavily onto the deck, his substantial form resonating with a thunderous impact. Zouafone sheathed his sword, tossing it back to the astonished Peter. With a nonchalant pat of his hands and a light-hearted laugh, he declared, "Drake, you have lost. Today, you shall take Simmons' place in the kitchen. Hooray! Long live the captain!" Simmons exclaimed, leaping into the air, shaking a bottle of champagne before uncorking it, spraying a mist of effervescent liquid. The surrounding sailors erupted in jubilant cheers. In that moment, admiration gleamed in Filna's eyes. Peter, momentarily dazed, finally came to his senses and hurried over to bow respectfully, exclaiming, "Captain, please teach me your swordsmanship." "Not fair, not fair," Drake protested. "Captain, you played tricks. That final strike was sheer deception, devoid of chivalry." Drake approached with hesitant steps, shaking his head in defiance. "A loss is a loss, and a victory is a victory. If one were to lose their life, what value does the chivalric spirit hold?" Zhu Zuofeng crossed his arms and regarded Drake earnestly. Employing every possible means to conquer one's adversary is the essence of military strategy. What truly matters is the outcome, not the process. Drake paused momentarily, then abruptly grasped the implication, exclaiming with excitement, "Thank you for your guidance, Commander. I am indifferent to military strategy, dear Commander. Please teach me the art of swordsmanship." Peter's demeanor was unprecedentedly respectful. Zhu Zuofeng could not help but chuckle. He had previously observed Peter and Drake practicing their swordplay. His own eagerness, coupled with the extraordinary dangers of their current mission, prompted him to demonstrate his exceptional swordsmanship to bolster the morale of his companions. Although individual sword skills may not significantly impact the overall battle, they are crucial for maintaining the spirit of the troops. It is worth noting that many new sailors from other fleets have recently joined the Annie. However, he had not anticipated that Peter would be so thoroughly impressed. After all, the flamboyant yet impractical sword techniques he employed paled in comparison to the Chinese swordsmanship imparted by his esteemed grandfather. Seeing Zhu Zuofeng silent, Peter, feeling anxious, offered his sword, stating, "Commander, this blade is indeed a fine sword. Consider it a token of my gratitude." "Aha!" Zhu Zuofeng laughed, putting his arm around Peter's shoulder in a friendly manner, saying, "There is no need for such formality, my brother Peter. I have no qualms about teaching you swordsmanship. This sword does not suit me. You should keep it for yourself." "Commander, I wish to learn as well," Felna exclaimed, eager to seize the opportunity. At that moment, Drake involuntarily shuddered, recalling that whenever the commander wore such an expression, someone was bound to be ensnared. With this thought in mind, he instinctively took a few steps back, muttering to himself, "Perhaps I should refrain from learning after all." "Drake," Zhu Zuofeng called out with a bright smile, "why not join in the learning?" Drake felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, but dared not resist. He could only muster the courage to acquiesce. Meanwhile, his heart dripped with a mounting dread. On the elevated platform, Stephen clenched his scarred fists, gazing intently in that direction, and solemnly declared, "Commander, I too shall strive diligently." The Bordeaux shipyard had successfully mastered the art of forgery, prompting Zhu Zuofeng to invest 5,000 gold coins as development capital, with the stipulation of obtaining permanent VIP privileges. Additionally, Richard was permitted to conduct research on his theories at the shipyard. With an almost flawless disguise, they passed through a single patrol fleet's scrutiny and ventured into the heart of the Portuguese-Spanish alliance's territory, the Strait of Gibraltar. Ceuta port, the most significant harbor within the strait, remained under Portuguese control, effectively stifling trade with the Mediterranean. This monopoly left other Mediterranean nations yearning for the port, yet they were deterred by the might of the Portuguese-Spanish alliance. Having previously surmised that Fels could no longer be at this port, the fleet docked, allowing Felna and Peter to engage in trade and gather intelligence. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Drake slammed his hand heavily onto the table, his voice low and laden with frustration. "TCH. Ferna rolled her eyes in response, retorting, "Anyone can tell there's something amiss here, but what exactly is it? Can you articulate it?" She scoffed, "And you, buying ivory from here. Do you realize that the ivory prices here are more than double those in South Africa?" Drake shot her a fierce glare, reproaching her for her reckless purchasing. "Have you really been a merchant for over a decade? Would Portugal permit you to venture to South Africa for ivory? Although it's pricier here, we are bound for Constantinople, and we should be able to profit handsomely." "Shouldn't we?" Ferna laughed derisively. "I think you would fare better as a pirate. You have no talent for business." Drake, infuriated to the point of nearly drawing his sword, begrudgingly acknowledged the truth in her words, diverting his gaze to the ceiling to contain his ire. "Enough." Zhu Zuofeng waved his hand, declaring, "It seems our chances of success in this endeavor have significantly increased." The others immediately fixed their eyes upon him, their expressions vacant with disbelief. Zhu turned away, disregarding their reactions, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In a bid to save time, the Ian did not linger long in the renowned port. After a brief respite and resupply, it set sail towards Constantinople, laden with over 100 chests of ivory. The cargo occupied merely one ship, while the others were filled with various provisions. Discounting psychological or health concerns, the fleet was well equipped for prolonged voyages across the sea. The Mediterranean, a region steeped in the influences of diverse cultures, exudes an extraordinary tranquility. Surrounded by land, the likelihood of fierce storms is minimal. Consequently, the region is characterized by fair weather and picturesque scenery, which greatly benefits the surrounding cities. Many individuals are inclined to relocate to the Mediterranean coast, thereby fostering economic trade and development. Sailors busily adjust the angles of their sails to better harness the sea breeze, striving to propel their vessels with greater speed. What a splendid sight! The fleet has just traversed the Strait of Gibraltar and has now entered the Mediterranean Sea. The crystalline azure waters shimmer under the sun, as if attempting to pierce through the very surface. What a beautiful expanse of sea! Indeed, a true haven of calm. Fina rests her hands on the railing, inhaling the moist air deeply, and exclaims with delight, "I shall accompany you in gazing at the sea." Peter quietly sidles over, discreetly wrapping his arm around Fina's slender waist, and softly remarks, "No matter how exquisite the scenery, it pales in comparison to your charm." Fina raises an eyebrow and swiftly nudges him with her right elbow. "Oh!" Peter dramatically cries out as her elbow collides with his abdomen. "Do not take advantage of my good mood to be so familiar," she retorts, rolling her eyes. Peter then begins to roll on the ground, clutching his stomach and emitting a series of exaggerated groans of pain. Hey, surely you're not fainting?" Fina, witnessing this, feels a wave of concern wash over her and leans down to check on him. To her surprise, Peter swiftly pulls her close, grinning mischievously. "I was merely pretending." He tightly grasped her hands and forcibly pulled her to sit at the bow of the ship, exclaiming, "This magnificent sea mirrors the depths of my heart. Filna, I love you." In response, Filna silently bit his arm, and as he winced in pain, she freed herself, her face contorted with anger. "If you dare to do such a thing again, I shall throw you into the sea to feed the fish." With that, she turned and ran away from the bow. Peter, rubbing his sore arm, shouted, "Filna, rest assured, I will never relinquish my determination to pursue you." At his words, Filna nearly stumbled, smacking her forehead in exasperation. "Oh dear, the sea is truly calm." Drake leaned against the railing on the starboard side, chuckling. "These two are quite the amusing couple. Youth is indeed a blessing." Stretching lazily, Drake continued, "We need not dwell on such complex matters. Let us sail along the coast of North Africa. It will shorten our distance." After a moment of contemplation, Zhu's spoke, "The faster we go, the greater our chances of success." "Indeed, Captain," Drake replied, shaking off his lethargy and straightening his posture. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. "However, I have heard tales of rampant piracy along the North African coast. Should we encounter them, it could spell significant trouble. Pirates? Perhaps they might spare us, recognizing us as fellow countrymen." Zhu's remarked with a slight smile. "If we were to navigate along the European coast, the Spanish would prove no kinder than the pirates. True enough, there will be dangers regardless. It is wiser to take the shortcut." A chill glimmered in Drake's eyes. "Whoever dares obstruct our advance, I, Drake, shall vanquish them." Boom, boom, boom. As if to underscore Drake's proclamation, a series of ominous sounds reverberated from the distance. Shortly thereafter, thick plumes of smoke began to rise from over a dozen nautical miles away, starkly contrasting against the tranquil sea. Zhu's swiftly retrieved his telescope and hurried to the bow to observe. In the distance, 7 sailing vessels appeared to be entangled with one another, among which several were undoubtedly the source of the smoke. Due to the considerable distance, the nationalities of the ships remained obscured. However, it was faintly discernible that they were likely the triangular galleys commonly employed by Mediterranean pirates. "Ugh!" Zhu's exhaled heavily, murmuring, "These pirates have grown increasingly brazen, daring to raid near the Strait of Gibraltar." "Captain, should we offer assistance to those merchant vessels?" Drake inquired, having also spotted the unfolding situation, his telescope firmly in hand. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu's replied, "Let us cautiously maneuver around the conflict. May they remain preoccupied for the time being. It is best to avoid unnecessary trouble." "Understood, Captain." Drake responded with a salute before promptly proceeding to the command center to adjust the fleet's course, intending to circumvent the battlefield unnoticed. The N was the first to shift its course, the stern swinging gracefully to redirect its trajectory. Atop the towering flagship's command tower, the signalman swiftly waved flags to relay instructions to the other vessels. As the sea breeze wafted by, a subtle scent of sulfur permeated the air, causing Zhu Zuofeng to furrow his brow. The once pristine and beautiful surface of the sea was now sullied, and the crisp, refreshing air was likewise tainted. Is this the benefit that war brings to humanity? Commander. Filna hurriedly emerged from the command tower, rushing to stand behind Zhu Zuofeng, her voice urgent. Why do we not rescue those innocent merchant ships? You know they are pirate vessels. Indeed. Why not embody the spirit of knighthood and assist the weaker? Peter echoed, closely following Filna. Silence. Zhu Zuofeng cast a cold glance over his shoulder, his gaze icy as he warned. If you continue your incessant chatter, I shall toss you into the river to feed the fish. Disregarding their complaints, Zhu Zuofeng resumed his scrutiny of the battlefield through his telescope. Though the course had slightly altered, the distance had significantly decreased. The overall situation began to come into focus. 3 pitiful 3-masted ships were trapped in the center, utterly immobile, while 4 triangular galleons ensnared their prey with anchor chains, unleashing a barrage of flames upon them. Suddenly, the 4 triangular galleons released their quarry and slowly raised their massive sails, forming a line as they advanced towards the Seawolf fleet. Humph, they have quite the appetite. Zhu Zuofeng set down the telescope, his voice cold. This time, you are about to bite off more than you can chew. If the Seawolf fleet continued to advance in such a formation, they would be directly exposed to the full fury of the enemy's broadside cannons. Thus, Zhu Zuofeng immediately commanded a realignment of the fleet, with each ship connecting bow to stern, turning back towards the original battleground in an attempt to expose the enemy's stern to the side of the Seawolf fleet. The adversary was equally unyielding, maneuvering their line of ships with swift changes of direction. With a distance of 3 to 4 nautical miles separating both parties, neither side's artillery could reach the other. Yet, neither wished to charge directly towards the enemy vessels, for that would mean falling prey to the ambush of the well-prepared foes. Foolish pirates. Trying to engage in tricks with me, Zhu Zuofeng mused as he took his position on the command platform, observing the enemy fleet with amusement. Seizing the opportunity as the enemy ship shifted once more, he commanded, adjust the helm 30 degrees, target to the left front, full speed ahead. The Seawolf fleet received the order, the sails began to swell, leaving trails upon the azure surface of the sea as they surged toward the rear of the original battlefield. Meanwhile, the enemy vessels, having altered their course, found their bows directed elsewhere. By the time they executed a wide arc to redirect their prows, the Seawolf fleet was poised to slice through the rear of the stationary 3-masted ships. Should the enemy attempt an interception from the front, they would inevitably encroach upon the broadside cannon range of the Seawolf fleet, with no choice but to turn their helm downwards. They aimed to encircle the 3-masted ships from the rear in pursuit of their quarry. The moment had arrived. Dispel the camouflage, load the cannons. I shall make these foolish pirates aware of what true naval warfare entails, Zhu Zuofeng declared, arms crossed as he regarded the approaching pirate ships with disdain. However, the pirate vessels, propelled by their oarsmen, moved with remarkable speed. The sea breeze whistled through the sails, producing a sharp, piercing sound. The Seawolf fleet swiftly arced to the right, presenting a flawless line formation against the rear of the enemy ships. Eager gunners had already dismantled the camouflage of their artillery upon receiving the command. The dark cannons, resembling the fangs of a venomous serpent, ominously targeted the enemy ships. All vessels, fire. With a swift motion of his right hand, Zhu Zuofeng cast a cold smile at the enemy ship that was unable to maneuver in time. The signalman vigorously waved the flag, representing a simultaneous barrage. Boom, boom. Amidst the deafening roar of cannon fire, the fangs injected their venom mercilessly into the bodies of their prey. The and 5 other warships unleashed a torrent of nearly 100 cannonballs upon the enemy vessel in an instant, embodying the fervent hearts of hundreds of gunners. Flames soared into the sky, splinters danced in the air, and the cannonballs that plummeted into the azure mirror shattered its surface. Water erupted like a fountain, splashing in all directions. The 4 enemy ships suffered varying degrees of damage, igniting in flames, with thick smoke billowing forth. One ship, riddled with multiple breaches on its side, was inundated by the frigid sea through its gaping wounds, unable to withstand the pressure any longer. The wooden hull splintered with a piercing crack, sinking forever into the enchanting Mediterranean. The surviving pirates clung to the debris, crying out for help as they swam towards the other triangular sailboats. On another flagship, a white flag swiftly ascended. Oh! Silence fell over the Seawolf fleet. Suddenly, all sailors erupted in a thunderous cheer, shouting, "Long live the Seawolf fleet!" Long live the captain. Zhu Zuofeng sighed softly and remarked, I would indeed like to spare you, but after this battle, you will undoubtedly seek revenge. Furthermore, your pirate ships will find no buyers in other nations. What purpose would they serve me? Moreover, given the limited time, it seems the cargo aboard those merchant vessels cannot be unloaded in time, correct? Indeed, the shells must be fully loaded. Raising his head, he allowed the sea breeze to tousle his dark hair, and coldly commanded, prepare the cannons for a second round of attack. Fire. The signalman received the order and waved the double flags. Boom, boom, boom. With the experience from the first volley, the second barrage's tremendous recoil pushed the ship back several feet, creating mesmerizing patterns on the surface. The three remaining gaff-rigged vessels, struggling to turn half of their hulls, were shattered into pieces by the second bombardment. Following the deafening explosion, the sky fell into a profound silence. The sea was strewn with various wooden shards, debris, and numerous survivors. Oh my, is this what war truly is? Filna gazed at the wailing survivors, nearly covering her eyes in despair. Oh my, is this what war truly is? Seizing the moment, Peter wrapped his arm around Filna's shoulders, gently pulling her head against his chest. Oh my, is this what war truly is? The astonished Stephen stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Just moments ago, several ships had been vibrant and full of life, now reduced to mere floating fragments. Joy from victory surged within him, and Stephen raised his fist, proclaiming, one day, I too shall vanquish my enemies. Turning the ship's bow towards the medium-sized three-masted vessel, Zhu Zuofeng coldly crossed his arms, adhering to the protocol, not sparing a glance for the vanquished. What? Are we not saving those in the water? Filna exclaimed, her face pale, casting a bewildered look towards Zhu Zuofeng. Zhu Zuofeng shot her a cold glance and scoffed lightly. In the dim passage, the woman proved utterly incomprehensible. Yet, he chose to disregard her, his gaze fixated upon several medium-sized three-masted sailing ships. After issuing his commands, Drake chuckled and exclaimed, Hey, young lady, have you ever heard the fable of the snake and the farmer? I have, she retorted, but that concerns a snake. These are humans. Humans possess a sense of humanity. Seeing that Zhu Zuofeng ignored her, a surge of indignation welled up within Ferna, and she cast a disdainful glance at Drake. Suddenly, she realized she had buried her face in Peter's embrace. With a sharp reprimand, her cheeks flushed crimson. She withdrew and landed a punch. Humanity? What a childish notion. Zhu Zuofeng mused inwardly. Typically, humanity only manifests when one feels unthreatened. The wind picked up, and the waves swelled higher, their tumultuous aftermath from the battle slowly receding into the distance, perhaps to be engulfed in the infinite tide. The rhythmic crashing of the waves gradually drowned out the cries for help, reminiscent of the inexorable march of history, where the vanquished are often destined to be forgotten. Shortly after the four colossal paddle ships had been destroyed, the three medium-sized three-masted vessels unfurled their sails and began to move. However, the Seawolf fleet had already taken the initiative in circling them. As they closed in, the sailors hastily cast their anchor chains, ensnaring the three ships and halting their progress before they could gather momentum. Over 100 boisterous sailors, upon receiving orders, began to shout, Pirates aboard! Surrender, and you shall be spared. Otherwise, we will initiate indiscriminate attacks, with no mercy shown. Board the ships. Zhu Zuofeng dramatically threw his cloak aside and issued a command. Dozens of elongated wooden planks were placed against the enemy ship's hull, while sailors brandished their sabers and hoisted their firearms, charging upward. The valiant sailors aboard the inn slid down directly using the rope of the anchor chain, leveraging their advantageous height. Zhu Zuofeng chuckled lightly, urging, Let us get to the point. What cargo do we have? Indeed, Drake responded, adjusting his tone with gravity. The cargo is rather mundane, consisting of ordinary provisions. According to their account, it was intended for transport from Seville to Egypt in exchange for spices. Given the years of warfare within Egypt, food prices are exorbitantly high. However, we are not on that route. Let us sell it off in Tunisia instead. There is no need to fuss over such trifling profits. We must swiftly deal with the remaining pirates. Release the merchants in Tunisia. Zhu Zuofeng contemplated briefly before continuing. Our priority now is to hasten to Constantinople to acquire the Indian trade routes. Yes, Commander. However, there is one more matter of particular significance, Drake interjected, his brow furrowing in apparent anger. To our surprise, there were 2 women aboard their ship. These women had disguised themselves to hitch a ride on the merchant vessel, and it was only after setting sail that the merchants realized they were women. They even considered throwing them overboard. Zhu's woofing abruptly rose, his voice cold. What a foolish group, to be swayed by such trivialities. I had intended to show a bit of compassion today. Drake, let them cast those women into the sea. Let them fend for themselves. We shall dispatch our own crew instead. With a resounding clap, Zhu's woofing slammed his palm onto the table, causing the cups to bounce and tumble to the floor. He bellowed furiously, execute them all, leave not a single soul behind. Furthermore, issue the command, henceforth, if anyone within the Sea Wolf fleet dares to commit such an act, they shall be dragged to the stern of the ship until death ensues. By the way, what are those two girls? Ensure they are well taken care of, and once we reach our destination, see that they are disembarked with some monetary compensation. He sighed heavily. Alas, only one remains. The other was brutally slain by the pirates. A flicker of compassion crossed Drake's face as he lamented. However, the surviving girl, Miss Filna, has been attending to her needs. Commander, this is dire. Filna burst through the door, exclaiming, that girl, I just untied her ropes. And she attempted to take her own life. Fortunately, I managed to intervene, but she is adamant about her decision. We had no choice but to restrain her once more. Commander, you must come and see for yourself. Zhu's woofing nearly fainted, exasperatedly retorting, must I be notified of such trivial matters? What can I do? Handle it yourself. The thought of such troubles was already causing him a headache. Commander, perhaps we should indeed go and check. Who knows? We may devise a solution together, Drake implored, his eyes wide with anticipation, as if Zhu's woofing alone could resolve any issue. Zhu's woofing hesitated slightly. His loyal subordinate had never before made such a request, reluctantly conceding. He sighed. Drake, you attend to the situation, and Filna, assist that young woman in changing her attire. Soon, I shall take a look. However, I must clarify that I cannot guarantee anything. Old Zhu, you are truly magnificent. Fei Erna leapt with joy. Old Zhu. Zhu's woofing and Drake exclaimed in unison, exchanging incredulous glances. The waves shimmered, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces. The sailors of the Sea Wolf fleet fully received 3 medium-sized, 3-masted sailing vessels. As these ships were intended for trade, their armaments were rather modest, consisting merely of a few cannons for show. Consequently, 5 original British square-rigged ships formed a protective circle around them. The Inn took the lead, and a fleet of 9 vessels sailed majestically in a conical formation towards the depths of the Mediterranean. How dull. John lay at the bow, languidly basking in the sunlight, and sighed, I've heard tales of rampant North African pirates. Why has none come to trouble me? Beside him, Julian, who was taking measurements, nearly stumbled upon hearing this and grimaced. Admiral, others set sail praying not to encounter pirates. Yet here you are lamenting the absence of them. Well, not quite. Little Bo chimed in cheerfully, carrying a steaming cup of coffee. The Admiral has recently assumed his post and should, of course, seek to achieve military merit to advance and rank swiftly. However, our fleet is vast and well-equipped. I doubt any foolhardy pirate would dare to seek their doom. Julian remarked this, though his brow furrowed with concern. John sat up, accepted the coffee from Little Bo, took a deep sip, and closed his eyes to savor the moment. Suddenly rising to his feet, he exclaimed while slapping his thigh, why don't we disguise ourselves as pirates and plunder other merchant ships for fun? Julian and Xiaobo turned pale with fright, exchanging alarmed glances, and gasped, how could we possibly do that? Huh. John scratched his head and chuckled. I merely thought today felt particularly dreary, so I made a jest. There's no need to be so tense. With a sigh of relief, the two visibly relaxed. By the way, when will we arrive in Tunis? John turned his head to gaze at the distant sea. Julian pulled a map from his pocket and, after taking some measurements with a sextant, replied, if we maintain our speed, we have a full day ahead of us. All right, I'll go take a nap. Wake me when we reach Tunis. John yawned disinterestedly and ambled off towards the lounge. In the capital of the Ottoman Empire, within the Grand Palace of Istanbul, Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent sat upright in the grand chair of the hall, his posture impeccably straight. After dismissing a group of maidens with a wave, he commanded in a deep, yet authoritative tone, let Faris enter to see me. Despite his brief reign, Sultan Suleiman had already demonstrated a strong, iron-fisted policy. Moments later, a contingent of gleaming, fully armored elite guards entered, escorting a European man. Upon seeing Suleiman, Faris felt a shiver run down his spine. Overwhelmed by a genuine sense of reverence, he immediately performed an elaborate bow, his voice trembling with respect as he said, I pay my respects to the esteemed Sultan. Suleiman rose to his feet and swiftly descended the steps of the hall, greeting with a warm smile. There is no need for excessive formality, Dear Foz, you are an esteemed guest of our nation. It is indeed a wise choice to abandon the malevolent Jesus and embrace our great. With outstretched arms, he gently assisted Foz to his feet. At that moment, Foz felt as though he were soaring to the heavens, his heart swelling with pride and glory. The renowned cold-blooded monarch placed such significance on a mere individual like himself. Overcome with emotion, he could not help but shed tears of joy, exclaiming, "To die for the Sultan is my greatest honor." Suleiman, linking arms with Foz, strolled towards the adjoining hall, laughing heartily. "You have arrived at the perfect time, Foz. Join me for a drink and savor the authentic local cuisine." Trembling with anticipation, Foz took cautious steps, fearful of misstepping. "Governor Hayreddin Barbarossa has arrived," bellowed a soldier of the royal guard. "Salute the Sultan." Clad in military attire, Hayreddin strode forward, also wearing a beaming expression. "Enough of the formalities, let's drink." Suleiman similarly took hold of his arm, and the trio proceeded to the adjacent hall. A meticulously arranged long table was laden with a dazzling array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. 2 rows of maidens, their attire modestly covering only a few points, draped a layer of white gauze over their faces, shrouding their forms in an alluring veil of mystery. Although Foz was a renowned navigator with vast experience, he had never encountered such a spectacle before, instinctively swallowing hard. Once the main matters were settled, Suleiman took the lead by accepting a goblet from the hand of a handmaiden. Rising, he proclaimed, "To the glorious future of our Ottoman Empire, let us toast." Hayreddin and Pyri Reis hastily stood, raising their cups in unison, exclaiming, "I pledge my eternal loyalty to the Sultan. Your glory is my glory, and the glory of the empire is my glory." As the wine circulated, Suleiman took a sip of the red nectar and chuckled. "Hayreddin, what fish do you anticipate will bite this time?" He continued, "Let us keep the Algerian pirates harassing the vicinity of the Strait of Gibraltar. We must not allow them to divert too much of their strength to our affairs." After a moment of contemplation, Suleiman added gravely, "You must also investigate that special fleet thoroughly. The more detailed, the better." "Yes, esteemed Sultan," Hayreddin replied respectfully. "Pyri, your performance will be crucial this time. Do well, and I shall not be ungrateful." Suleiman turned to Pyri with a gentle demeanor. Pyri hastily set down his cup and stood, declaring, "To serve the Sultan is my lifelong ambition." All right, let us not be too tense. Sit down and converse." Suleiman smiled slightly, urging them to continue drinking. To the impending doom of Europe. At this, the 2 handmaidens filled their cups to the brim, their delicate forms leaning against the men, laughter bubbling forth. Pyri, feeling anxious, glanced up at Suleiman, only to be met with an encouraging gaze, which instantly brightened his countenance. The atmosphere became exuberantly liberated, and within the side hall, a spring-like exuberance reigned. "Captain, it appears that among the captured vessels, there are some rare supplies of coffee. This is indeed a rarity. I have prepared a cup for you. Do give it a try." Drake carefully carried a cup of coffee into the command room. Zhu Zwolfing closed his diary, adjusted his clothing, and remarked, "Drake, the weather is starting to cool down. You should bundle up as well. Thank you for the coffee." He accepted the cup with both hands, took a delicate sip, and said, "The flavor is indeed peculiar, yet it possesses a rich and alluring aroma. I feel significantly warmer now." Drake then fetched a chair and sat down, saying, "If the captain enjoys it, I shall keep the rest for your pleasure." Zhu Zwolfing chuckled lightly. "When did you learn to flatter so skillfully? Distribute it among everyone. Let all taste this noble beverage that has only recently become fashionable." "Huh. You always think of others, Captain," Drake said, scratching his head awkwardly. "Enough of this nonsense." Zhu Zwolfing playfully scolded. "By the way, it has been several days. What has become of the rescued woman? Is she still intent on ending her life?" Drake furrowed his brow and sighed. "Filna has been trying to persuade her daily, but to little avail. She remains hidden in the hold, refusing to come out, and has not eaten anything." "Oh?" Zhu Zwolfing stood up, donned his black cloak, and tightened the ties. "Let us go see her. Perhaps we can provide her with some solace." Upon hearing this, Drake quickly followed suit and respectfully stated, "At our current course and speed, it will only take 3 days." Zhu Zwolfing remarked as he departed, "Upon our arrival in Tunisia, we shall leave this girl to her own devices. However, for now, she remains aboard our vessel. As the leader, it is my duty to ensure her safety." He pushed open the cargo door and found Filna sitting in the corner, leaning against the wall, nodding off into a drowsy slumber. The girl lay silently in the shadows. Were it not for the subtle rise and fall of her shoulders, one might easily mistake her for lifeless. Upon hearing the creaking of the door, Filna startled awake and stood up. The girl possessed an indomitable spirit, committed to seeing her desires fulfilled. Miss Filna, you should rest now. I shall summon the other sailors to watch over her. Drake reassessed her silently in his mind. After a slight nod to Filna, Zhu Zhuofeng strode directly to the girl, standing resolutely in front of her. Drake followed suit, glancing at the two, and exclaimed, Captain, are we truly going to disembark her in Tunisia? Look at her. If we leave her here, who knows what fate awaits her? The girl seemed to catch wind of his words, trembling as she sat up abruptly. Gripping Zhu Zhuofeng's pant leg, her voice hoarse with desperation. Please, I beg you, do not abandon me midway. Take me to Istanbul. I must see John. Her lips were parched and cracked, a testament to her prolonged thirst. John. Zhu Zhuofeng felt an unbidden flutter in his chest, pinching himself inwardly, thinking, do not misunderstand. There are thousands of people named John in this world. What are the odds of such a coincidence? The girl, sensing his silence, became increasingly frantic. I implore you. I will repay your kindness. Whatever the cost, I shall comply. Her eyes unmistakably revealed a deep sense of pity. Zhu Zhuofeng crouched down, fixating his gaze upon her, and uttered each word with deliberate precision. If you can obediently heed my words before then, I shall refrain from casting you off the vessel. The girl hurriedly nodded, her expression relaxing slightly. Zhu Zhuofeng then lifted a glass of water beside him and intoned gravely, First, drink this. Do you wish to confront your husband in such a wretched state? After a moment of hesitation, the girl slowly extended her frail hands to accept the cup. She brought it to her lips, gently moistening them. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuofeng stood up and turned to Drake, commanding, Instruct the kitchen to prepare something nourishing. He added sternly, Remember your promise to me. Otherwise, before you meet him, I shall cast you into the sea, ensuring you never lay eyes on him again. The girl trembled, spilling some water from the cup, which trickled down the wooden floor and gradually spread away. As Zhu Zhuofeng exited, an inexplicable sense of foreboding stirred within him. Could it be? He shook his head vigorously and walked away. The formidable 19th Fleet, guided by a few feeble escort vessels, slowly approached the port of Tunis. Due to the port's limited capacity, it could not accommodate so many ships, forcing the remaining 2 vessels to anchor in the outer harbor. John, having just awakened, disembarked from the ship, only to encounter Tang Shiming as well. As Tang Shiming was not particularly well regarded, John had transferred him to the second ship as captain. Preferring to keep his distance and enjoy some peace, John feigned ignorance, wrapping his arm around Tang Shiming's shoulders, and remarked, What does it matter? Our Spanish fleet reigns supreme upon the seas, unmatched by any adversary. This time, our fleet alone boasts thousands of infantry. Are we to fear him? What? Tang Shiming erupted in fury. What lost lambs you are! I stand as God's emissary to extradite you. John swiftly pulled him behind himself, greeting the governor with a smile. You must be the esteemed governor, then? I have come seeking a traitor, the vile Fels, who has stolen our precious navigational charts from the Portuguese-Spanish alliance. Such an act warrants the death penalty, does it not? I hope, esteemed governor, that you shall hand him over. Esteemed guest, the governor replied with feigned politeness, his countenance exuding arrogance. Fels is now a member of our great. No one shall insult our. The governor's expression shifted slightly before he regained his composure, grinning, indeed. As a loyal Catholic, he would not speak falsehoods. However, Fels is currently in the capital of our Ottoman Empire, Istanbul, where the auction shall also take place. If you wish to procure that map, you must hurry there. A glimmer of mockery flashed in his eyes. Ha. John chuckled. There is no need for your concern, for I have my own plans. Istanbul I shall undoubtedly visit, and the navigational chart shall be mine. Brother John, Tang Shiming quietly tugged at his sleeve. Expressing his concern in hushed tones, I sense ill intentions from the Ottoman Empire this time. It would be wise to refrain from going. Otherwise, it would become troublesome during the sweltering heat. John stared at him in astonishment, pondering to himself, what a world it is. Even this lad can perceive the oddities. It seems that with proper guidance, he could indeed blossom into a fine talent. With this thought, he leaned closer and said softly, Fear not. Do you truly believe that our exquisitely equipped 19th Fleet could be bested by those rustic folk? Tang Shiming cast a disdainful glance at the dark-skinned populace surrounding them, scoffing, how could these inferior beings possibly stand against our illustrious Spanish Empire? John patted him on the shoulder in encouragement. Turning around, he addressed the governor, Your Excellency. We are but humble guests. Might we trouble you for accommodations and meals for our party this evening? The governor scanned the area, noting only a little over a dozen individuals. Internally, he mused, after all, they are merely a group of soon-to-be departed souls. Let it not be said that our Ottoman Empire is parsimonious. With this in mind, he replied, of course, you are all esteemed guests. I shall promptly arrange for your needs. John stretched lazily and replied, that would be most kind of you, Your Excellency. Our 19th Fleet is indeed the smallest. We have merely 20,000 officers and soldiers. Excluding a few who remain behind, you need only arrange accommodations for 18,000 of us. What? The governor exclaimed in shock. 20,000? How can that be? Julian, hearing this from behind, widened his eyes and murmured, the admiral truly spins tales without batting an eye. There are scarcely 3,000 of us, and yet he claims there are 20,000. Quite impressive. This ruse certainly resounds loudly. John furrowed his brow and clicked his tongue, exclaiming, I never imagined that a province of the illustrious Ottoman Empire could not provide accommodation and meals for 18,000 people. It is indeed quite frustrating. The governor's face flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, the custom of wearing beards among them prevented him from revealing his discomfiture. He crossed his fingers and replied, do not jest. My friend, even if you were to bring 180,000 people, we, the Ottoman Empire, would manage with aplomb. However, due to your failure to notify us in advance, we find ourselves in a rather hasty predicament. Though his voice was robust, it lacked the requisite conviction. John stepped forward, grasping the governor's hand in admiration. Truly, as a devout believer, your magnanimity is astonishing. Nevertheless, since today presents certain inconveniences, I understand. Let us do this. I shall have everyone rest on the ship, and for the 2,500 important officials, I would appreciate your assistance. The governor, feeling helpless, realized he could not divulge that accommodating even a few thousand was currently unfeasible. He reluctantly agreed, secretly calculating which officials' residences could be vacated, no matter the circumstance. He could not allow the Ottoman Empire's dignity to be tarnished, especially in the presence of adversaries. The governor is indeed a man of generosity. Truly a successor of the Almighty Allah. Next time, I shall bring 180,000 to honor your hospitality. I want everyone to know that the governor is our ally, John said, affectionately draping his arm around the governor's shoulder. How about treating me to some roasted meat first? Your roasted lamb is renowned far and wide. The governor's expression shifted once more before he chuckled and replied, Oh, not at all, not at all. Brother John extends a warm invitation for your visit to Tunisia, yet secretly curses under his breath. If you manage to survive until next time, then we shall speak again. Were it not for the superior's orders, I would have dealt with you long ago. John, with a mischievous intent, summoned nearly all the crew ashore, leaving only a small contingent to guard the vessels. The ships were aglow with lights, creating a cacophony as the remaining personnel scurried about, generating a considerable commotion. This clever ruse rendered the observing enemies in the vicinity utterly perplexed regarding the true number of personnel aboard, showcasing John's ingenuity. If there were a ranking of the world's most chaotic mischief makers, Tang Shiming would undoubtedly be among the foremost. After a night of revelry, John relinquished command to Tang Shiming, allowing that young rascal to lead the crew of the 19th Fleet in a night of unrestrained merriment, disrupting the tranquility of the entire port of Tunisia. By the dawn of the following day, Tang Shiming had successfully cultivated a new image among the sailors, enjoying their camaraderie. The governor, with teary eyes, bid them farewell as they boarded the ship, inwardly cursing, for had it not been for the direct command of the great Suleiman, which forbade him from acting against the Spanish fleet, he would have deployed troops to quell the disturbance the previous night. Little did he know that John had anticipated this very reaction, which spurred his reckless antics. As they parted, John was nearly in tears, expressing his heartfelt sentiments and tightly embracing the governor, choking back words of promise to return for another visit. When the 19th Fleet finally set sail from the harbor, an uproarious laughter erupted from nearly all the officers and soldiers, reveling in the delight of the admiral's escapades, which had truly lifted their spirits. The relentless waves, one after another, seemed to perpetually surge forth, as if they shall never cease. The calendar hanging in the command room has once again turned over 2 pages. The naval fleet gradually lowered its sails, and with a resounding splash, the heavy anchor plunged into the depths, dragging its chain with a grating clatter along the deck. Although Tunisia had recently been annexed by the Ottoman Empire, the Ottomans placed great importance on this North African stronghold. As Yusufing traveled to Istanbul on business, it was unnecessary for him to offend anyone at their doorstep. Therefore, near the harbor, the vessels came to a halt. allowing only a few small boats to venture forth for customs reporting. Within a few hours, the pilot boats had arrived at the port of Tunis. At this moment, Jules Woofing had successfully disguised himself to bypass the influence of the Iberian Union. Thus, he had no need to masquerade as a ship from another nation. The Ottoman Empire and distant England were, for the time being, devoid of any conflict. After a smooth identity verification, the pilot boats gently guided the Sea Wolf fleet into the port of Tunis. However, as soon as Jules Woofing and his companions disembarked, they were perplexed to see that the once curious residents who had been observing from afar had all vanished, leaving only the dockworkers behind. Drake, intrigued, pulled aside a nearby dockworker and inquired, in most ports, when foreigners arrive, there is usually a throng of spectators. Do the people here lack curiosity? He spoke in Spanish, for the might of the Spanish Empire had rendered the nearby populace somewhat familiar with the language. The dockworker, however, appeared to be at a loss for understanding and could only cast a pitiful glance towards his foreman. The foreman approached with a bow, stuttering in broken Spanish. A few days ago, a group of Spaniards came through, and they were nothing short of destructive. The residents are now terrified of foreigners. Drake scoffed, releasing the dockworker, muttering to himself, the Spaniards, believing themselves to be the most superior race in the world, bully others at will. If I encounter them, they shall face the consequences. Jules Woofing pondered briefly. It seems the Spaniards have beaten us to it. Filna, expedite the processing of the cargo aboard the ship. Do not concern yourself with greater profits. He turned again, instructing, Peter, assist Drake in reorganizing the fleet. We must strive to set sail within a day and not allow others to gain the upper hand. The girl, initially reluctant to descend for fear that Jules Woofing would leave her behind, was warned that the journey to Istanbul would take more than 10 days. Staying on land for an additional day might aid her recovery. Jules Woofing then issued a firm directive. After 3 days of recuperation, the girl felt slightly better, yet still appeared fragile, her lips and complexion pale, devoid of color. All right, everyone, get to work. I shall pay a visit to the governor of Tunis. Jules Woofing clapped his hands to signal the others to disperse. He then turned to a few sailors, saying, You shall escort this young lady to the inn and wait for us. We shall rest on land for the night. With that, he turned to leave. But to his surprise, the girl clutched his cloak tightly, refusing to let go. Jules Woofing furrowed his brow. You should rest. I have other matters to attend to. The girl slowly shook her head, casting a sorrowful glance at Jules Woofing, her voice barely a whisper. I fear you might abandon me here. Her sunken eyes dimmed with melancholy, tinged with a hint of anticipation. Jules Woofing furrowed his brow, ready to scold her, but upon catching the compassion in her gaze, his heart softened involuntarily. He replied gently, Then you may follow me, but should you lose your way, I shall not be responsible. The girl nodded eagerly, clutching his cloak tighter with both hands, unwilling to let go, her eyes filled with longing. Jules Woofing paid no heed to her actions, dismissing a few sailors who wished to accompany him, and proceeded directly toward the harbor's exit. The architecture of the Tunisian port predominantly consisted of yellow clay, reinforced with mortar, creating a robust and fire-resistant structure that melded seamlessly with the ochre earth, imparting a profound sense of solidity. A few meticulously crafted white buildings, clearly the abodes of the affluent, stood in contrast, reflecting the significant efforts invested in the post-war reconstruction of the Ottoman Empire, undoubtedly influenced by their ties to other Arab nations. Along the relatively narrow streets, 2 rows of tall palm trees swayed gracefully in the breeze, their rustling leaves creating a gentle symphony. Jules Woofing, having traversed numerous countries during his journey back from the interior, possessed a modest understanding of the Arabic language. He casually approached a man clad in a white robe on the street to inquire about the location of the governor's office, quickly confirming its whereabouts. He then hired a carriage along the street, setting off without delay. The governor's office was situated close to the harbor, and soon they arrived at a spacious square adorned with graceful olive trees. In the center stood a newly erected statue, towering over 10 meters, crafted from pristine white marble. The figure depicted bore its hands behind its back, standing tall with piercing eyes gazing skyward, seemingly surveying its aspirations. It is likely that this is the renowned Suleiman the Magnificent, a man of remarkable tenacity and strength, who, within a mere few years of ascending the throne, engaged in numerous campaigns, significantly expanding the territories of the Ottoman Empire. Surrounding the statue, a row of formidable warriors, each adorned with curved sabers, stood guard, safeguarding the sacred figure that resided in their hearts. Jules Woofing chose not to linger, making his way directly toward the governor's residence at the far end of the square. Upon noticing the unfamiliar visitors, several patrolling soldiers exchanged glances and swiftly encircled them, their demeanor decidedly hostile. One tall, bearded warrior, stooping slightly, caressed the hilt of an ancient dagger and spoke in Arabic. "Who are you? What brings you here?" The girl, sensing the menace in his tone, instinctively recoiled, fear flickering in her eyes as she tightened her grip on her cloak. Zhu Zhuofeng halted, turning to gently pat her shoulder a few times, reassuring her that there was no need for fear. With a smile, he addressed the soldiers. "My friends, I hail from the distant land of England, bearing gifts to pay homage to the great Sultan, to admire the unparalleled culture. While passing through Tunisia, I stopped at the port for rest and thought to pay a visit to your esteemed governor." With that, he stepped forward, producing a small leather pouch filled with gold coins, as if performing a magic trick, and placed it into the soldier's hand, eliciting a faint metallic clink. The man was initially taken aback, glancing at his companions, and after a brief yet incomprehensible discussion in the local dialect, he finally opened a leather pouch. One of them retrieved a gold coin, while the rest were returned to Zhu Zhuofeng. Zhu displayed a simple smile, politely declining, yet he accepted the remaining coins, secretly admiring their conduct. Such occurrences are quite commonplace in Europe. Typically, individuals would begrudge the paltry sum and would never reject a bribe devoid of peril. When the tall man spoke Arabic again, his tone was markedly more respectful, his palm resting on his chest as he humbly proclaimed, "My name is Amin Abed Arufshat. Thank you for the gold coin. It will allow my family to live a little better. However, I cannot make this decision alone. I shall inquire within." With that, he turned and walked away without seeking further input. Zhu Zhuofeng chuckled and shrugged his shoulders in a gesture of helplessness. This action instantly elicited laughter, further bridging the gap between them. Ah, the Ottoman Empire, how astutely it plays its cards. Under the guise of internal discord, it has first occupied Tunisia, a fellow Arab nation, as if plunging a dagger into the Mediterranean countries. One can only assume that the Berbers have been utilized by some formidable power as a pawn to counter the Ottoman Empire. Oh, how fascinating the world becomes. Zhu Zhuofeng mused with a cold smile. He offered a friendly smile in return, expressed his gratitude, and followed the man towards the towering white edifice. Wait, came a sudden call. Zhu Zhuofeng cast a glance toward Amin Abed Aluf Shah, inquiring, "Amin, is there indeed such a rule here?" The address of Amin momentarily startled him, but he quickly nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, she cannot enter." A flicker of intense fear flashed in the girl's eyes as she glanced around, taking in the sight of the curved blades, her body trembling uncontrollably. Biting her pale lips, she gently shook her head, her gaze pleading as she looked at Zhu Zhuofeng. "Please do not abandon me." With a heavy sigh, Zhu Zhuofeng turned and said, "Amin, this is my wife. Why can she not accompany me inside?" Amin's expression betrayed his dilemma as he reluctantly replied, "Sir, we have regulations. All women are strictly forbidden from entering the governor's residence. Otherwise, they face the death penalty." Zhu Zhuofeng, with no other option, gently patted the girl's shoulder and softly said, "I fear you must remain here. I swear by the name of the Sea Wolf Fleet. Should I leave you behind, I shall perish in the ocean by tomorrow, torn to pieces by sharks." The girl gazed into Zhu Zhuofeng's earnest eyes, and after a lengthy pause, she nodded vigorously, slowly releasing her small hand. It was akin to a drowning person relinquishing their last piece of driftwood. In a hushed whisper, she said, "My name is Cynthina Moya. Please do not forsake me." The governor had long awaited in the hall, his countenance far from pleasant, clearly still burdened by the troubles caused by the previous group 2 days prior. Upon the arrival of guests, he instantly donned a vibrant expression and approached with a smile, saying, "Welcome, esteemed guest from England. When the customs officer brought me the clearance application for review earlier, I was already eager to greet you. However, due to pressing matters, I was delayed and was just about to visit your residence this evening to extend my apologies." After a slight bow, he grandly opened his arms, inviting an embrace. Once Amin had escorted Zhu Zhuofeng to this place and exchanged greetings, he wisely retreated swiftly. There's no need for formality. Although our Ottoman Empire and England lack diplomatic exchanges, we have mutually respected each other for a long time. Let us be the ones to open this window. The governor warmly linked his arm with Zhu Zhuofeng's and led him to a seat, smiling. "Please, take a seat." Zhu Zhuofeng waited for his host to be seated before he himself took his place, gazing at the governor and inquiring, "May I ask for your esteemed name, governor?" "Haha. How foolish of me. I am Sewirden Barbarossa. You may simply call me Sewirden. It feels more congenial." Sewardin chuckled, tapping his forehead and shaking his head. At that moment, a male attendant entered, presenting 2 cups of steaming beverages, placing them on either side. The drinks were adorned with floating leaf-like buds, adding a vibrant green hue to the liquid, accompanied by a refreshing and delicate fragrance that wafted into the air. Juzwafing abruptly stood up, his voice trembling slightly. Is this tea? Sewardin beamed as he rose. Indeed, a simple taste reveals the truth. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he exclaimed, You are from Ming. Why do you masquerade as an English envoy? As his voice fell, a squad of soldiers clad in military garb burst into the room, their uniform muskets trained ominously upon Zhu's Wufeng, filling the hall with an air of foreboding. Zhu remained composed, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere. As he calmly lifted a teacup, gently blowing away the floating tea leaves, he took a sip, closing his eyes to savor the bitter essence swirling upon his palate. After a considerable pause, he remarked, So this is the essence of tea, tranquil yet profound. Humph. Seeing his utter lack of reaction, Sewardin immediately settled back in his chair, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Zhu's Wufeng as he inquired in a low, measured tone. Who exactly are you? Zhu abruptly opened his eyes, meeting Sewardin's stare without flinching, and replied nonchalantly, I am precisely the Ming person you speak of. With an unexpected sigh of relief, Sewardin leaned back against his chair, taking a sip of tea, his demeanor now relaxed as he said, Speak freely. I am listening. With that, Zhu leisurely crossed his legs and continued, The interests of the New World belong to me, while those of Africa shall belong to you. As for India, we shall split it evenly. Your ambitions are indeed excessive. Sewardin exclaimed, his complexion darkening as he slammed his hand on the table. Leaning forward to articulate each word with precision, What grounds do you have to share such vast interests with us? His face now a shade of iron. Sewardin gritted his teeth, asserting, I can think of no reason that would allow you to leave this room. Our Ottoman Empire is the mightiest, and we shall not permit anyone to share in our fortunes. With a wave of his hand, the musketeers advanced a few steps forward. Huh. Zhu's Wufeng could not help but chuckle, casting a disdainful glance at him, his gaze reminiscent of one observing a jester. He scoffed. What is there for your Ottoman Empire to boast about? To the north lies the formidable Persia, to the east the perennial rival, the Arab League, and to the west the powers of Europe. Ultimately, you are but pitiful creatures struggling to survive in the narrow crevices of existence. Furthermore, do not delude yourself into thinking that merely occupying Tunisia equates to conquering all of Africa. Do not forget that the Lion of Africa, Egypt, is eyeing this region with intent. I wager that within a year, Tunisia will be absorbed into Egypt's dominion. The initial part of his assertion held some validity, yet the latter was mere speculation. Intended to portray the Ottoman Empire as teetering on the brink of collapse, as if it were destined for annihilation by dawn. Sewardin's face turned a shade of ashen gray, beads of sweat gradually forming as he slumped helplessly into his chair, devoid of any semblance of arrogance. Yet, he stubbornly retorted, Surely, Egypt would not dare to provoke our Ottoman Empire directly, would they? Zhu's Wufeng adopted an exaggerated demeanor, looking at him as one would at a fool, causing Sewardin to squirm uncomfortably. He chuckled awkwardly, glancing around as if seeking an escape. Goodness, you seem to be living quite comfortably. Zhu's Wufeng sighed, shaking his head. If I were the king of Egypt, seizing the opportunity while your Ottoman Empire is still unsettled in Venice, inciting a guerrilla force would be child's play. Moreover, while you are entangled with other nations, launching a full-scale assault on Tunisia to undermine your position would be a strategic maneuver. If you lose your foothold in North Africa, how shall you ever regain a foothold in Africa again? Sewardin's left eye twitched momentarily, and he was instantly reminded of the Berber guerrillas. Anger surged within him as he rose to his feet, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, Those detestable Egyptians dare to covet the interests of our Ottoman Empire. If only I were there as an ally, the situation would be vastly different. Zhu's Wufeng savored the last sip of tea, slowly chewing on a leaf, seemingly intent on etching the flavor into his memory. Oh, how would it be different? Sewardin eagerly inquired. This. I shall personally seek an audience with the Sultan. Once I speak to him, everything will become clear. Zhu's Wufeng stood up, noticing that Sewardin's complexion had once again shifted. He patted his shoulder and chuckled, With you around, opportunities for merit will abound, and you'll be weary from counting money every day. By the way, I shall send over those 5 boxes of ivory shortly. Zhu's Wufeng, attempting to recall the etiquette taught by his grandfather, clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Then I shall not be ungracious. However, he curiously asked, Have you met other Ming individuals? How could you discern me so easily? Haha. Did you also traverse the Silk Road? Suerding responded. I have encountered a few Ming folks in Istanbul, which made me eager to test my assumptions upon meeting you. Suerding solemnly took the tea canister from the servant and pressed it into Zhu Zuofeng's hands, saying, In your homeland, this may be inconsequential, but here it is a rarity. Alas, our relations with Persia have soured, disrupting the Silk Road and halting the flow of goods. But let us not dwell on such matters. Once we have dealt with Persia, we shall trade directly with the Ming people, selling these rare commodities to Europe for substantial profits. Currently, very few in Europe have even glimpsed tea. Zhu Zuofeng tucked the bamboo tea house into his embrace. After a moment's contemplation, he recognized the truth. Traversing the land to return home was nearly an insurmountable task. The Arab nations and Persia would not permit passage to anyone. He himself had narrowly escaped death in Arabia last time. The only viable plan now is to obtain the maritime route to India by sea. The journey would pose little issue. The warriors, under Suerding's silent command, retreated from the scene, while the attendants hurriedly filled cups with tea, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere. Suddenly, a distressed Amin stumbled in, his body smeared with blood, exclaiming urgently, That lady has been taken. In the midst of his words, he faltered and collapsed onto the ground. Losing consciousness, Zhu Zuofeng was taken aback and rushed outside. The expansive square was now in chaos, with Ottoman warriors striving to maintain order among the populace. While several bodies lay near the statue, upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably the three warriors who had been guarding the girl, now lifeless in their own pools of blood. Devoid of any breath, Governor Suerding also hurried to the scene, accompanied by a throng of soldiers. Heavens! This must certainly be the work of the Berbers. Quickly, apprehend them. The soldiers howled like wolves before scattering in all directions, seemingly still adhering to the ways of the nomadic tribes. There is a traitor among your ranks. Zhu Zuofeng cast a cold gaze upon Suerding and spoke in a low voice. Otherwise, no one will know that I am aiding you, nor will I pose a threat to them. Thus, employing my people would be utterly fruitless. It must be that attendant. Suerding stamped his foot in agitation. Come forth. Swiftly seize him. Several warriors shouted in unison before dashing towards the governor's mansion. Before long, they returned, escorting the attendant. One warrior, filled with pride, declared, This rascal was just about to flee. He never imagined we would find him so swiftly. Governor Suerding, why do you linger? Shouldn't you press for a confession? A chill emanated from Zhu Zuofeng, enveloping all present. The onlookers regarded his fierce demeanor with silent reverence. Zhu Zuofeng inquired coldly, Where are the ruins? Suerding sighed. The so-called ruins refer to the ancient city remnants of Carthage, located not far from the hills of Bursao. By carriage, it would take nearly half a day to reach. As he spoke, he indicated a direction. A gust of wind swept through, bringing an unexpected coolness to the arid desert. Carthage had established a slave dynasty here 2,500 years ago, and within the palaces of any slave dynasty, there existed dank and chilling dungeons. Following a narrow passageway made constricted by a recent collapse, the two men combined their strength to push open a heavy, decayed wooden door, revealing a dimly lit long staircase. The faint glimmers within the passage offered little clarity regarding the staircase's end. Vatty retrieved a torch from the side and, after striking two peculiar stones together repeatedly, finally ignited the torch. The two individuals exchanged glances, and Zhu Zuofeng calmly remarked, It would be better if you held a knife to my throat. Buddy, with a sincere shake of his head, replied excitedly, No, no. You are my friend. How could I possibly place a knife at your neck? Zhu Zuofeng abruptly grasped his hand, guiding the curved blade to his own throat, and chuckled, Indeed, we are friends, but this arrangement is advantageous for me. Reluctantly, Buddy nodded in agreement, instinctively retracting the blade slightly, fearful that a stumble might inadvertently slice his throat. As the two descended amidst the flickering glow of the torches, they reached the bottom of the staircase in less than a quarter of an hour. Buddy, you have brought the enemy. Where is Didion? Why do I not see him? An aged, profound voice resonated. Despite Zhu Zuofeng's efforts, he struggled to comprehend the words spoken. However, it was evident that the earlier utterance was directed at Buddy. He scanned the surroundings slightly, discovering no one in sight. The distance seemed to obscure the reach of the torchlight. With a huff, the elder's commanding voice pierced the air, and suddenly the surroundings were illuminated. Nearly all the torches ignited simultaneously. Zhu Zuofeng, intrigued, glanced around. The torches sparkled like countless stars. Yet, ancient peoples often possess wondrous abilities unknown to others. As the flames blazed brighter and his eyes adjusted to the light, Zhu Zuofeng discerned the figure of the speaking elder a dozen meters away, tall and imposing, yet devoid of any garments. A pair of breezy undergarments fashioned from a solitary leaf, concealing the most vital areas. Amidst the flickering flames, the elderly man's solemn and imposing visage inevitably evokes a sense of reverence. "Young man," he intoned, his voice a raspy yet powerful timbre, as he scrutinized Zhu Zuofeng. It was indeed the universally spoken Arabic of this region. "What you uttered at the governor's office has reached my ears without omission. Consequently, the official in charge at the port has taken action, luring you here to determine my verdict on whether to end your life." "Oh," Zhu Zuofeng furrowed his brow. "Have I, in any way, offended you, esteemed elder?" His eyes, now acclimatized to the dimness, discreetly surveyed the surroundings. Numerous individuals lay in ambush. Thankfully, none had barged in forcefully, otherwise he might have been slain before even descending the stairs. "We Berbers have always been clear in matters of friendship and enmity. However, young man, your attempt to assist the Ottomans against us will not permit your departure from this place today." Despite his advanced age, the elder's gaze remained sharp, akin to a hawk fixated on its prey. "Batty, step back. I place my trust in you. Yet, I cannot extend that same trust to him. This enigmatic individual from the Ming dynasty, of whose whereabouts I remain oblivious, possesses knowledge of the intelligence I have received. The Ottoman Empire harbors ambitions of extinguishing the Arab nations, of annihilating our homeland, and even of vanquishing those across the sea. Yet they dare not entertain thoughts of obliterating the realm known as Ming." The elder paused momentarily. Such formidable adversaries, if they were to ally with the Ottomans, how could our kin possibly endure? "Esteemed priest," with a slight bow, Zhu Zuofeng expressed his respect, his countenance adorned with a gentle smile as he spoke. "Our nation possesses a civilization that spans 5 millennia. We are the most reverent people in the world when it comes to rituals. Our formidable warriors are devoted to safeguarding their homeland from invasion and would never initiate hostilities against other nations without cause. I stake my life as a guarantee," Batty respectfully declared, his eyes radiating an intense fervor. "Esteemed priest, forming alliances with our people will yield only benefits." Zhu Zuofeng folded his arms and gradually stepped forward. The warriors concealed around them shifted slightly but were halted by the priest's gesture. "Moreover, I am aware that you do not wish to take my life." Zhu Zuofeng halted his steps, poised and composed, remarking, "If your sole intention were to kill me, why wait until this moment to act? There were countless opportunities along the way. I surmise your greater aim is to win me over. Since we all share the sincere desire for friendship, why not be straightforward?" "Humph." The priest likewise paused, his gaze fixed intently on Zhu Zuofeng, coldly stating, "In gratitude for your earlier decision not to slay Batty and Didion, I, in my capacity as priest, offer you one chance." "Esteemed priest," Zhu Zuofeng bowed slightly, saying, "I, Zhu Zuofeng, would do anything for a friend. Batty is my ally. Please, command me." The priest surveyed the surroundings, raising his hands and proclaiming, "We, the Berber people, are the bravest warriors in the world. Do you all agree?" "Yes." A thunderous chorus of voices echoed in response. "If that individual is a coward, shall we allow him to be our companion?" The priest continued to exclaim with an impassioned tone. But he slowly rose to his feet and embraced Zhu Zuofeng, saying, "My friend, I believe in your capability." Although Zhu Zuofeng was somewhat bewildered, he vaguely sensed that the other wished for him to undertake a task to demonstrate his bravery. The priest gradually extended his hands and pressed down. Suddenly, silence enveloped the crowd. Casting his gaze around, he intoned somberly, "Let us prove his courage in the most ancient manner of our Berber tribe." A resounding cheer erupted. Zhu Zuofeng was abruptly struck by an ominous premonition. The most ancient methods of proving one's valor within a culture were seldom gentle. Bloodshed was undoubtedly inevitable. "Wait," Zhu Zuofeng interjected sharply. He slowly shook his head, his demeanor calm, stating, "Allow me to see the hostage first. I must ascertain her safety." He hastened to her side and asked in a low voice, "Are you unharmed?" Hearing his voice, Cynthia abruptly lifted her head, her expression shifting rapidly as she pleaded, "Please do not abandon me. I am so frightened." Her voice trembled, and upon witnessing the archaic torture devices surrounding her, her entire body began to shake uncontrollably. She leaped from her chair and threw herself into the arms of the only familiar face before her. Zhu Zuofeng attempted to push her away, yet the tremors of her body revealed the depth of her terror. With a soft sigh, he allowed her to remain in his embrace, providing her with a semblance of safety. Unconsciously, he wrapped an arm around her waist in a gesture of comfort, softly assuring her, "Rest assured, I will not forsake you." The priest coldly declared behind him, "We may commence." Zhu Zuofeng nodded heavily and slowly, responding solemnly, "Speak. What is it you require of me?" Suddenly, the majestic lion, seemingly affected, let out a tremendous roar and lunged forward. Its sharp fangs poised to pierce the enemy's neck, droplets of viscous saliva falling, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhu Zuofeng concentrated all his strength, shifting his body to the left. The sand he had secretly grasped in his hand was flung outward, while his right hand, unyielding, propelled a small knife towards the lion's neck. Golden sand erupted into the air, its minute particles swiftly enveloping the lion's head. The swirling dust, carried by the wind, gradually settled around. The lioness' eyes, assaulted by the invading sand, erupted in pain, causing it to roar desperately. The agony in its eyes seemed to surpass the suffering from its injured paw. The lion shook its head vigorously, narrowly evading Zhu Zuofeng's flying knife. As the blade passed, it severed a tuft of golden mane, which scattered in the breeze. Zhu Zuofeng felt a wave of weakness wash over him, unable to fend off the encroaching dizziness. His eyelids slowly drooping. A curse escaped his lips and his heart. "This is troublesome. I am surely doomed." Without a weapon, he knew he was no match for an enraged lion. Even with its impaired vision, its primal instincts could easily rend him to shreds in proximity. Indeed, the lion, having sustained multiple setbacks, became frenzied, thrashing about wildly. Twice it lunged perilously close to Zhu Zuofeng, and it was clear to anyone that a single strike from its razor-sharp claws could tear him apart. Cynthia's complexion shifted abruptly, her heart racing with alarm, and she let out a sharp cry. With a sudden lunge, he leapt from the elevated platform, descending from a height of 7 or 8 meters. A singular thought occupied his mind. He could not allow her to bear the burden of responsibility alone. By the time the two guards realized what was happening, it was already too late. The sharp curve of the blade glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, and the blood spilling from the lion's neck stained the yellow earth a deep crimson. The robust body collapsed onto the dust, convulsing in a reflexive manner, devoid of any semblance of regal dignity. The scabbard of the curved knife traced an arc through the air before falling not far away. Through a fortunate strike during her descent, Cynthia managed to slay the lion. Yet, upon landing, she could not withstand the force of impact and let out a pained cry. Rolling to the side, Zhu Zuofeng, his vision blurred, struggled to keep himself awake, determined not to succumb to slumber. Slowly, he moved his hand, painfully grasping the most agonizing part of his body, striving to maintain clarity of mind. His legs trembled incessantly as he bit down on his pale lips. Laboriously rising to his feet, he advanced step by step, halting with each movement. Upon reaching her, he slowly crouched down, gently brushing aside her damp, disheveled hair, and with great effort, lifted her into his arms. Dragging his heavy footsteps toward the wooden door, sweat mingled with blood trickled down his pants, ultimately falling onto the parched soil, spreading like a crimson bloom. His complexion had already shifted from pale to a sickly hue, and his lips, once vibrant, were now drained of color. The sole thing sustaining his resolve was his objective, to rescue Cynthia from this place, even at the cost of his own life. A goal remained a goal, one that must be fulfilled. "Please, do not abandon me." Drenched in perspiration, Cynthia slowly opened her eyes, trembling all over from the pain in her legs, her complexion a delicate pallor. In her startled gaze, one could still discern the lingering shock. "Zhu Zuofeng, Zhu Zuofeng." Suddenly, the wooden door burst open, and Buddy rushed in, calling out his name with an Arabic accent. Upon reaching him, he quickly steadied the swaying Zhu Zuofeng, anxiously inquiring, "My friend, are you all right?" "I shall not allow anyone to thwart my efforts to take her away." Zhu Zuofeng regained his composure, continuing to move forward slowly, step by step. This time, according to their rules, he feared he had not completed the trial. Thus, he might perish here. Lowering his head, he reassured, "Do not worry. Even in death, I shall not abandon you." With that, he gently shook his head, realizing that there was likely no room for compromise. Either they both would die, or they both would survive. The outcome rested upon the whims of that deranged priest. A gentle breeze stirred, raising a cloud of dust. Dozens of Berber warriors surged forth from the wooden door, bare-chested and brandishing curved blades, encircling Zhu Zuofeng in a formidable stance. "Honorable priest." "Priest." Buddy approached the slowly advancing priest, bowing in supplication. "I implore you, spare him." The priest brushed past him, advancing directly. In a grave tone, he remarked, "Young man, You exhibit great courage. However, you have not fulfilled your task. Zhu Zuofeng took a moment to steady his breath, cradling Cynthia as he took 2 steps forward, stating, "If you intend to prevent our departure, do as you wish." The wound throbbed with a tearing pain as it was jostled by walking and speaking. "Wait. Let us tend to the injury before proceeding." The priest's voice remained deep and solemn. "Your wife is indeed courageous. We, the clan, hold the bravest of warriors in the highest esteem." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuofeng felt a wave of relief wash over him, his body succumbing to weakness as he collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Buddy, quick to act, rushed forward to support him. "Take them to rest," commanded the priest, leaning on his staff as he steadily approached the wooden door, a glimmer of reassurance in his eyes, as if he had gained a newfound confidence in escaping this somber place. "Calm down, Drake. Did not the governor say that the captain has gone inland on business? He has given specific instructions for us to wait. Besides, we have been searching for a day already." Peter endeavored to soothe the furious lion, fearing that the ship would soon be bereft of useful provisions if this fury continued. "I believe it is not so simple," Philna mused against the wall of the cabin. "Surely, the situation is perilous. The governor dares not reveal the truth to us for fear of our retaliation." "Humph." Drake violently smashed a table, his demeanor darkening. "If he will not speak, I shall compel him to do so. Should anything befall the captain, I shall ensure that the entire Ottoman Empire is thrown into disarray. We shall depart." With that, he pushed open the cabin door and strode towards the command room. Peter and Philna exchanged glances, their expressions grave as they followed suit. Stephen, with a sprinkle of freckles across his face, blushed slightly, lowering his head as he softly spoke. If we are to seek the captain, please take me along. I wish to fight for him." Drake gently patted his shoulder and nodded slowly. After several dozen minutes, the Sea Wolf fleet breached certain restrictions and began to navigate the waters near the port of Tunis, arranged in a seamless line. They commenced their advance. A command was issued: bombard Venice's port. The primary target was the armed artillery. Drake lowered his telescope and coldly issued the order. Boom, boom, boom. The and was the first to fire. As the ships had already adjusted their positions, presenting their broadsides to the port, the fleet unleashed its full might. The cannon's roar shattered the tranquility of the Tunisian harbor, startling the seabirds into flight. Shells whistled through the air, hurtling towards the port, accompanied by thunderous explosions. Cries of anguish erupted. The Tunisian artillery had not anticipated such a sudden assault, and by the time they reacted, they were already enduring a second wave of bombardment. The stone-built artillery platforms crumbled under the ferocious onslaught, debris flying in all directions with the shockwave. Many gunners, barely having climbed onto the platforms, were engulfed by the violent explosions before they could comprehend the unfolding chaos. Zhu Zuofeng's thoughts shifted. Could this be the result of some potion administered by the Berbers? His brow furrowed in concern. All right. If so, let us depart. Cynthia, clad in Zhu Zuofeng's black, tight-fitting attire, which hung a bit loosely, exuded a distinct air of languid charm, accentuated by her tousled red hair. Zhu Zuofeng cast a glance at her, taking a deep breath. Relying on the calm demeanor he had cultivated over the years, he suppressed all his negative emotions and spoke nonchalantly. If they do not interfere, I shall take you away immediately. Rest assured, I promise to help you find your husband. He offered no further explanation, knowing that elaboration would only deepen her disdain. With that, he strode purposefully towards the door. Carry me. My feet cannot walk, cried Cynthia, as she swept her disheveled red hair back and tied it into a ponytail with a thin string she had found, revealing the exquisite contours of her face. Had it not been for her injury, which rendered her pallid, she would have resembled a youthful beauty. Zhu Zuofeng paused, a frown of hesitation crossing his face. Do you wish to abandon me here? Or are you hoping for those savages to carry me? Cynthia, in a fit of frustration, attempted to rise but winced in pain and collapsed to the ground. Zhu Zuofeng quickly moved towards her, turning his back, and squatted down, softly saying, Climb onto my back. I shall carry you. Cynthia draped her frail, delicate arms around his neck, muttering to herself, What a charade of chivalry. Merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. Even those pirates who assaulted me directly are preferable. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder, causing Zhu Zuofeng's face to twitch. Yet he did not falter in his stride, maintaining his composure. He thought to himself, Bite away. It will ease your discomfort. Cynthia gazed at the deep bite mark on his shoulder, blood seeping from the wound. One cannot help but recall the scene where he battled ferociously against a ferocious beast to save himself. the gory wound upon his chest flashing vividly before my eyes. In the most perilous moments, he still cast concerned glances in my direction. One vivid memory after another relentlessly surfaces. At this thought, tears involuntarily streamed down my cheeks. Zhu Zhuofeng continued on his path, and for a fleeting moment, as a warm tear fell onto his shoulder, his entire body stiffened. Long ago, in this maritime region, there existed a kingdom known as Crete, ruled by a tyrannical and exceptionally formidable king. The monarch had two sons, both monstrous beings with the bodies of men and heads of bulls, much like their father. One of the sons journeyed to Athens, where he wreaked havoc and committed countless atrocities. The king of Athens could no longer endure his tyranny and ultimately executed him. Enraged by the news, the king of Crete mustered his forces to wage war against Athens. Following Athens' defeat, they were compelled to sign an unequal treaty, which required them to offer 7 pairs of young boys and girls annually as tribute. The populace, suffering under such oppression, spurred the Athenian prince to resolve to slay the monster and liberate his people. Before his departure, he made a pact with his father, promising that if he succeeded in vanquishing the beast, a white sail would be hoisted upon his return. The handsome and youthful Athenian prince captured the affection of the daughter of King Minos, who aided Prince Theseus in navigating the labyrinth to slay the monster and rescue the children offered as tribute from Crete. When the Athenian king, standing at the shore and straining his eyes for a glimpse, saw the distant approach of a black sail, he could not bear the reality of losing his beloved son and leaped into the sea. In honor of this king, who loved his people as he cherished his own son, the sea was thereafter named the Aegean Sea. What a poignant tale it is. The Julian was lost in this illusion, murmuring, "Next time I pursue a lady, I must use this story as my main strategy." Julian's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Indeed, the esteemed admiral is truly an expert in matters of love." This tale thus becomes even more poignantly romantic. John gradually withdrew his smile, speaking in a grave tone. "No matter how beautiful and romantic the Aegean Sea may be, I am acutely aware that we are about to enter the absolute domain of the Ottoman Empire. Dispatch orders for all personnel to prepare for battle, and increase the lookout staff. This endeavor to seize that map must not fail." Upon witnessing John's seriousness, Julian too abandoned his frivolous demeanor, replying, "Should the Ottoman Empire engage in any unscrupulous actions, we shall ensure they experience the might of our invincible Spanish navy." The sea lay tranquil, its azure waters glistening like a jewel, mirroring the pure blue of the sky. A gentle breeze stirred, creating rippling waves that danced across the surface. The 19th Fleet arranged itself into battle formation, gliding through the Aegean like a flock of geese. Each individual, upon receiving orders, tightened their expressions with iron resolve. Stringent discipline kept them steadfast at their posts, with none daring to show even a hint of negligence. Unbeknownst to them, day and night exchanged once more. As night fell, the wind began to pick up. Bathed in moonlight, the Aegean Sea revealed a unique charm. Suddenly, a lookout rang a clear bell, calling down, "A fleet has been sighted." The enemy's identity is unclear. Upon receiving this news, John sprang from his bed with urgency. As he had not yet donned his attire, he hastily made his way to the bow of the ship, retrieving a telescope to survey the surroundings. He instructed Julian, who followed closely behind, to immediately relay orders for heightened alertness, declaring that no actions should be taken without commands. Gradually, a fleet of 8 vessels emerged within the field of the telescope, their outlines rendered indistinct by the haze of night. However, it wasn't long before the ships drew nearer, and from one of the fleets, 2 flickering lights were illuminated, signals universally recognized among vessels at night. John, peering through the telescope, observed the path traced by the luminous signals, which were conveyed using the European maritime flag signals. Having graduated from a prestigious naval academy, John swiftly deciphered the message. "Your fleet has encroached upon our territorial waters. Please identify yourselves." How amusing. When did the Aegean Sea become the private domain of the Ottoman Empire? John tightened the fit of his military uniform, a scornful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "These arrogant Ottomans, this must surely be their fleet, a band of antiquated fools." "Admiral, what shall we do now?" Julian inquired in a hushed tone. John chuckled heartily at this. "I suspect these Ottomans harbor no fondness for us Spaniards. Rather than seeking their favor, it would be more prudent to let force speak for itself and determine whose might prevails. The one who speaks shall be the loudest." Julian stood at attention, his expression solemn, and stated, "Please issue your orders, Admiral." The night was enveloped in tranquility, the only sound being the rhythmic crashing of waves against the hull. The signalman, holding a lantern, communicated with the enemy vessel, expressing an intention of goodwill and a desire to forge an alliance with the Ottoman Empire. "Admiral," Julian hesitated, his words suspended in the air. "What is it? Speak freely." The evening breeze tousled John's golden hair as he remained lost in thought, his expression contemplative. "There are certain matters I find perplexing," Julian continued after a brief pause. "Given your nature, why is this nautical chart of such paramount importance to you? I know that ascending the ranks and acquiring wealth are not your primary aspirations in life." John turned his head to regard his aide, surprised by his perceptive insight. He chuckled lightly and replied, "The chart itself holds little significance for me. However, a dear friend of mine is in dire need of it. Therefore, I must assist him in acquiring it." Julian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Admiral, for your trust in me. Rest assured, I shall not divulge this information." John smiled, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and said softly, "You are my friend. I have every reason to trust you. Now, let us set aside this discussion. It is time to show these savages the extent of our might." News arrived from the Ottoman fleet, commanding the 19th Fleet to halt their course and submit to inspection. The wind continued to whisper, and the tranquil sea was poised to erupt into tumultuous waves. In a short while, 8 Ottoman vessels began to slowly alter their course, striving to head in the predetermined direction. John observed this spectacle with a cold smile, pondering silently. How foolish to place such blind faith in an unfamiliar enemy. With 2 medium-sized frigates and 6 smaller corvettes, this feeble and antiquated formation stood little chance against the strategic prowess of the 19th Fleet, which could easily send them to the depths with minimal effort. A faint smile graced John's lips as he unsheathed his slender sword with a sharp sound, commanding in a deep voice, "Charge forth and let these barbarians experience the might of the great Spanish Empire. Refrain from cannon fire, lest the enemy vessels harbor thoughts of retreat." Orders were swiftly disseminated. The helmsman, feigning a withdrawal, hastily rehoisted the sails. 3 large Spanish armed sailing ships, 4 medium-sized armed vessels, and 6 mixed sloops, shrouded in a somber atmosphere, advanced slowly towards the foe. The enemy gradually brought their ships to a halt, their frail crafts bobbing in the waves, patiently awaiting the approach of the 19th Fleet. Ready to board for inspection. Julian gauged the distance between the 2 fleets and suggested, if we were to fire now, we could gain a considerable advantage. However, this may allow the enemy ships to escape amidst the chaos. Should we engage in close combat, our losses could be greater. John, arms crossed and chin resting upon his pale hand, pondered for a moment. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he tensed and exclaimed, "This is dire. We have fallen into a trap. Issue new commands immediately." John's expression darkened as he remarked, "The hidden enemy appears to be far from benign." A flurry of urgent commands followed. "My lord," the anxious aide spoke up, "surely the Admiral has his reasons for issuing such orders?" "Humph. Since he does not wish to claim this victory, I shall take it upon myself." Tang Shiming cast a scornful glance at the enemy fleet, analyzing. "With our invincible infantry capable of facing 10 foes, we can easily dispatch these barbarians who rely solely on their curved blades in close-quarter combat. I possess a vessel, named the Endeavor, sufficient to obliterate them." The first officer's face was ashen, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. Aside from Tang Shiming's Endeavor, the remaining 10 ships immediately unfurled their sails, dividing into 2 groups, each sailing in opposite directions. At that moment, the Endeavor stood out prominently, like a bone spur, straining with all its might towards the enemy fleet. 300 fully equipped infantrymen concealed themselves along the port side, awaiting the impending storm. Dozens of chain handlers breathed heavily, the long anchor chain poised for action. What on earth does this fool intend to do? John leaned over the railing, groaning, "Damn it. This is a significant predicament." "Admiral," Julian, equally tense, inquired, "What shall we do?" With a resigned slap to his forehead, John self-deprecatingly remarked, "What can we do? Should I allow my sister to become a widow? Signal to change course and eliminate the enemy fleet at full speed. Remember, do not ensnare the enemy ship with the anchor chain." The signalman employed the secret flag signals of the Spanish Navy to convey instructions to the surrounding vessels. Almost instantly, upon receiving the command, the divided fleet adjusted their course, converging towards the enemy ship from both flanks. The enemy fleet remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events, swaying with the waves as if detached from the reality before them. "Ah, that scoundrel John. He truly intends to divert my attention and claim all the glory for himself." Tang Shiming stood at the prow of the ship, a smile gracing his features, as though he had discerned John's scheme and felt quite pleased with himself. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Though we are relatives, in the theater of war, merit prevails. My apologies, John. Increase the ship's speed. We must seize the initiative. Prepare the grappling hooks. Let not a single enemy vessel escape. As the distance between us narrows, the Resolute stands firm, piercing through the waters like a spear, boldly charging toward the enemy fleet." "My Lord Baron," the anxious first officer exclaimed, "the Admiral has ordered that the grappling hooks must not be used." He cast a glance at the crew poised by the rail, their grappling hooks already spinning in anticipation. "Are you a fool? With such formidable weaponry at our disposal, shall we expect our valiant infantry to leap over instead?" Tang Shiming struck him sharply across the face. As we entered the attack range, the first officer hastily moved to the side of the ship, commanding the operations with a stern voice. "Infantry squad, prepare. Aim your muskets. Grappling hooks at the ready. Fire." Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of thunderous gunfire shattered the tranquility of the Aegean Sea. The flames erupting from the muzzles illuminated the night with an extraordinary brilliance. The grappling crew shouted as they hurled the spinning grappling hooks toward the enemy ship, the hooks trailing a long white line. Once the grappling hooks latched onto the enemy vessel, they swiftly yanked the lines back. In an instant, dozens of hooks ensnared all 8 enemy ships like flowers scattered by celestial maidens. Several nautical miles away, on a massive Arab dhow, the figure at the bow raised a telescope, finally spotting the long-awaited flashes of light. With a sinister grin, he lowered the telescope and chuckled. "What a so-called Great Spanish Empire! Invincible infantry sailing ships. Allow me to teach you the art of naval warfare." Eralding signaled to his first officer that the time had come to commence. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, and the attendant beside him promptly lit it with the oil lamp he held. He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment, releasing a series of smoke rings that ascended into the night sky, dissipating into the void. Squinting, he murmured to himself, "I appointed my brother as governor in Tunisia, feigning weakness to lure you in like a tiger awaiting its prey. 20,000 infantry? The Spaniards truly possess a sense of humor. Ha! The terrifying power of 300 Spanish infantry firing in unison was undeniable. Although the enemy ship's deck was sparsely populated, the losses were significant. Under the ferocious onslaught, the mast's railing shattered and splintered. John sighed and commanded, "Approach the Endeavor, immediately exert force to seize control of Tang Shiming. Cut all those chains." Following the orders, the flagship of the enemy's 19th Fleet, the Goddess, slowly maneuvered closer to the Endeavor. "Kill." As the sailors hastily set up the gangplank, Tang Shiming eagerly issued commands. Having spotted John's ship drawing near, the anchor chain entangled with the enemy vessel rendered him immobile. All he could do now was to slay another foe and claim further glory. The infantry had swiftly loaded their second round of ammunition and, upon receiving the command, rushed onto the enemy ship. Whether by fortune or fate, few resisted at the railings. Tang Shiming sneered coldly, "What Ottoman Empire? Such a decrepit vessel dares to set sail?" The Goddess finally approached the Endeavor. John, observing the distant figure of Tang Shiming laughing triumphantly at the bow, spoke sternly, "Board the ship." "John, you scoundrel. Let go of me. I shall report your treasonous actions to my father and to His Majesty the Emperor." Tang Shiming roared in a desperate struggle, yet he could not sever the thick rope binding him. Abandoning the infantry still aboard the enemy vessel, he commanded the other ships to hastily retreat from the battlefield. At this moment, John could not muster a single smile. His countenance was as cold and indifferent as the winter ice. As soon as he spoke, the remaining unrestrained ships swiftly cast their anchor chains, ensnaring the vessels of the 19th Fleet in a matter of moments. Even the Goddess was not spared from this fate. John's expression shifted wildly as he shouted, "Cut all the ropes." He was the first to draw his sword from his waist and charge towards the nearest anchor chain, striking with great force. However, the ropes of the anchor chains had been specially treated, rendering them extraordinarily tough and resilient. After more than 10 strikes, he barely managed to sever one rope. Suddenly, hundreds of anchor chains came hurtling towards him. John rolled to evade them, cursing, "A bunch of madmen." The infantry opened fire. The howling fleet swiftly approached under the cover of night, cutting through the waves like a monstrous beast, fiercely closing in on its prey. Through the efforts of a small, diligent sailor, the 19th Fleet finally began to revive, one ship after another breaking free from its shackles. The Ottoman fleet had already formed a complete formation, a long serpentine line, connected from head to tail. They unleashed the first organized broadside from their side cannons. The thunderous roar of the cannon fire resonated throughout the night sky, the dark muzzles belching flames that turned the sea into a fiery red. As the waves rolled, they danced with a beguiling grace. The fleet divided into two wings, sailing at full speed in opposite directions, swiftly extricate from the enemy ship's broadside cannon range. John clenched his fist fiercely upon witnessing the distant blaze illuminating the sky, accompanied by the thunderous roar of simultaneous cannon fire. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of shells detonated across the waters, some crashing into the sea, others striking the deck, or even landing upon the bodies of men. The ocean surged like a fountain, shooting upwards in a dazzling display of myriad droplets that splashed in every direction. Aboard the Goddess, the deck was torn asunder, wooden splinters dancing through the air as flames began to spread in multiple areas. Injured sailors writhed in agony upon the deck, their cries mingling with the valor of those gallant souls ascending to the heavens. Julian swiftly directed his subordinates to carry the wounded to the infirmary, organizing the crew to extinguish the flames, their faces smeared with dust and sweat intermingling. Halting chuckled darkly. "Fortunate lad, you've narrowly escaped this deadly snare. Now let us engage in a fierce clash between our fleets, the so-called invincible Spanish Armada." The halting fleet received their orders. The 10 ships, previously tethered together, immediately dispersed into two factions, sailing resolutely in opposite directions, intent on keeping the vessels of the 19th Fleet firmly within their broadside range. In that moment, the 19th Fleet found itself in an exceedingly passive predicament. Although they too faced the enemy with their broadside, their cannons' range fell woefully short, unable to reach their adversaries. Meanwhile, though the enemy's cannonry was slightly less formidable, it boasted an additional third in range. If they could steadfastly maintain that advantage, they would secure an invulnerable position. The signalman's bright lantern flickered rapidly in his hands. Suddenly, the 19th Fleet altered its course, with the flanking vessels swiftly changing direction. Though this maneuver placed them in a disadvantageous position according to the T-shaped battle formation, their orientation was now reversed. With full force in motion, they could potentially place the enemy fleet in a precarious predicament. If Hilding's fleet did not adjust its course at this moment, it would take less than 2 minutes for the 19th Fleet to escape the range of their broadside cannons. Although the artillery was prepared, the rapid maneuvering of both sides rendered the prospect of achieving a simultaneous barrage utterly fanciful. Conversely, if the fleet pursued the 19th Fleet by turning, they would immediately forfeit their advantageous tactical position. Facing the enemy head-on was clearly an unwise course of action. Hilding laughed heartily, his expression turning fierce. "I am a straightforward man, disinclined to engage in protracted indecision. As you wish, let me, Hilding, meet your so-called invincible Spanish fleet in battle. Let us see whose blood shall stain the beautiful Aegean Sea." With this proclamation, the flanking vessels promptly adjusted their course, pursuing the enemy in a straight line. At that moment, as Hilding's flanking vessels turned, a look of elation spread across John's face as he murmured, "O unknown admiral, I, John, have discerned your intentions. Let us engage in a chivalrous battle upon these sacred waters, allowing your body to sink eternally to the depths." The signalman aboard the Goddess swiftly relayed commands to the other vessels. The 19th Fleet comprised 6 medium-sized hybrid vessels, with 3 stationed on each flank. Upon receiving the flagship's command, 2 vessels from each wing deftly turned their helms to the sides, tracing graceful arcs upon the surface of the sea. Viewed from a height, it resembled 2 flowers blooming simultaneously, unfurling their exquisite and enchanting petals. On the side of the Goddess John, the 2 medium hybrid fast ships had executed a complete 180-degree turn, akin to arrows released from their bows, encircling the enemy vessel from both flanks. The gunners at the bow were poised and ready, unleashing a thunderous barrage upon the adversary. Meanwhile, the remaining vessels of each wing, a large Spanish galleon, 2 medium Spanish ships, and another hybrid fast ship, reduced their speed, biding their time for the opportune moment. Chuckled Hilding with a sinister grin. "You think I'll let you pick my pocket? I shall not oblige." With that, he retrieved a cigarette, igniting it, and inhaling deeply. The fleet under Hilding's command suddenly dispersed once more, maneuvering their helms to the sides, presenting the broadside to the 2 rapidly advancing hybrid fast ships, a classic pocket battle tactic. "Fire!" commanded the signalman aboard Hilding's flagship, relaying the order at the perfect moment. In an instant, The amassed artillery of Hilding's fleet was unleashed, once again painting the ocean with crimson. The 19-ship fleet's two wings, comprised of 4 hybrid fast ships, faced a barrage from 2 or more enemy vessels each. As shells rained down, a violent explosion cleaved one hybrid fast ship in 2, shattering it rapidly upon the water's surface. The surviving sailors clung to floating debris, calling out for help. The other 3 ships sustained varying degrees of damage, with one completely losing power and drifting helplessly upon the waves. However, amidst the onslaught, the bow cannon discharged its shell, albeit with minimal impact, yet it epitomized the soldier's fearless spirit in the face of death. Almost simultaneously with the enemy's broadside, John let out a cold laugh. At last. You have fallen into my trap. The night was no longer tranquil. Oh, beautiful Aegean Sea, do not weep. On the side of the goddess John. The remaining vessels had significantly reduced their speed. Maneuvering became exceedingly effortless. Harnessing the wind, they swiftly pivoted the ship's bow. While the enemy ship's attention was captivated by the thrown decoy, they darted towards the center like the wind. Meanwhile, under similar circumstances on the opposite side, an identical tactic was employed. The Hilding fleet had just completed its broadside and had yet to recover from their fleeting euphoria. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Hilding discarded his cigarette but onto the deck, crushing it underfoot with palpable frustration. His expression darkening. This fellow is unexpectedly formidable. Due to the prior deceleration of John's fleet, the distance between the 2 fleets had already closed significantly. However, Hilding believed that John intended to form a pocket formation, thereby concentrating his focus on the 4 mixed fast vessels. Little did he anticipate that those 4 mixed fast vessels were merely decoys to divert attention. In the blink of an eye, John's fleet penetrated like a razor's edge. As the Hilding fleet had divided itself into 2 segments, each segment was further split to counter what they perceived as a pocket formation. At the moment John's fleet made its incursion, the enemy had not yet transitioned from their line formation. The crisis faced by the Hilding fleet transcends the mere threat of broadsides. It must simultaneously contend with the formidable broadsides from both flanks of the John fleet. With time slipping away, John would certainly seize the opportunity. A grand Spanish galleon, accompanied by 2 medium-sized Spanish ships and a hybrid frigate, finally found the moment for vengeance. The broadsides unleashed their fury in unison. Although the range of the Spanish artillery was not as extensive, its power was unparalleled. The onslaught was like divine retribution, unleashing a torrent of shells imbued with seething wrath upon the enemy vessels. Many of the adversaries, caught unawares, were torn asunder in an explosive cacophony. Flames erupted skyward, drowning out the anguished cries of the enemy. In that moment, every gunner felt a profound sense of honor, avenging their comrades and upholding the glory of the Empire. In an instant, 4 of the 10 Hilding warships lay in ruins, while the remainder bore grievous wounds, flames licking at their hulls. Among them, 2 vessels were rendered nearly immobile. John would not allow the enemy a moment's respite, once again dividing his forces to pursue the beleaguered ships. The bow cannons, unwilling to be outdone, joined the fray. The already battered enemy fleet, having just endured a relentless barrage, now faced the terror of close-quarter combat. At this juncture, even the notion of cowardice and retreat was rendered impossible. The warships closed in rapidly, and the long-suppressed anger of the Spanish sailors erupted as they hurled anchor chains, ensnaring the enemy vessels with grappling hooks. The larger ships pressed forward relentlessly, with the orders of the respective ship captains. The infantry unleashed a barrage of bullets from their muskets towards the decks of the enemy vessels. Though the fire was indiscriminate, it managed to clear the enemy from the deck. The sporadic gunfire and even the arrows from the enemy could scarcely deter the fervent spirit of the Spanish infantrymen. As the soldiers reloaded their firearms for a second assault, the distance between the ships had diminished considerably. Following the commands of their captains, the valiant warriors, taking advantage of their elevated position, glided across using the taut ropes of the anchor chains. Many others suppressed the enemy's resistance with their firepower. Although there were occasional sacrifices among the brave fighters, the martial blood coursing through the veins of the Spanish soldiers ignited their zeal even further. The gangplank had been secured, and with a rallying cry, the soldiers surged onto the enemy's deck. Should the enemy completely seize the ship's side, it would be tantamount to occupation. Thus, the resistance at the ship's edge was exceptionally fierce. Fearless warriors laid down their lives and shed their blood to thwart the Spanish onslaught. In the chaos of close combat, both sides saw their warriors fall, each consumed by a singular belief, a burning conviction. Curved sabers, muskets, arrows, and even teeth fists, and nails intertwined in a tapestry of brutal conflict. Every pair of eyes burned with intensity, devoid of notions of right or wrong. The sole thought that occupied their minds was to eliminate the enemy. The crew of the Hilding, recently ravaged by a volley of gunfire, could no longer withstand the relentless tide of foes that loomed above them, undaunted and seemingly inexhaustible. The gap at the gangway gradually widened, and the subsequent Spanish warriors surged forth like a tide. The fierce battle raged on, with an indistinguishable mingling of friend and foe's blood flowing across the deck, slowly cascading down the ship's side. The sky grew thick with ominous clouds, and the violent conflict finally approached its conclusion. With the final gunshot echoing and the last wail resonating, the battle came to an end. Yet, the victors found no solace. The heavy toll of such devastation begged the question, for what purpose had they sacrificed so much? For medium-sized Spanish sailing vessels patrolled the waters, clearing the battlefield, rescuing their fallen comrades while mercilessly dispatching the submerged enemies. The intensity of their hatred rendered the notion of taking prisoners unnecessary. John, too, had no need for captives, for the one he sought lay at his feet, battered and bruised. Had he not donned the uniform of an admiral, the envious soldiers would have surely put him to death. Exhausted, John reclined in his chair, though he had not engaged in hand-to-hand combat. The exertion he had expended surpassed that of any member of the 19th Fleet. The ship's doctor administered rudimentary treatment to Hilding, a task mandated by John himself. Such a significant adversary was not to be easily relinquished to death. A young steward, replacing the previous attendant, brought John's coffee. They had emerged victorious. Yet John felt not a trace of joy and triumph. If given the chance to choose anew, he would never have endeavored to save that foolish Tang-Shiming. With eyes closed, he spoke with a detached calmness. "Xiao Bo, do not blame me. This culprit still holds value. However, I vow that one day, I shall be the one to end his life." John crossed his legs and spoke in a low voice, "If I am not mistaken, you are none other than His Excellency Hayreddin Barbarossa, the most trusted confidant of Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent." Hayreddin raised his head with an eerie smile, replying, "John Moya, it seems I have underestimated you this time. My intelligence was flawed. I presumed you were merely an inept individual who climbed the ranks through connections." "The second person?" Hayreddin tilted his head, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, "You must be referring to that peculiar British subordinate pirate, the Strangeming individual. Indeed, he is formidable, having effortlessly decimated one of our pirate fleets without sustaining any damage." John was slightly taken aback, contemplating, could it be that Feng has ventured into the Mediterranean? However, he quickly masked his surprise and asked, "You are aware of the purpose of my visit, are you not?" "Huh, I am a straightforward man. I know you seek the maritime maps of India," Hayreddin replied, a peculiar smile gracing his face. "However, I fear there is no possibility of an exchange." "Even if the odds are slim, I must make an attempt," John declared as he stood up and took a couple of steps forward, lowering his voice. "I doubt you would even value a mere copy of the maritime map. Truthfully, if your Spanish Empire desires that map, you could simply coerce Portugal. Why take such risks by coming to us?" A fleeting glimmer of concealed pride crossed Hayreddin's face. John scoffed, "I care not for your insidious schemes. All I seek is the maritime map. If you do not provide me with the nautical charts, I shall create chaos for you. A turmoil that will render your days restless and your plans unfeasible." Hilding's heart surged with alarm as he pondered. How could this man perceive our conspiracy? However, should he resort to desperate measures to disrupt our endeavors, it would pose an insurmountable challenge. My demise is inconsequential. The crux lies in the feasibility of our plans. John had initially spoken in jest, yet he discerned a genuine plot reflected in Hilding's gaze. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it was unsurprising. Which nation does not harbor schemes against others? Hilding's eyes darted with quick calculations as he replied, "I recognize you as a valiant individual. I implore you, by your God, to vow never to interfere in the affairs of our Ottoman Empire. On behalf of the great Sultan, I shall grant you a copy of the map." John suppressed his elation, maintaining a facade of composure as he countered, "Such a sacrifice cannot be compensated by merely one map. I demand an additional 100,000 gold coins to remedy the losses incurred by our fleet." This audacious demand bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Zuofeng's tactics. No wonder they were akin. Hilding's brow furrowed in distress, not due to an inability to meet such a price, but rather because the empire currently found itself in dire need of funds. Would this not exacerbate our economic plight? With a flicker of inspiration, he began to haggle. "John, Two stood his ground, and after a fierce exchange of words, they ultimately settled on a compensation of 50,000 gold coins. The desert night washed away the oppressive heat of the day, as a refreshing breeze invigorated the spirit and lifted the mood. Yet, at that moment, Zhu Zuofeng was far from at ease. Beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks, trickling into his collar. An hour later, drenched to the skin, Synthena bit her lip, her gaze fixed intently upon him, as if attempting to glimpse the depths of his heart. The intensity of her stare was unwavering, directed steadfastly ahead. The light that radiated from her was imbued with a resolute confidence, as if once a goal was set, she would pursue it to the very end. The droplets of sweat, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared particularly crystalline. "I am weary," Synthena remarked calmly. "I wish to rest." Yet inwardly, she sighed, pondering how she ought to confront him and how to face John. She could hardly bear to see him toil so exhaustively. Had she, perhaps, begun to forgive him in her heart? Zhu Zuofeng slowly crouched down, gently placing her upon the sandy ground, as one might handle a precious porcelain artifact, fearful of inflicting even the slightest harm. Synthena felt a slight flutter in her chest, lowering her delicate face, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Over and over, she lamented within, "What am I to do? Oh God, please guide me." With a swift motion, Zhu Zuofeng tore a strip of cloth from the hem of his white robe and knelt down. He began to tenderly wipe the tears from her cheeks. "You devil, do not touch me," Synthena gasped, turning away in terror. Zhu Zuofeng gradually loosened his white robe, retrieving a clean strip of fabric from within. It had been an impulsive act during his search for clothing. His muscular form was laid bare beneath the moonlight, his physique honed and devoid of any excess fat. The bronze hue of his skin taut and vibrant under the moon's glow. With great effort, he used a small knife to delicately cut away the bandage from his chest. Such a simple action, yet it brought forth beads of perspiration. Devoid of water, he could not cleanse the wound and resorted to wiping the perspiration around it with a white cloth. He then bit one end of the long fabric, twisting the other end behind him, seemingly attempting to rebandage himself in this manner. However, a pair of delicate, fragile hands halted Zhu Zuofeng's movements, gently taking the cloth from his grasp. With a small knife, she cut a small piece and tenderly wiped away the sweat from his forehead to his back. Her touch remarkably gentle. "Stay still," she admonished softly, tucking the white cloth into her bosom. Supporting herself on the ground, she gradually shifted her body to position herself before him, retrieving the piece of cloth once more to continue her ministrations. "You should despise me," Zhu Zuofeng stated flatly, remaining motionless. A sudden tension enveloped Synthena, her hand lingering near the wound. After a moment of contemplation, she said nothing, earnestly cleaning the congealed blood from the edges of the injury. She then fashioned the long cloth into a bandage, tightly wrapping it around his wound. Once this task was completed, she was drenched in sweat. Zhu Zuofeng slowly closed his eyes, choosing to remain silent. In that moment, both were enveloped in an eerie stillness, their thoughts concealed from one another. Abruptly, Zhu Zuofeng opened his eyes wide, tilting his ear to the ground. This was a skill he had honed during his escape in the Arab lands, discerning the presence of enemies by the sounds emanating from the sand. Struggling, he lifted Synthena and staggered behind a small dune, casting his gaze towards the source of the noise. In a brief moment, several warriors clad in animal skins emerged, wielding curved blades as they scoured the area. Zhu Zuofeng clenched the small knife tightly in his hand, holding his breath. With his other hand, he grasped Synthena's hand, signaling her to remain silent. The searchers drew ever closer, and Zhu Zuofeng was acutely aware that his current physical condition was ill-suited for a confrontation. Sweat trickled from his palm, seeping into the crevices of his fingers, rendering the handle of the knife slick and unwieldy. Suddenly, a soldier shouted in his native tongue, charging towards their direction. The others soon followed suit. As they passed perilously close to him, Zhu Zuofeng nearly succumbed to the urge to act, only to be restrained by Synthena's firm grip from behind. Her instinct warned her that they had yet to be discovered. The searchers began to murmur animatedly over the scraps of cloth left from the bandage change. One of them gestured, continuing the search ahead. "Zhu Zuofeng, Zhu Zuofeng," a distant voice called, marked by a heavy Arabic accent. Recognizing the voice, he realized it was Badi. Zhu Zuofeng hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal himself to this man who had shown him kindness. "Come out quickly. The priest has decided to collaborate with you." The voice seemed to fade slightly with distance. A resolute decision formed within Zhu Zuofeng. If the priest intended to oppose him, he would likely find himself trapped in this desert tonight, with no escape. His only hope now rested entirely on Batty. With this thought, Zhu Zhuofeng raised his voice, calling out, "Batty, I am here." Though his voice was strained from injury, it carried on the wind, reaching a considerable distance. If Batty was not suffering from intermittent deafness or tinnitus, he should be able to hear him. "Ah, so you have been hiding here." Just moments ago, several warriors returned. Among them the leader who bellowed, "You have injured Didion. You can no longer walk. I too shall break your legs." Although he spoke in Arabic, his words were clumsy and revealed a lack of familiarity with the language. He lunged forward with ferocity. The others remained motionless, seemingly confident that subduing a severely injured Zhu Zhuofeng would pose no challenge. Zhu Zhuofeng stepped forward, partially exposing himself while shielding Xinzi Tina behind him. In a low, cold voice, he declared, "Because he stands in my way, anyone who obstructs me shall meet their demise. Rendering him legless shall serve as a tribute to my friend Batty." Concealed behind him, a sharp dagger lay in wait, poised to strike at the most opportune moment, aiming for a decisive blow. The warrior suddenly halted, eyeing Zhu Zhuofeng with caution. He had witnessed Zhu Zhuofeng's valor during the lion hunt, a courage he had never encountered in his lifetime. Moreover, he feared a sudden onslaught of sand, for even the mightiest lion had succumbed to such a tactic. "Oh, the cowardice among the Berbers!" Zhu Zhuofeng cast a scornful glance at him. "Must you be so afraid of a wounded man?" Xinzi Tina seized the moment to display her disdain. With a roar, the warrior, incited by the provocation, charged forward in a fit of rage. Zhu Zhuofeng snorted derisively, swiftly raising his left hand. The sharp dagger shot forth like lightning, glistening in the moonlight like a soaring silver serpent. Alas, the warrior let out a pained howl, his movement arrested. An incredulous gaze rested upon the hilt of the knife embedded in his chest. With a heart full of unwillingness, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Witnessing this, several of his companions let out anguished cries. Drawing their curved blades, they advanced step by step, each visage contorted with malice. The sand beneath their feet whispered ominously. Zhu Zhuofeng, as if he had expended the last vestige of his strength, slowly fell backward. Christina, struggling, crawled in front of him, gazing defiantly at the foes before her. Her eyes radiated unwavering resolve. In the coming year, may fortune smile upon all, with an abundance of beauty and wealth. The vast ocean, embracing the waves, exuded a potent scent of the sea. For those accustomed to this fragrance, a mere few days without its presence ignites a longing. Almost every sailor, even after retirement, chooses to reside by the shore, yearning for that essence of the sea. Zhu Zhuofeng relished the moment, standing at the bow of the ship, inhaling deeply. This body, capable of movement once more, was indebted to Buddy's potent concoctions. Though the aftermath was discomforting, as he had asserted, enduring would lead to relief. His body had sufficiently healed, allowing Zhu Zhuofeng to savor the refreshing ocean breeze. The moist air, tinged with a faint briny scent, filled his lungs, while the exhaled breath carried away the burdens of life. Such is the allure of the sea. It not only alleviates worries, but also broadens one's horizons. The ocean's embrace is one of boundless acceptance. A gentle slant of sunlight pierced the azure waves, shattering reflections that tumbled and intertwined in the tide, captivating onlookers in a trance. If only time could linger in this moment eternally. Cynthia suddenly appeared behind him and calmly remarked, "There is no need to confront the future. This beautiful moment is everlasting." Captain Drake hurriedly approached, followed closely by Peter and Fiona. "If we hurry to the port of Athens now, we might still have time for dinner," Drake said briskly. "No." Zhu Zhuofeng glanced at the sinking sun and decisively declared, "We must make haste to Istanbul. We have already delayed too long regarding the nautical charts. Oh, my goodness, the beautiful Aegean Sea. I have yet to swim in its waters." Peter lamented with a reluctant expression. "If you wish to swim in the Aegean, I could easily toss you overboard right now," Zhu Zhuofeng replied, fixing him with a calm gaze before turning to head to the cabin. Peter felt a chill at his stare but muttered under his breath, however, "I long to swim in the Aegean at the beaches of Athens. Beautiful, gentle, and passionate Greek maidens, I shall disappoint you this time. The prince will return to rescue you on his next visit." "Zhu Zhuofeng," Cynthia exclaimed. Just as she attempted to hasten her steps, her footing suddenly faltered, and she fell to the ground. "You wish to rush to Istanbul, not merely for the nautical charts, do you?" Cynthia fixed her gaze upon him, her steps still unsteady as she followed. Why must you pressure me?" Cynthia bit her lip, her complexion pale, her eyes betraying a profound sorrow. As tears welled in her eyes, they cascaded down her cheeks, yet she ultimately fell silent. The fleet continued its voyage as night finally descended. Even if you harbor a disdain for the night, it will inevitably descend upon you. Why not attempt to embrace it? The nocturnal breeze always carries a certain strength. As the humid sea wind gently fills the sails, droplets of water slide down the mast, reminiscent of a lover's tears, refreshing and crystalline, yet profoundly stirring to the heart. Traversing the resplendent Aegean Sea, we arrive at the Bosporus Strait. Beyond this narrow channel lies the Sea of Marmara. As we veer northeast, we glide directly into the Istanbul Strait. This winding waterway, with its sharp contours, resembles a broad inland river, its surface shimmering gently, imparting a sense of safety. In truth, it is indeed secure. Neither the navy of the Ottoman Empire nor the pirates would dare to act within this strait. Other foreign powers are similarly deterred from engaging here, unless they wish to provoke the formidable Ottoman Empire. This journey took a mere 3 days. During this time, Jules Woofing diligently exercised to regain his strength. On this land, known for its warlike lineage, the unfolding events remain shrouded in uncertainty. Nonetheless, time is fleeting. As the Sea Wolf fleet gracefully enters the port of Istanbul, Jules Woofing's physical condition still renders him incapable of engaging in direct confrontation. Thus, Drake led nearly 30 capable hands, fully equipped, into the harbor. Peter, take a few men to taverns and similar establishments. Inquire if a white man named John has passed through here, Jules Woofing commanded as he disembarked. Adding a cautionary note, be careful and don't indulge in too much drink. For a newly disembarked British noble, refraining from alcohol would be akin to a swift execution by sword. The indulgence and opulence of these British aristocrats are renowned throughout Europe, with reports suggesting that their annual expenditures on luxury goods surpassed the total sum spent by the Spanish royal family over 5 years, despite their status as a third-rate nation. The Ottoman Empire has a penchant for curves, and their craftsmanship elevates the allure of these forms to an extraordinary level. Arched doorways and windows abound, with semicircular roofs crowned by elongated spires. The predominant hues of the architecture are white and crimson, colors that are greatly favored by the locals. As Jules Woofing and his companions stepped out of the harbor, they were met by a contingent of uniformed infantry, led by a knight on a majestic steed. Upon sighting Jules Woofing, the knight swiftly dismounted and bowed, inquiring, "Are you the esteemed British envoy?" After perusing the documents with keen scrutiny, he respectfully inclined his body and proclaimed, "On behalf of the great Sultan, I extend a warm welcome to you in the capital of the Ottoman Empire, Istanbul." Jules Woofing mused silently, recognizing the significance of such a statement, pondering that only someone of considerable authority could dare to speak on behalf of the Sultan. With this thought in mind, he inquired, "I am Jules Woofing, the commander of the Sea Wolf fleet. I wish to personally meet the great Sultan to convey our nation's admiration for your esteemed country. Additionally, I have brought gifts for your nation as tribute. Kindly send an envoy to coordinate with my subordinates regarding the designated location for transportation." Jules Woofing's reference to tribute clearly demonstrated a gesture of humility. However, not being a British national myself, I am unperturbed by any concerns regarding national dignity. The esteemed Sultan, the great Emperor, has entrusted me, Muhammad, with the privilege of engaging in this dialogue with you. Muhammad continued with a gesture of respect, smiling as he said, "Please allow me, as a father, to express my care for the development of my son's diplomatic skills." Jules Woofing's heart stirred. The visitor was none other than Suleiman's son. It seemed the other party had been mindful of him for quite some time, for surely they would not have thrust his son into the forefront otherwise. This meeting undoubtedly held significance for him, and the prospect of acquiring the maritime charts now seemed to glimmer with hope. A wave of excitement washed over Jules Woofing. "Esteemed Prince Muhammad," he composed himself and bowed slightly, saying, "Permit me to address you as such. The great Sultan must surely take great pride in having a son like you." Muhammad, with a gentlemanly smile, took a couple of steps forward, linking his arm with Jules Woofing's, and jovially declared, "Enough of these cliché diplomatic niceties. It is time to set them aside. I wish to host you as a personal friend." With that, he unceremoniously began to lead Jules Woofing away. A bodyguard swiftly followed, holding the reins of a horse behind them. Drake and Filna exchanged glances, and seeing that I remained silent, they too trailed a short distance behind Jules Woofing. "Zwoofong," Muhammad inquired as they walked, tilting his head, "what occupies your mind so deeply?" "I was contemplating the Duke of Donald's son," Jules Woofing replied candidly. "Ha." Muhammad suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I truly admire you, my younger brother. If only I were granted such a splendid opportunity." I would undoubtedly seize the chance to exploit it thoroughly. His expression darkened almost immediately, and he sighed, lamenting, "What a pity, what a pity. A man should aspire to roam the vast expanse of the world, to navigate the seas and pursue his desires. Alas, I find myself bereft of the freedom you possess." Dear elder brother. Zhu Zhuofeng could not help but chuckle at the masterful flattery displayed by this individual, who had managed to elevate him to the status of elder brother in the blink of an eye. With a smile, he remarked, "Your Highness, you stand above all. Yet how could I, a mere half-pirate, ever compare to you?" It seemed that Muhammad had already discerned the essence of his identity and candidly revealed his own. With that, he forcibly guided Zhu Zhuofeng through a bustling marketplace. After traversing several streets, they arrived at the edge of a large market, leaving their pursuers far behind. Muhammad, with a mysterious smile, turned to Zhu Zhuofeng and approached a modest dwelling. He knocked lightly on the door, and soon enough, it creaked open to reveal a woman peering out. Her features were obscured by a thick layer of purple gauze. Upon seeing Muhammad, she paused momentarily before saying, "Muhammad, it has been quite some time since your last visit." Muhammad replied with a gentle smile, "Ever since I assumed the role of captain of the Imperial Guard, I have been perpetually occupied. This occasion presents the perfect opportunity to visit and see you." Noticing the presence of another, the woman curiously scrutinized Zhu Zhuofeng. After a brief moment, she opened the door halfway and invited, "Please, come in. My grandfather has missed you dearly." Muhammad's face lit up with joy, and he promptly pulled Zhu Zhuofeng through the narrow crack of the door. What greeted Zhu Zhuofeng was a modest hall, sparsely furnished with a few tables. Only one table was occupied by 2 or 3 individuals, while the rest remained empty. Without hesitation, Muhammad led Zhu Zhuofeng to a table nestled in the far corner, exclaiming with delight, "Fortunately, my old spot is unoccupied. Otherwise, we would have to wait again." Zhu Zhuofeng chose to remain silent, keenly observing the surroundings. It appeared to be a dining establishment, though curiously lacking a storefront, and business seemed rather sluggish. Once seated, the 3 individuals at the occupied table approached them, offering a brief salute to Muhammad before turning away without uttering a word. "Brother, what do you think of this place?" Muhammad inquired with a smile. Noticing the absence of others, Zhu Zhuofeng cast a glance at their table. Although it was clean, it was somewhat wobbly, and several ceiling decorations appeared precariously close to falling. Nevertheless, observing Muhammad's demeanor, it seemed dining here was a great privilege. "Rest assured, the offerings here must possess extraordinary quality," Zhu Zhuofeng remarked. Muhammad simply smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, the earlier waitress returned, bearing dishes and lifting the lids. There were only 2 roasted lamb legs, steaming gently. Muhammad eagerly seized both, handing one to Zhu Zhuofeng while raising his eyebrows playfully, urging, "Hurry and eat. This delicacy is a rare treat for me, perhaps only once a year." Intrigued by the enigmatic presence of Muhammad, Zhu Zhuofeng promptly took a hearty bite from the inner side of the lamb leg. However, his hopes were swiftly dashed as the chaotic mlang of spices overwhelmed the exquisite essence of the dish, and the poor grilling technique dissipated all aroma, presenting a formidable challenge to his palate. "Do not spit it out," Muhammad admonished softly, urging, "Finish it." With that, he led by example, savoring the lamb leg with audible delight, as if it were the finest delicacy in the world. Zhu Zhuofeng furrowed his brow but remained undeterred in his solitary wanderings. He had endured far worse. How could a mere poorly prepared roasted lamb leg pose a challenge to him? One bite followed another, and as he sat, a smile graced his face. Unlike Muhammad, who swallowed the meat whole, Zhu savored each morsel, chewing thoughtfully. After nearly half an hour, they finally finished the lamb leg. Once they wiped their hands clean, Zhu Zhuofeng awaited the unfolding of events. Logically, a prince would not venture forth merely to indulge in a particularly unpalatable roast. "Little prince, ahem, it has been a while since your last visit. Have you been out causing trouble again, and found yourself injured?" An elder emerged from the inner sanctum, a quintessential Ottoman figure, tall and impeccably straight. Muhammad immediately rose, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed healer, this is my friend. I fear he has suffered grave injuries." Thus, the words were abruptly halted by the esteemed physician, who directed his gaze towards Zhu Zhuofeng, scrutinizing him intently. He then inquired, "Might I ask your esteemed surname?" "My friend from the Celestial Empire?" Zhu Zhuofeng's countenance shifted dramatically, his heart surging like tumultuous waves. The reason being, the revered physician was conversing with him in the long-buried language of his memories, Chinese. Fortunately, having weathered many storms, Zhu Zhuofeng regained his composure within mere seconds. bowing slightly as he replied, "Honorable physician, my surname is Zhu, and my given name is Wufeng." This response was, of course, also articulated in Chinese. Since he had come of age, this was the first occasion Zhu Wufeng had spoken Chinese with anyone other than his grandfather, Mr. Gao. The physician nodded thoughtfully and proceeded to ask, "How does the lamb leg taste?" "Unpalatable." Zhu Wufeng replied nonchalantly. "Oh, then why did you continue to consume it? Once eaten, how could one refrain from finishing it simply because it is distasteful? You could have requested a more delectable alternative. The lamb leg may be exchanged. Yet many things in life cannot be." "Well said." The physician chuckled, his eyes glimmering. "However, excessive attachment is not always beneficial. Just like the lamb leg. Even if you stubbornly consume it to the last morsel, what is the outcome? In the end, you have not savored the exquisite flavor. Though I did not relish the taste, I experienced bitterness, astringency, sourness, and saltiness. While these flavors may be uncomfortable, they nonetheless represent a form of taste. For me, it is also a valuable experience," Zhu Wufeng replied with a serene demeanor. "Once, a culinary friend of mine remarked that any flavor in this world, if blended artfully, can transform into a delightful delicacy." The esteemed physician gazed thoughtfully at Zhu Wufeng and then added, "Alas, I am merely a healer, not a chef. Regrettably, I too lack the skills of a chef," Zhu Wufeng replied quietly. The physician, with a hint of regret in his eyes, looked at Zhu Wufeng and said, "Let us not dwell on this. I shall attend to your ailment." "Acupuncture?" Zhu Wufeng exclaimed, taken aback by the instruments in the physician's hands. A flicker of curiosity ignited within him, yet he chose to remain silent and submitted to the treatment. The art of acupuncture, truly a marvel of healing, worked wonders in just an hour. Zhu Wufeng felt the oppressive heaviness in his chest dissipate, granting him newfound ease. "What medication have you taken? Do you have any left? I would like to examine it," the physician inquired with intrigue. Zhu Wufeng retrieved some potent medicine given to him by Batty and handed it to the physician. The treatment continued for nearly 3 hours. Upon exiting the small chamber alongside Muhammad, Zhu Wufeng felt as though he had been reborn, with a few days of rest. He anticipated a full recovery. "How do you fare, brother?" Muhammad dared not inquire further in the presence of the esteemed healer. "Much improved," Zhu Wufeng replied softly. "Your Highness, I appreciate your concern. Moreover, there is another matter for which I seek your assistance." Muhammad, evidently already aware of the answer, laughed heartily and said, "You refer to the maritime charts of India, correct? Consider it done." Zhu Wufeng closed his eyes and smiled, saying, "If there are any further instructions from your Highness, please do not hesitate to express them. As long as it lies within my capacity, I shall certainly lend my assistance." The elder brother speaks with such candor. Muhammad chuckled, wrapping an arm around his shoulder, and said, "I have but a modest request, which is to form an alliance." Zhu Wufeng felt a cold smile creep into his heart. What was destined to happen would inevitably come to pass. He pondered quietly for a moment before responding, "It seems you have thoroughly assessed my situation, understanding that even if I choose not to confront Donald, the old Duke would not easily let me off the hook. Initially, I could have been a convenient pawn. However, why do you still seek an alliance with me?" Muhammad gazed at Zhu Wufeng with sincerity, stating, "Brother, I can deceive others, but with you, I hope for an open and honest dialogue. The once feeble Britain is hardly a concern for us, even if it grows strong due to your influence. The geographical divide prevents it from posing a direct threat to us. Moreover, by allying with me, you can restrain Donald and gain a moment of respite." Zhu Wufeng added a point on his behalf. Muhammad took a deep breath and after a moment's pause, he said, "Since you are aware, that is well. However, if you wish to obtain the nautical charts, you must ally with us. To achieve our effective objectives, I must ask you to make some concessions. I understand. You may freely disseminate the news of the nautical charts concerning me." Zhu Wufeng seemed to see through it all. Muhammad, upon hearing this, let out a sigh of relief and then continued, "Additionally, the Emperor has one more request regarding this alliance." Zhu Wufeng had anticipated such a discourse. He smiled and said, "Do not hesitate, feel free to speak." Muhammad hesitated for a moment, but eventually divulged, "Our illustrious naval commander, He Yielding, suffered a significant defeat in the Aegean Sea a few days ago. The fleet was entirely annihilated, and only Lord He Yielding was captured. The opposing forces are currently stationed at the port of Athens, demanding our navigational charts of India in exchange for He Yielding. You must understand how vital He Yielding is to our Ottoman Empire." Upon hearing that he was going to rest on the ship, Muhammad was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. "I shall not disturb your repose. With that, he turned and departed. Zhu Zuofeng watched his retreating figure, pondering, if it were not for our differing positions, we could have forged an alliance. Is it truly only to contend with Donald that the Ottoman Empire seeks our partnership? He was but a step away from acquiring the navigational charts. Zhu Zuofeng clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with determination. Regardless of the circumstances, the charts must be obtained. Zuofeng, a gentle voice called from behind. Cynthia had quietly approached, gazing upward at the brightest star alongside Zhu Zuofeng. After a prolonged silence, she softly expressed, I am deeply concerned about your forthcoming venture. I cannot shake this sense of foreboding. Zhu Zuofeng released his arms, gently turning to embrace Cynthia's shoulders, and reassured her. There is no need for concern. Among the Spanish fleet, only one individual poses a threat to me. The rest are but mediocrity. After a brief pause, he swiftly changed the subject, inquiring about her performance in the kitchen. How has your work in the kitchen been? Are you accustomed to it? A few days prior, Cynthia had insisted on helping out in the kitchen, and he had reluctantly consented. Suddenly, she found herself embraced, torn between the desire to break free and the wish to remain close. Hearing the gentle whispers, she could not help but lean against his broad shoulder, responding softly. It's been all right. Chef Simmons is a kind man. Zhu Zuofeng frowned slightly, advising, you should try to find some lighter tasks. Indeed, Cynthia nodded in agreement. It's cool at night, and you will be fighting again tomorrow. You should rest early. No, you go ahead, Zhu Zuofeng replied, shaking his head slowly. I have some matters to contemplate. Then, let me keep you company, Cynthia said suddenly, lifting her head, her bright eyes steadfastly meeting Zhu Zuofeng's gaze. What a splendid day it is. We should invite Julian to go out. That lad has been buried in his books for too long. John opened the mahogany window, allowing the soft morning sunlight to pour in without reservation. Although John had already anticipated this outcome, he was still pleasantly surprised. For the nautical chart before him held immense significance. However, there was a condition from the other party. Julian furrowed his brow. Are we to exchange in their territorial waters? John seemed to grasp the situation. The exchange point is at the border. Admiral, that is far too perilous. Julian quickly shook his head, asserting, we can refuse. After all, we hold the hostage. We must not relinquish the initiative. I concur. John smiled, saying, as long as the trump card is in hand, it matters not where the transaction takes place. Yet inwardly, he lamented, time does not permit further delay. A resolution must be reached swiftly. However, the Admiral. Enough of that. John interjected. I possess my own understanding. The sea breeze blew incessantly, and the waves relentlessly battered the hull of the ship. The Seawolf fleet, comprised of 6 vessels, advanced in a formation reminiscent of migrating geese, slowly navigating out of the Bosporus Strait. After passing a notable archipelago, they entered the waters of the Aegean Sea. According to information provided by the Ottoman officials, the site for the exchange of hostages was located in this vicinity. Zhu Zuofeng touched the counterfeit Indian nautical chart at his chest, his expression remarkably grave. Every step taken thus far had been in pursuit of this very chart, and now they were but a few strides from the culmination. Commander, the winds are fierce today and unpredictable. Drake expressed his concerns should a conflict arise. It will undoubtedly be a brutal affair. Drake, there is no need for your apprehension. Zhu Zuofeng replied with calm assurance. This battle is destined to occur. What? Drake responded with a wry smile. Is that what you call not worrying? That is precisely what troubles me. All personnel, assume battle readiness. Zhu Zuofeng's gaze turned cold as he stared into the depths of the sea. For it is I who shall initiate this confrontation. With a sharp sound, Zhu Zuofeng unsheathed his sword. The vessels of the Seawolf fleet spread out slightly in all directions, yet the Anne, like a proud leader among geese, majestically flapped its wings. Enemies sighted. The lookout shouted below. Approximately 4,000 meters ahead, there is a fleet. The nationality and type of the vessels are unknown. Zhu Zuofeng did not bother to use his telescope. Instead, he folded his arms, closed his eyes, and slowly savored the sea breeze. Standing beside him, Drake, though already aware of the capabilities of his soul superior, could not suppress the rapid beating of his heart. Zhu Zuofeng, but he came bounding over, grasping a long spear, and exclaimed, a battle is about to commence. I'm here to assist. The knight and the brave, prepare the bow cannons for an assault. Target, the fleet directly ahead. Zhu Zuofeng did not open his eyes, but calmly issued the command. What? Drake, taken aback, swiftly relayed the order. The 2 ships, Upon receiving the signal, discharged a few random cannon shots for effect. The shells exploded more than 200 meters away from their own vessels, yet several thousand meters from the enemy ships. "Admiral, we have spotted the enemy vessels." Julian expressed his concerns. "I know." John, hearing the distant cannon fire, pondered briefly. "Good heavens, they fired at such a distance? Is the enemy commander a fool? Does he think cannonballs come without cost?" Julian exclaimed dramatically. "There are two possibilities." John interjected thoughtfully. "First, that fleet is newly commissioned and has been in a state of readiness from the outset. Upon detecting the enemy, their anxiety compelled them to fire instinctively. Second, this could be a ruse by the enemy commander, designed to mislead us into believing they're inexperienced, thus lulling us into complacency." After a brief pause, he added with a smile, "If it is the latter, we shall have our hands full this time." Upon hearing this, Julian expressed his concern. Then, "Esteemed Admiral, which type do you believe the enemy ships belong to?" Internally, he fervently prayed that the commander of the enemy fleet was inexperienced. "Regardless of their type," John replied gravely, "we must approach this fleet with utmost caution. Failure is not an option." "Understood." Julian saluted, his eyes shimmering with admiration. The wind surged, propelling the 19th Fleet swiftly toward the enemy vessels. The entire fleet entered a state of heightened alert. As the wind picked up, Jules Woofing, feeling the breeze against his face, inhaled deeply and murmured, "I can sense the scent of battle." A few kilometers may not seem distant, especially with both sides consciously closing the gap. The distance rapidly dwindled to 500 meters. Although neither side was within effective cannon range, an unspoken tension filled the air, signaling an imminent confrontation. It appeared the adversary was not to be taken lightly. Jules Woofing slowly opened his eyes. The earlier erratic cannon fire, while partially intended to confuse the enemy, primarily served to assess the capabilities of the enemy commander based on their reactions. This, it seemed, was Jules Woofing's ultimate objective. "All personnel, pay attention." Jules Woofing commanded coldly to his signalman beside him. With a resounding boom, two fast sailboats from the Sea Wolf fleet pivoted in opposite directions upon receiving orders, leaving faint traces upon the choppy sea. Meanwhile, the flagship and the Knight remained steadfast, racing toward the enemy vessels. Simultaneously, the 19th Fleet began to react, including the Divine vessel. Two grand Spanish sailing ships maneuvered gracefully, maintaining a 100-meter distance as a boundary, thereby dividing the fleet into two factions, steadily advancing. Their evident objective was to confront the two detachments emerging from the formidable Sea Wolf fleet. "Humph," Jules Woofing scoffed softly. Observing from a distance of several hundred meters and assessing the enemy based on their ship designs, the hostile fleet, comprising the flagship, consisted of two invincible Spanish galleons, for medium-sized armed vessels, and two small swift ships, collectively presenting a strength that surpassed that of the Sea Wolf fleet. On the deck, crew members busily scurried about, dynamically exchanging various supplies. The helmsman shouted in unison, skillfully maneuvering the enormous sails. The steersmen remained vigilant, attentively heeding the signals from the flag officers, not daring to display even the slightest negligence. The distance between the two fleets diminished rapidly, with the flagship of the 19th Fleet, the Divine vessel, leading the charge. Under command, the ship's bow cannon finally fired the first shot of significant consequence. Bang! The splendid spray of water erupted near the Valiant ship, the immense shockwave jolting its hull. The Valiant ship, alongside the nearby British armed swift vessel, the Fearless, boldly retaliated with their bow cannons. What a magnificent display of tactical artistry! Reduced the speed by 30%, John marveled, compelled to decelerate his vessel. Otherwise, should the enemy ship merely shift its angle, the terrifying broadside cannons would swiftly target their position. If he attempted a similar maneuver, the enemy vessel would have already evaded the range of attack. He took Julian's telescope to observe the enemy flagship intently. Upon the boundless expanse of the ocean, both fleets executed a series of elegant maneuvers upon the water's surface. The objective is to seize the advantageous attack range of the broadside guns. Under the astute command of both sides, neither could gain the slightest advantage, resulting in a stalemate. "What?" John exclaimed in astonishment. "The flagship is that Spanish vessel?" The turmoil within him rivaled the surging waves on the surface of the sea, nearly causing him to stumble from the tremors of the waves. "I never imagined it would be you," John murmured, both excited and anxious. "Admiral, are you all right?" Julian, noticing John's pallor, immediately supported him. He had just caught the last words and exclaimed, "Sir, do you recognize the enemy ship?" "What?" Julian also gasped in surprise, as that vessel had nearly toyed with their fleet single-handedly. How could their luck be so poor to encounter them again? The ship's speed once more diminished, and signal flags were raised to indicate identity and request a parley between the leaders. John leaned against the forward railing, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, thinking to himself, "Fortunately, I am astute enough to remember the appearance of your flagship. Otherwise, we brothers might have turned against each other." He chuckled, anticipating the encounter. "I shall give you a good thrashing for daring to assist the Ottoman Empire against me." After the enemy fleet slowed for the second time, Jules Woofing realized they sought to negotiate. However, he was uncertain of their motives, as they showed no fear of the Sea Wolf fleet in terms of command or overall strength, especially with hostages in hand. Upon hearing the news of the troops, his brow furrowed. The 19th Fleet? Has the Spanish Empire already established a 19th Fleet so swiftly? The identity of the opposing commander remains a mystery. Despite merely a few rounds of strategic positioning, Jules Woofing found himself struck by a sense of admiration for the talent displayed. How fortunate it would be if that individual were one of his own subordinates. The signal flags conveyed the message that our side was amenable to negotiations. Both fleets withdrew 500 meters, allowing the flagship vessels to approach one another. After a moment of contemplation, Jules Woofing reached a decisive conclusion. The adversary agreed. The cerulean sea, undisturbed, resonated with a harmonious melody as the ships gently collided. The vessels of the 19th Fleet and the Sea Wolf fleet gradually retreated from the central combat zone, while the flagships, the Goddess and the Annie, slowed their pace, cautiously inching closer. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. "John," Jules Woofing exclaimed in astonishment, as he finally spotted the enemy fleet's commander through his telescope. Standing at the bow with a commanding presence was John Moyer, his golden locks billowing in the breeze, radiant under the sun's glare. Even with both warships meticulously prepared, the proximity maneuver served as a test of the sailor's prowess. After the snapping of 3 fireproof hemp ropes, the 2 colossal sailing vessels, equal in stature, at last secured their positions. The taut ropes creaked against the wooden stakes. Before the ships had even stabilized, John forewent the use of a gangplank, deftly gripping the ropes and scaling across with the agility of a monkey. The 30-meter distance swayed the ropes in the wind, nearly causing Julian, who stood at the ship's bow, to lose his composure. Jules Woofing too leaned forward, extending his hand to welcome John. The hands of the 2 brothers clasped tightly once more. With a vigorous pull, Jules Woofing yanked, while John, with one hand resting on the mast, swiftly ascended. "John," Jules Woofing exclaimed, enveloping his long-lost brother in a warm embrace, his voice a mix of astonishment and joy. "What brings you here?" Hey, John responded, equally embracing him. Yet with a teasing grin he quipped, "It seems you've fallen for me again. Otherwise, why the tight grip?" At this, Jules Woofing felt a shiver run down his spine and pushed him away with force, playfully kicking and retorting, "Come on, can't you come up with something else? Must you always be so nauseating?" "Zwafoam, flirtation is best reserved for moments of privacy," John remarked, casting flirtatious glances amidst the gathering crowd. Nearby, Drake and others trembled slightly, astonished, yet furtively glancing at Jules Woofing, their minds racing with doubt. Could it be that the esteemed captain truly harbors such feelings? Catching the peculiar looks from Drake and the others, Jules Woofing could only smile wryly. Indeed, it was only John, this lively spirit, who would dare to tease him so. Realizing the situation could spiral further, he promptly called out, "Drake." Upon hearing his name, Drake immediately straightened up, bellowing, "Yes, I wish to formally introduce you." Jules Woofing gestured for him to approach and pointed at John. "This is my dear friend from childhood, John Moya. You must have seen him from a distance during our last venture in the New World." "Lord John." Drake stood at attention, respectfully exclaiming. Her gaze shot over with a glimmer of clever provocation. Upon witnessing this, John chuckled mischievously and swiftly approached Drake, his eyes roving up and down with unrestrained curiosity, emitting a series of teasing clicks with his tongue. "Drake, my good fellow, your physique is truly remarkable," he exclaimed, reaching out to pinch Drake's arm playfully. Drake, unable to suppress a wave of perspiration, found all traces of defiance vanish from his eyes. He felt as though ants were crawling over him, a sensation most unsettling. Instinctively, he took a few hesitant steps back, feeling unsteady. John erupted into hearty laughter, casting a triumphant glance at Jules Woofing. "Old Jew, how do you find my tactic of winning without bloodshed?" Jules Woofing stepped forward, joining John and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You've made some progress. But if you could be a touch more flamboyant, it would be even better." With a haughty smirk, Zhu Zhuofeng struck a victorious pose and added, "When it comes to the art of warfare, John, you still fall a bit short." A flicker of amusement suddenly crossed John's pained expression, and with lightning speed, he seized Zhu Zhuofeng's lapel, forcefully throwing him back. Bang! Zhu Zhuofeng's back collided violently with the deck. John, relentless, mounted him, pressing his elbow firmly against Zhu Zhuofeng's chest, proclaiming, "Old Zhu, to show mercy to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. This is a lesson you taught me." Drake stood by, utterly dumbfounded, finally grasping why Zhu Zhuofeng had once met secretly with John and emerged covered in bruises. He felt powerless to intervene, merely attempting to thwart the soldiers eager to assist. Oh heavens! Upon the arrival of Julian, who approached with a sense of urgency, he gasped in astonishment at the sight before him. The admiral of his own household was entirely atop another individual. Zhu Zhuofeng let out a chilling chuckle and took a hearty bite out of John's elbow. "Good heavens!" John exclaimed. "Old Zhu, how did you come to master my signature move?" John, quick to react, deftly sidestepped and immediately assumed a fighting stance, ready to both attack and defend. However, the subordinates of both men found themselves in a predicament, unable to assist or refrain from involvement. After an extended bout, the two combatants finally grew weary, reclining on the deck while gasping for breath. "Zhuofeng, honestly, what brings you here?" John inquired, as the initial pleasantries concluded and the conversation turned serious. The refreshing sea breeze feels delightful after such an intense skirmish. However, I must confess, my nautical chart was created with you in mind." Zhu Zhuofeng sprang to his feet, propping himself against the deck, and gazed earnestly at John. "Had I known you would come to retrieve the nautical chart for me, I would not have needed to show up at all. We are indeed performing the same task." Despite Julian being momentarily taken aback, his loyalty to John remained unwavering. He promptly rendered a precise military salute, declaring, "Yes, my admiral." "Splendid!" John exclaimed, leaping with joy and charging ahead. Hey, Zhu Zhuofeng shouted from behind. "Do you even know where my quarters are?" Yet, as he spoke, he could only see John's retreating figure, prompting him to shake his head in bemusement. What a hasty fellow! Nevertheless, he swiftly followed in pursuit, his heart brimming with excitement. Not solely due to the smooth completion of today's task, but also because he encountered his best and only brother. "Cynthia, by the way, you must be introduced to John." With this thought, Zhu Zhuofeng turned towards Cynthia's room. Cynthia. She was sitting on the edge of her bed, hands clasped over her heart, silently engaged in prayer. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuofeng enter with a beaming expression, she could not help but exclaim, "What happened? Did the battle conclude?" "Indeed." Zhu Zhuofeng hastened towards her, taking her hands in his with fervor. With a bright smile, he remarked, "It seems your premonition from last night was mistaken. Nothing has gone as smoothly as today." "Wonderful." Upon hearing this, Cynthia felt a weight lift from her heart. It was the first time she had seen him so jubilant since their acquaintance. She gently inquired, "Have you encountered some good fortune, given your delight?" Zhu Zhuofeng nodded emphatically, steadying her shoulders as he gradually moved towards the door. "I wish to introduce you to someone." "Who?" Cynthia instinctively tensed. "Do not be so anxious," Zhu Zhuofeng reassured her, softly caressing her back with his right hand. "It is merely one of my brothers, my dearest brother." "I," Cynthia replied shyly, her neck flushed. "Is it possible for me to refrain from going?" At her words, Zhu Zhuofeng chuckled softly, squatting down to lift her onto his back, turning his head to say, "What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, he eagerly made his way towards the door. Upon this realization, Zentina instinctively grabbed a cloth to wipe Zhu Zhuofeng's face, a wave of happiness washing over her. "Hey," Zhu Zhuofeng exclaimed, kicking open his door with a laugh. "You little rascal, you've actually managed to find my room." There, crouched beside the cabinet, was John, fiddling with something. Suddenly, he let out a peculiar cry, exclaiming, "I've finally found it." In his hand was a bottle of red wine, his eyes gleaming as he scrutinized the label. Upon seeing John, Zentina's complexion turned pale, her arms tightening around Zhu Zhuofeng's neck. Believing her to be anxious, he gently patted her hand, signaling her to relax. He softly set her down and turned to the mischievous boy, saying, "Let me introduce you. This is your future sister-in-law." With a dull thud, the exquisite bottle of wine slipped from John's grasp, crashing onto the wooden floor and rolling away. Zentina. Zhu Zhuofeng noticed her sudden weakness and hurriedly supported her. Calling out in distress, John rushed over, concern etched across his face, and grasped her shoulders, asking anxiously, "Zentina? What's wrong? What happened?" Zentina, her gaze vacant, could only shake her head in confusion. If Zhu Zuofeng had not yet understood the gravity of the situation, he would be unworthy of his title as the leader of the Sea Wolves. His lips turned ashen, a sense of dread settling in. How could this be happening? Why must fate play such cruel tricks on oneself? The woman I have fallen for is, alas, the wife of my dearest friend. Boom. It detonated within my heart like a muffled cannon. Grasping her hand, I could not help but loosen my grip. Yet, upon witnessing the look of sheer despair on Cynthia's face, along with her unbearable anguish, I seized John's hand with force, tearing them apart, and shouted, "Enough. She has suffered enough already." I enveloped the feeble Cynthia in my embrace, cradling her against my chest,